Chapter 748. After Xiaofan mastered many demonic arts and secret techniques, he came out of seclusion and found the Sky Feather Demon Sovereign and the other demons. At this moment, Xiaofan's aura was even more demonic. It was simply unfathomable. With a casual movement of his body, all sorts of mysterious halos formed from demonic techniques were released layer by layer. It was inexplicably strange. My lord, in a few days, the demon god battle will be held at the demon's sealing mountain. The Sky Feather Demon Emperor stuttered. He stole a few glances at Xiaofan, and a glimmer appeared in his eyes. One had to know that back then, the Sky Feather Demonic Emperor was only looking for a backer so that when the demonic crown prince ascended to the throne, he wouldn't be instantly captured and killed. And now, this backer seemed to be more and more reliable and powerful. Maybe he really had a chance to compete with the Demon Crown Prince. In this case, it would be great news for the Sky Feather Demon Sovereign. It seems like this lord has been in closed-door cultivation for a long time. He should be a powerful loose demon without his own forces. In that case, we might as well follow him wholeheartedly. Let's take a gamble. Once he wins the title of the new generation's demon god, the Sky Feather Demon Sovereign, will be his confidant and first batch of subordinates. Thinking of this, the Sky Feather Demon Sovereign's heart trembled. It was scorching hot. He served Xiaofan even more attentively. Let's go directly to Demon's Sealing Mountain. Ha 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 ha. I can't wait any longer. Ha 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 ha. Xiaofan laughed loudly. Now, Xiaofan felt that his demonic power had reached the point of perfection, reaching an unimaginable state. After cleaning up, the Sky Feather Demon the Arch led dozens of stronger demons. As Xiaofan's loyal servant, he went straight to Demon's Sealing Mountain. The demon realm was as vast and boundless as the Immortal realm. From the Sky Feather Demon Sovereign City to the Demon's Sealing Mountain, one had to ride a flying demon beast or use a flying demon technique. Xiaofan immediately activated a demonic technique, wrapping himself and the Sky Feather Demonic Sovereign in a bubble. Then, a demonic light flashed on his left arm, and with a movement that was illusory, he directly flashed over. This was a greater shift that was even more profound than teleportation. The Sky Feather Demon Sovereign and the others were dumbfounded by such a demonic technique. Monster Sealing Mountain. Demon's Sealing Mountain, one of the holy lands of the demon race. The mountain was extremely steep. Its entire body was shaped like a bloodthirsty demonic beast. The mountain was blood-red in color, as if the common people were weeping blood. The entire Demon's Sealing Mountain was bathed in the raging demon qi. It was 100,000 zhang tall. It was a spectacular sight. Xiaofan and the Sky Feather Demon Sovereign stood at the foot of the mountain. The foot of the mountain was guarded by a large number of strange-looking demons. Sky Feather Demon Emperor. Go tell those demons guarding the mountain that we want to enter the Demon's Sealing Mountain and participate in the upcoming demon god battle, Xiaofan said indifferently. Yes. Yes. Demon Emperor Tian Yu nodded hurriedly. Following Xiaofan's instructions, the Sky Feather Monstrous Emperor hurried forward. Stop right there. Several demons with sharp heads and extremely ferocious appearances blocked the Sky Feather Demon Emperor's path. What are you trying to do? The contest for the new generation of demon gods will begin in 3 days. If you want to watch the ceremony, you have to wait. You can't go up the mountain right now, unless you're one of the great demons who participated in the battle. These demons guarding the mountain were not as strong as the Sky Feather Demon Emperor in terms of cultivation and demonic power, and the Sky Feather Demon Emperor already had an extremely strong backer. Therefore, the Sky Feather Demon Emperor said arrogantly and disdainfully. My master is naturally here to participate in the contest for the new generation of demon gods in 3 days. Get out of the way. My master is going up the mountain immediately. If you make my master unhappy, he'll kill you immediately. The demon clan always spoke with strength. With Xiaofan's current demonic power, he could indeed kill these weak demons for fun. It was not a big deal. Hearing this, the guards of the mountain tensed up and looked at Xiaofan. However, with one look, they were also uncertain. This is not one of the Heaven Wasteland Emperor, the Demon Sword Emperor, the Barbarian Mountain Emperor, or the Pihu Emperor, and definitely not the Demon Crown Prince. This, humph. Don't talk nonsense. My master is a hidden great demon. This time, he's going to win the title of the new generation of demon gods in one fell swoop. The Sky Feather Demon Emperor shouted with all his might. At this moment, an evil voice came from afar, and a majestic aura rolled and boiled. Sky Feather, you trash, how dare you betray me? Now, I'm going to tear you into pieces. Boom! Looking towards the direction of the voice, an ancient golden carriage was coming over from the eastern horizon. The carriage was pulled by 18 giant ox-headed demonic beasts. On the carriage, there was a great demon standing with his hands behind his back. The demonic chi around his body soared into the sky like smoke, condensing into the image of a great demon. Behind the golden carriage, there were densely packed demon clan servants. This guy is quite arrogant. Xiaofan smiled evilly. Ah! Heaven! Heaven Wasteland Emperor! The Sky Feather Demon Emperor shivered in fear and hid behind Xiaofan with a face full of fear. Before this, the Sky Feather Demon Emperor was a vassal of Heaven Wasteland Emperor. Although the Sky Feather Demon Emperor was sure that Xiaofan's demonic chi was stronger than Heaven Wasteland Emperor's, the Sky Feather Demon Emperor was also scared to death after so many years. At the same time, where did this wild demon come from? How dare he covet the position of the new generation of demon gods? He's really courting death. Another great demon emperor appeared. This was a skinny demon clan with eyes like blood moons, and one could faintly hear the terrifying howls of wolves coming from his body. He came riding on a demon phoenix with an extraordinary aura. Lord! This is the Pihu Great Emperor. His demonic chi is comparable to Heaven Wasteland Emperor. The Sky Feather Demon Emperor said in shock. In the next moment, another great demon emperor arrived with hundreds of demon servants behind him. It was the Barbarian Mountain Great Emperor. Finally, a great emperor came alone with a demon sword on his back. He looked very elegant and had the demeanor of a sword immortal. The Demon Sword Great Emperor. It was said that his attack power was even stronger than Heaven Wasteland Emperor. The 4 great emperors of the demon clan had arrived. At this moment, the 4 great emperors stared at Xiaofan with murderous intent, as if they wanted to swallow Xiaofan in one bite. Xiaofan didn't care and laughed. Oh! The 4 great emperors of the demon clan? The most powerful demon emperor in the demon realm, and also a strong competitor for the position of the new generation of demon gods in a few days. There's also a demon prince, right? Wild demon, the biggest ceremony of the demon clan. A small character like you wants to participate? Ha 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 ha. Tianyu, you idiot, I don't know where you found a wild demon. But it's fine, I'll crush you all now. The demon emperor of Heaven Wasteland laughed sinisterly. Tianyu has already submitted to me. Xiaofan smiled evilly. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Since you're all here, why don't I? He, kill you all now. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiaofan's demonic power surged. In the palm of the demon emperor's left arm, it let out a ferocious roar. It seemed that there was a world of the demon clan brewing in it. Moreover, Xiaofan's heart was burning. These guys in front of me are the ultimate existences of the demon clan. As long as I kill them, the human clan will have 4 less powerful enemies. From then on, the human clan will have more confidence to destroy the demon clan in one fell swoop. However, I can't kill all 4 of the demon clan with my strength alone. But the demon clan is full of deceit. If I choose one of the great emperors and kill it with all my strength, I can definitely deter the other 3, so that they won't dare to act rashly. Xiaofan had already made up his mind to kill one of the great emperors. Demon Emperor of Heaven Wasteland, you don't have to participate in the battle for the position of the new generation of demon gods in a few days. You can die here. Die. Before his voice died away, Xiaofan made his move. The four great emperors of the demon clan did not expect Xiaofan to take the initiative to attack. In this situation, the four great emperors of the demon clan joined forces to deter them. Even the demon prince, who was at the peak of his power, would not dare to face them directly. And Xiaofan, who had deliberately restrained his demonic aura, looked like an ordinary wild demon. But he actually dared to attack Emperor of Heaven Wasteland. Boom! Xiaofan's left arm flashed with demonic light. He didn't use any demonic arts or forbidden techniques. He just used his demonic monarch palm to attack. The power of 8,000 demonic dragons was completely unleashed. The demonic monarch left arm's palm transformed into a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky. 8,000 demonic dragons coiled around it, capable of killing gods and destroying immortals and demons alike. It struck out with a single strike, shattering the void and destroying all life. Xiaofan's swift and decisive attack caught the demon emperor of Heaven Wasteland completely off guard. The demonic hand that blotted out the sky seemed to collapse as it directly suppressed the demon emperor of Heaven Wasteland. Heaven Wasteland Demon Emperor was indeed a veteran demon emperor. At the moment of life and death, Heaven Wasteland Demon Emperor suddenly released an illusory demon technique. However, Xiaofan's powerful attack had disrupted the order of the surrounding space. This demon technique actually prevented Heaven Wasteland Demon Emperor from dodging to an extremely far distance. He only dodged a few dozen feet away. The next moment, bang! 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 The demonic hand that covered the sky came crashing down. The golden demon carriage of the Heaven Wasteland Demon Emperor was smashed into powder. The giant ox-headed demon beast that was pulling the carriage was smashed into meat paste. The demon servants that followed behind Heaven Wasteland Demon Emperor were smashed into pieces. In a split second, Xiaofan's palm shook and a total of 81 demon techniques blasted towards Heaven Wasteland Demon Emperor. Attack Demon Technique. Hallucination Demon Technique. Trap Demon Technique. Deceleration Demon Technique. Stun Demon Technique. The densely packed demon techniques enveloped Heaven Wasteland Demon Emperor. Roar! Heaven Wasteland Demon Emperor let out a horrified roar. One should know that as a veteran demon emperor, Heaven Wasteland Demon Emperor was proficient in many demon techniques, but only about 50. He never imagined that this unknown wild demon in front of him could actually unleash 81 demon techniques in one go. Moreover, the most terrible thing was that among these demon techniques, there were not many offensive ones. Most of them were interference types. Heaven Wasteland Demon Emperor conjured up a demon technique barrier to protect his demon body, preventing himself from being affected by various negative effects. Just as Heaven Wasteland Demon Emperor was overwhelmed. Bang! Xiaofan's demonic hand that covered the sky struck out. 8,000 demonic dragon power violently shook. Puchi! Heaven Wasteland Demon Emperor was smashed into pieces. To be continued. Chapter 749. Xiaofan's swift and decisive methods directly blew up the Demon Emperor of Heaven Wasteland of the four great demon emperors. Firstly, Xiaofan had suddenly attacked, and the Demon Emperor of Heaven Wasteland had looked down on this wild demon, and never thought that the wild demon would turn the tables. Secondly, Xiaofan's pure demonic power had reached the size of 8,000 demon dragons, even greater than the Demon Emperor of Heaven Wasteland's demonic power. Thirdly, Xiaofan possessed countless demonic secret techniques, which were almost the key to Xiaofan's victory. Ordinary demons, such as the Demon Emperor that Xiaofan had encountered in the secular world, basically only had one demonic technique, or at most a few demonic techniques. The Demon Emperor of the secular world did not have many demonic techniques. However, in the upper domain, the situation was the same as in the secular world. The same demon could not have too many demonic techniques. For example, the demon emperor of Heaven Wasteland could control dozens of demonic techniques at once, which was already very terrifying. Because controlling too many demonic techniques was equivalent to having too much burden, which the demon body could not bear. Moreover, to control demonic techniques of different attributes at the same time, there would definitely be conflicts that could not be reconciled. And Xiaofan's left demon emperor's palm had in fact been modified by the demon god, so it had no problem withstanding hundreds of thousands of demonic techniques. When it was used, it was like a continuous barrage, with terrifying destructive power. Boom! Xiaofan swept the corpse of the demon emperor of Heaven Wasteland into the palm tattoo on his left arm, and frantically devoured and refined it. Of course, Xiaofan himself also understood that if it was a one-on-one, everyone had talked it out. And then fought. Then it would not be so easy for him to kill the demon emperor of Heaven Wasteland. At the same time, Xiaofan also knew that he had already removed a huge hidden danger for the human race. It was only after Xiaofan had completely crushed the demon emperor of Heaven Wasteland, and even cleaned up the corpse that the other three great emperors finally reacted. They were completely dumbfounded. Even the Sky Feather Demon Emperor and the others. They were also dumbfounded. Too fierce. Too savage. Too vicious. Killed at will. Moreover, his demonic power and demonic techniques were also ridiculously high. A total of 81 demonic arts were unleashed at the same time, but his demonic body was actually able to withstand it. He died without exploding. Emperor Longhorn exclaimed in shock. You! The demonic sword emperor's killing intent surged. Demonic chi surged. One must know that he and the Heavenly Wasteland Emperor were extremely close. These two great emperors of the monster race had always been on good terms. They even plotted to form an alliance to resist the demon crown prince. But now, the demon monarch of Heaven Wasteland was killed by Xiaofan, causing the demonic sword emperor to go berserk. The other great monarch Man Shan's eyes flashed as he hollered. Wild demon! You actually dared to make a move. You're too presumptuous. How dare he kill the Heaven Wasteland Emperor in front of us? However, these three great emperors. Although he was roaring, he did not attack Xiaofan immediately. All of this was within Xiaofan's expectations. The demon race was not like the human race. The human race still had morality to speak of. For example, if their companions were harmed, they would fight to the death to avenge them. However, the demon race was different. The demon race was an extremely selfish and cruel race that only knew how to make use of others. Now that the demon monarch of Heaven Wasteland was dead, the remaining three demon monarchs would not take the risk to avenge the demon monarch of Heaven Wasteland. Moreover, they all needed to accumulate strength to deal with another formidable enemy, the demon crown prince. The demon crown prince was also a cruel and merciless person. In the competition for the position of the new demon god a few days later, the demon crown prince would torture and kill them. Ha 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 ha. Xiaofan laughed wildly as if he had completely controlled the situation. It's no big deal. Anyway, we'll be fighting in 3 days' time. It's the same to kill the Heaven Wasteland Emperor earlier or later. Ha ha ha. How dare you insult me, you're courting death. Why, what do you want to say? Of course, if you want to avenge the demon monarch of Heaven Wasteland, you might as well join forces to fight against me. I still have many tricks that I haven't used to my heart's content. I can also use them on you and kill you one by one. Still have many tricks that I haven't used? This sentence made the three demon monarchs deeply fearful. As for the Sky Feather Demon Monarch and the others, they were secretly delighted by their wise choice. Ha ha ha. I've made the right bet. Following this lord is better than following that Emperor of Heaven Wasteland. In front of this lord, Emperor of Heaven Wasteland is like trash. The Sky Feather Demon Monarch almost laughed out loud. It seems that this lord really has a chance to fight against the Demon Crown Prince. It's not entirely impossible for him to seize the position of the new demon god. At this time, the three demon monarchs immediately communicated with their demon senses. This wild demon's name is unknown, but it's actually this powerful. We can't fight against him now, otherwise the Demon Crown Prince will take advantage of us. Yes, even if the three of us join forces, we'll have to pay a great price to completely kill this wild demon. It's really not worth it. There's a saying in the human race, drive the wolf to devour the tiger. Why don't we deceive this wild demon and let him fight against the Demon Crown Prince? It's best if both sides suffer. Good, that's it. After the discussion, the three demon monarchs immediately restrained their violent demonic aura. Forget it, this one, indeed, we underestimated you. The Emperor of Heaven Wasteland was too reckless. This matter ends here. However, it's not a big deal that you can defeat the Demon Monarch of Heaven Wasteland. You should know that the Demon Crown Prince is the most promising contender for the position of the new demon god. You've just released 81 demonic techniques, right? But I know that the Demon Crown Prince also has a special demonic body with a very powerful origin. He's proficient in at least 1,000 demonic techniques. The Sky Feather Demon Monarch said with a gloomy face. Heh. These guys are not stupid. They actually know how to provoke and use me to deal with the Demon Crown Prince. Xiaofan sneered, but did not say anything else. He directly turned around and walked towards the demon's sealing mountain. The most important thing now is to find a place to refine the corpse of the Demon Monarch of Heaven Wasteland and increase some demonic power. The Demon Crown Prince seems to be somewhat powerful, but it's not a big deal that he's proficient in thousands of demonic techniques. I'm afraid that if I tell others that I'm proficient in hundreds of thousands of demonic techniques, you'll be scared to death. Now, after witnessing Xiaofan's viciousness and brutality, even an emperor was killed by him. The demon race guarding the mountain did not dare to stop him and directly let Xiaofan pass. The Sky Feather Demon Monarch and the others arrogantly followed behind Xiaofan, somewhat like a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Xiaofan directly went up the demon's sealing mountain. The three demon monarchs looked at each other, feeling that the battle for the new generation of demon god would not be so simple. Then, they brought along the demon servants who were still in shock and followed closely up the mountain. On the demon's sealing mountain, the demon race naturally settled Xiaofan and the others. Halfway up the mountain, there were many demon palaces built, and the atmosphere was solemn. Xiaofan, the Sky Feather Demon Monarch and the others entered a group of palace buildings. Many seductive female demons came to serve them, offering the most exquisite demon fruits and pastries. Xiaofan directly entered a secret cultivation room in a palace and warned the Sky Feather Demon Monarch not to disturb him within these 3 days. The Sky Feather Demon Monarch and the others now obeyed Xiaofan's words, almost already regarded Xiaofan as the future overlord of the demon realm, the new generation of demon god. And the other 3 demon monarchs were also settled in the palace buildings halfway up the mountain. They gathered together to discuss. Finally, they decided on a plan. At all costs, they would provoke Xiaofan and the Demon Crown Prince. In the next battle, they would try to let Xiaofan and the Demon Crown Prince fight. In the secret room, Xiaofan sat cross-legged. The space around him was filled with towering demon qi, dense qi, and countless demon race illusions and nightmares were born and destroyed. The palm of the demon monarch on the left arm was surrounded by a layer of strong light. The corpse of the Heaven Wasteland Emperor was constantly broken down into the purest demon race origin energy, which was absorbed by the palm of the demon monarch on the left arm. The level of the Heaven Wasteland Demon Monarch was a little higher than that of the middle-level immortal emperors of the immortal world, and was only second to the high-level immortal emperors. Moreover, the nourishment obtained from the corpse of the demon monarch was indeed greater than that of the corpse of an immortal emperor. Therefore, the palm of the demon monarch on the left arm was like a fish in water, rising steadily. Crazily rising. Good. The battle is coming, increase your demon chi as much as you can. The demon crown prince is said to be extremely powerful, and his identity is mysterious, so I have to be careful. Increasing more demon chi can increase the chance of winning. Moreover, the monster that was born from the 3 high-level immortal emperors and the demon god's concubine is hiding in the demon realm. I have to carry out Master's last wish to find him, and that demon god's concubine is also the culprit who killed Master, so I have to kill her as well. Of course, the 3 high-level immortal emperors must all die. He wanted to avenge his master. However, I don't know where the first-ranked Grand Mist Emperor is now, and I don't know if he will interfere in my revenge for Master. Xiaofan's thoughts were flying as he cultivated. There was still 1 day before the battle for the position of the new generation of Demon God. At this time, an endless stream of demon race came from all directions and entered the demon's sealing mountain. It could be said that the battle the next day was extremely crucial to the future of the demon realm. The new leader of the demon race, the soul of the demon realm, was about to be born. The demon race had been without a leader all these years, resulting in the immortal realm completely suppressing the demon realm. In fact, the demon race also hoped that there would be a new leader, like the all-powerful demon god, who would lead the demon race to fight back against the immortal realm. They treated the immortals as prey, to be hunted, and enjoyed the delicious brain juice. Tens of thousands of demon race gathered. In a short period of time, the demon's sealing mountain had gathered the most powerful demon race in the demon realm. Even a large number of old demon race that had been living in seclusion had come out and rushed to the demon's sealing mountain to admire the new demon god. Of course, there was no lack of ambitious demon race that wanted to take a share of the loot in the battle the next day. However, the demon crown prince had yet to appear. I've finally refined the body of the Heaven Wasteland martial monarch. Now, I've gained another 1000 dragon force, allowing me to improve further. The pure force in my left martial monarch palm has reached 9000 dragon force. Finally, Xiaofan came out of seclusion. To be continued. Chapter 750. Thousands of demons gathered at Demon's Sealing Mountain. It included most of the elites of the demon race. At this moment, countless seats were set up on the huge square at the top of Demon's Sealing Mountain. Some seats were suspended in the void, and all kinds of strange-looking demons transformed into human forms and sat on the seats, waiting for the battle for the position of the new demon god to begin. Every demon was extremely excited and nervous, because a new chapter would be written in the future of the demon race. The appearance of a new generation of demon god meant that the demon race had been without a leader for a long time. The battle for the position of the new generation of demon god was on the horizon. On this day, the entire demon realm was filled with a blue sky. The demonic aura in the sky rolled and dissipated, adding a trace of evil charm to the scene. The atmosphere at the top of Demon's Sealing Mountain was even more intense. Adding oil to the fire. At the center of the mountain, there was an ancient altar. The surface of the altar was engraved with inscriptions of the demon race. It was extremely ancient, like a biography, describing the life and reproduction of the demon race. The wide altar was originally used by the demon race to offer sacrifices and pray to the demon god, but at this moment, it was used for a fierce battle. The beasts were going to have a decisive battle on the altar to choose a new leader, to lead the beasts back to the peak, which was currently in an extremely low position. The demons watching from all directions held their breaths. On the other side of the mountain, there were several camps, a total of 5 camps. These 5 camps represented the 5 largest forces of the current demon race. Demon Crown Prince. Emperor Tian Huang. Emperor Yanhu. Emperor Manshan. Emperor Demonic Sword. If there were no accidents, the position of the new generation of demon god would be produced by the leaders of these 5 forces. Of course. Among the many demons who had climbed up Demon's Sealing Mountain, there were also some old demons who were ready to take a share of the loot. However, accidents still happened. First, the Emperor of Heaven Wasteland was beaten to death by an unknown wild demon before he set foot on Demon Ceiling Mountain. Second, the day of the battle for the position of the new generation of demon god had arrived, but the mysterious demon crown prince still did not appear. The sudden change seemed to make the battle for the position of the new generation of demon god full of suspense. At this moment, the camp that should have belonged to the Heaven Wasteland Great Emperor was now occupied by Xiaofan. In this camp, Xiaofan sat calmly on a throne carved from the bones of a demonic beast. His expression was very calm. His lips curled into a sinister smile as his gaze swept across the spectating demons, hundreds of thousands of demons. None of them were ordinary demons. Some of the demons were extremely ferocious. Some of them had fierce looks on their faces. Some of them were murderous, as if they would pounce on people at any moment to eat them. Some of them had a temperament that was as deep as an ancient well, reflecting the sun, moon, and stars. Some were mysterious. There were many more. Xiaofan looked at the countless demons and couldn't help but lick his lips. That's great. The scene is really grand. It's indeed worthy of being a grand event that the demons rarely see in 10,000 years. The demons that have gathered here are all from the demon clan. Every one of them must have killed many humans and devoured many immortals. Today, as long as I kill all these demons, the human race will be able to obtain complete peace and tranquility. In Xiaohan's heart, there was a huge ambition and aspiration. However, when he thought about it, it was extremely unrealistic for him to annihilate so many demon clan members by himself. I'll kill some of the main leaders of the demon race. Xiaofan nodded slightly in his heart. While Xiaofan was observing the demons, countless demons were also observing Xiaofan. If the Heaven Wasteland Great Emperor and the Demon Sword Great Emperor were all great demons who had been famous for a long time. Although the Demon Prince had only risen recently, he had long been famous in the demon world. In that case, Xiaofan was a completely new face. He was a complete nobody. None of the demons present could figure out where Xiaofan had come from. His mysteriousness was too unbelievable. That caused every demon to do their best to observe, analyze, and study Xiaofan. However, after looking around, they realized that they still couldn't figure out Xiaohan's true strength. They couldn't find any clues from Xiaofan at all. Even though Xiaofan was in the true form of an immortal emperor, they couldn't find any flaws and were certain that Xiaofan was a demon. Xiaohan's mysteriousness, coupled with his method of killing the Heaven Wasteland Great Emperor, made many demons think that Xiaofan would become the new demon god. They thought that Xiaofan would become the dark horse in the battle for the position of the new demon god. Although he might not be able to defeat the demon prince, he could at least slightly disrupt the situation. In fact, among the hundreds of thousands of demon techniques that Xiaofan was proficient in, there were disguise techniques such as the reincarnation technique. Now that Xiaohan's demonic power was so strong, the demons couldn't see through him at all. The camps of the Demon Sword Great Emperor, the Pai Hu Great Emperor, and the Man Mountain Great Emperor were extremely lively and spectacular. There were thousands of demon servants sitting on the ground. They surrounded the three great emperors. On Xiaohan's side, there were only a few dozen supporters such as the Sky Feather Demon Emperor. However, Xiaofan didn't care at all. The Sky Feather Demon Emperor and the others were surprisingly full of confidence. Lord, this time you will definitely be able to suppress the demons and seize the position of the new demon god. The Sky Feather Demon Emperor used his demon consciousness to transmit his voice to Xiaofan. This guy's heart was burning with passion. This way, we will be your first batch of subordinates. Don't worry, we will never betray you in this life. Xiaofan smiled nonchalantly. Don't worry, if I seize the position of the new demon god, I will definitely give you benefits. At this moment, the Demon Sword Great Emperor, the Man Mountain Great Emperor, and the Pai Hu Great Emperor, the three senior demon emperors, all had uncertain expressions. They all knew how powerful Xiaofan was. What they had to do next was to sow discord, they would try to let Xiaofan fight with the demon prince first. Time passed minute by minute. The demon prince still hadn't arrived. All the demons on the mountain top. They couldn't hold back. It became a little noisy. However, the demon prince was the rising talent of the new generation of the demon realm. Therefore, as long as the demon prince didn't appear, the battle for the new demon god would not be held as scheduled. How arrogant. Xiaofan looked at the distant void in the sky with a faint smile. However, this demon prince will definitely not miss this golden age of the demon race. He's just putting on airs, however. From a deeper level, this demon prince is also very scheming. He's not appearing because he's wearing down the spirit of many demons who are competing with him. When the competitors are anxious and mentally unbalanced, he will come late and wait for them to exhaust themselves. It seems that this demon prince is not a simple guy. He's also good at psychological attacks. Thinking so. Xiaofan, on the other hand, was extremely calm. He was simply calm and composed. He had a look of indifference on his face. At the intersection of the demon realm and the celestial realm, the origin energy of the universe was filled. When the demon realm was in full swing, the three giants of the celestial realm were also nervously communicating. Today, the demon race will carry out the selection battle for the new demon god. Humph. The demon race is restless again. After the demon god was sealed and fell, the demon race suffered a destructive blow. Now, they've recovered? Are they going to stir up trouble again? Sigh, it's all because we were blinded by greed and were tempted by Wuxia. We even did that thing. Therefore, we had to make an agreement with Wuxia not to take the opportunity to eliminate the demon race. We must leave a chance for the demon race. Sigh, if it wasn't for that, the demon race would have been eliminated by us long ago. Moreover, we kept making up lies to make the immortals of the immortal world believe that it's not the best time to eliminate the demon race. But now, after so many years have passed, the demon race has actually slowly become stronger again. There's even a hint of a revival. It's all our fault. Humph. There's no benefit in talking about this now. Once we break the agreement with Wuxia, we'll lose all our reputation. Moreover, we don't even know if the Grand Mist Emperor knows about this. At this point, the voices of the three high-rank immortal emperors were filled with intense fear. It was as if the three high-rank immortal emperors were filled with extreme fear towards the Grand Mist Emperor. This is also the heart demon that has been troubling us for the past few years. You should know that the Grand Mist Emperor is the strongest immortal emperor in the immortal world, ranked number 1. His strength is very close to the demon god in the past. He was able to escape unscathed from the battle with the demon god. Moreover, if the Grand Mist Emperor went all out, he could also injure the demon god. The immortal emperor that the demon god was most afraid of was the Grand Mist Emperor. If the Grand Mist Emperor finds out about our matter, we'll die instantly. The Grand Mist Emperor is an expert in divination. He knows about the past and the future. Maybe, alright, let's not think about the Grand Mist Emperor for now. It's been so many years, but the Grand Mist Emperor still hasn't pursued the matter. This means that he might not know about this matter. Moreover, even if he knows, he won't do anything to us in order to maintain the stability and order of the immortal world. Now, we have to participate in the battle for the position of the new demon god. On one hand, we can't let the demon world choose a new leader to unite them. On the other hand, I have a brilliant plan that can turn the situation around. Realize the unification of the human race in the immortal world. However, this method is to save the country in a roundabout way. What do you have in mind? Assist the child we left in the demon world to ascend to the position of the new demon god. Half of our blood and flesh are in that child's body, so he can be considered as half an immortal, not a pure demon. As long as he becomes the new demon god, we can think of a way to awaken the immortal nature in his bloodline. In that case, our child will eventually return to the immortal world. At that time, the demon world will be under his control. Won't he be able to rule over it, and his life and death will be in his hands? Good. This is a brilliant plan. However, we promised Luo Xiang that we won't take half a step into the demon world. No matter. Our immortal senses will enter the demon world and observe in secret. If our child can defeat his opponent and ascend to the top, we won't make a move. If the situation changes, we will directly assist our child. I believe Luo Xiang won't say anything when the time comes. Good, that's it. Let's release our immortal senses and help our child. Boom boom boom, in the blink of an eye, 3 powerful immortal senses flew towards the demon world. The demon god temple. An extremely excited expression appeared on Luo Xiang's devilishly beautiful face. Child, today, you will finally ascend to the position of the overlord of the immortal world. Become the new demon god. In a special world in the immortal world. Under the pine tree, Xiao Yunrong was serving her respected master with all her might, the azure-robed middle-aged immortal. The azure-robed middle-aged immortal was drinking tea. At that instant, his eyes flickered as he mumbled to himself. What a storm! The war between the immortal realm and the demon realm that has existed since ancient times has now slowly entered a very subtle stage, to be continued. Chapter 751. Demon's Sealing Mountain. At this moment, the atmosphere in Demon's Sealing Mountain was extremely noisy. Ibdu. It had been several hours since the demons gathered. From early morning to noon, a brilliant demon sun, scarlet like blood, hung high in the sky, emitting a terrifying temperature that could burn mountains and boil seas. However, the demon crown prince still did not appear. Finally, great monarch Man Shan could not hold it in any more and roared. The demon crown prince is too arrogant. He still hasn't shown up at this time. Forget it. I'll take it that he has given up the fight for the position of the new demon god. Let's start the battle as scheduled. Humph. Among us, a leader will be born, and then we'll send troops to suppress the demon crown prince. The demon crown prince is too cruel, he's a disaster for our demon race. No matter who becomes the leader, we must eliminate the demon crown prince before we counterattack the celestial world, otherwise. Great monarch Man Shan became more and more proud as he spoke. His demon servants, as well as some of the fans in the audience seats, also joined in the uproar. At this moment, Xiaofan, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly twitched his ears. Looking towards the eastern horizon, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile as he muttered, "It's finally here, heh," as soon as he finished speaking. Boom, only to see. On the eastern horizon of Sealing Demon Mountain, a huge cloud of fire suddenly appeared. The fiery cloud was rolling over like a magnificent army. A terrifying demonic power was brewing in the fiery cloud. Moreover, this demonic power was extremely pure and refined. When Xiaofan carefully examined it, he discovered the demonic power in the fiery cloud. Its density was higher than Great Monarch Man Shan's. It was many times more refined than Great Monarch Man Shan's. It actually had a smell that was close to the origin power of the demon race. Compared to the demonic power contained in the demon god river, it was only one level lower. Impressive. He's indeed an impressive character. The 4 ancient great monarchs of the demon race are on a completely different level compared to the demon crown prince. Seeing this, Xiaohan's underestimation gradually disappeared. It was a form of respect. As soon as the demonic cloud appeared, the clamor on Demon's Sealing Mountain immediately subsided. The 10,000 demons exchanged glances and kept quiet out of fear. The demonic aura emitted by the fiery clouds caused the blood of the demons gathered on Demon's Sealing Mountain to instinctively tremble. Even Great Monarch Man Shan, Great Monarch Bewitching Sword, and Great Monarch Pai who were no exception. Demon's Sealing Mountain was silent. Countless demonic eyes were staring at the burning clouds that were slowly drifting over from the horizon. Xiaofan glanced at the Sky Feather Demon Sovereign and the others who were sitting behind him. Each and every one of them were cowering like quails. His face had completely collapsed. But Xiaofan was fine. Under the pressure of the burning demonic cloud, Xiaofan was like a spring breeze caressing his face, turning a deaf ear to it. Because Xiaofan's heart was protected by the soul of a true demon god, he was completely unmoved. At this moment, the soul of the demon god, which had been isolated, seemed to feel a sense of provocation. An evil murderous aura emerged and began to invade Xiaofan's mind, causing Xiaofan's murderous intent toward the demon crown prince to become more and more violent. He could not wait to rush up and tear the demon crown prince into pieces. Damn it, the soul of the demon god is affecting my temperament. It seems to want to use my strength to tear the demon crown prince into pieces. Xiaofan quickly restrained his murderous intent and observed the situation. The burning demonic cloud was getting closer and closer to Demon Sealing Mountain. Demonic light was shining in all directions, and the entire Demon Sealing Mountain was gradually shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Moreover, the pressure emitted from the burning demonic cloud was getting stronger. Under such pressure, there was a huge change in the spectator seats on Demon Sealing Mountain. Bang! 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 A large number of demons with slightly weaker cultivations directly knelt down in front of the burning clouds and shouted loudly. "Welcome, Demon Crown Prince. May the Demon Crown Prince rule the demon world forever." Even the demon servants that the three demonic emperors had brought along knelt down in droves. Roar! Get up at once. How dare you! The three monarchs roared incessantly, trying to salvage the situation. However, they realized that more and more loyal servants were kneeling down behind them, causing them to lose control of the situation. Initially, the Sky Feather Monarch Beast and the others behind Xiaofan were about to kneel down too. However, Xiaofan released a trace of demonic force and the Monarch Beast crystals on his left arm began to flicker, forcefully suppressing the pressure emitted from the burning demonic cloud, preventing the Sky Feather Monarch Beast and the others from collapsing on the spot. The situation is almost under control even before I show up. Now, the rhythm is firmly under the control of the Demon Crown Prince. If I hadn't interfered today, the four monarchs wouldn't have been able to fight against the Demon Crown Prince. There's no doubt that the Demon Crown Prince will become the new God Beast. Xiaofan's thoughts flickered continuously. All of a sudden. Something's not right. Xiaofan immediately sensed a subtle scent emanating from the fiery demonic clouds. Apart from the pure demonic aura, there's a different kind of energy ripple in the burning demonic cloud. The energy ripple is very faint, as if it hasn't truly awakened, but... Xiaofan's eyes flickered. Then, he looked at the burning demonic cloud. At this moment, a bewitching sound came from the burning demonic cloud. It was extremely sentimental and full of evil temptation. The demonic cloud gradually broke apart. Countless graceful figures of women could be seen within. These women were holding various instruments of the demon realm and were currently playing them. They sang and danced gracefully. It was a joyous scene. Moreover, the graceful demonic music contained an even more terrifying charm. After the demonic music, more and more monsters knelt down on the demon sealing peak. Only the three monarchs, some experienced old monsters, and the monsters on Xiaofan's side could still hold on and protect their hearts. Soon, the demonic women pushed aside one by one, and a young man in a jade robe walked up. His figure attracted the light and emitted a demonic aura. There was an innate demonic aura in his temperament. It was as if he was born to be the ruler of the demon realm. With a casual movement of his body, countless demonic moons and demonic stars. They surrounded and spun around him. It was as if he was the center of the entire demon realm. He seemed to have walked out from the demon realm of ancient myths. His eyes were like a king's, looking down on the heavens and earth. Demon Crown Prince. The late Demon Crown Prince finally showed up. As soon as he appeared, he was invincible. Especially the demon crown prince's eyes. They were like whirlpools, as if they contained the true demon realm. Today is the grandest occasion in the demon realm. Our demon realm has been on the verge of falling apart since the fall of the demon god. Now, we need a true leader to rule the demon realm. Otherwise, we will be destroyed by those immortals sooner or later. I am the only choice for the new demon god. I hope all of you will submit to me. The demon crown prince said in a matter-of-fact tone. His tone was very calm, without any threatening tone, as if he was telling a fact. However, his face was full of high spirits, looking down on the world. Ruling over everything. Today's grand occasion is quite grand. Under such circumstances, I can barely ascend to the throne, so let's keep things simple. Ha 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 ha. Demon Crown Prince. It won't be easy for you to become the new generation's demon god, the bewitching sword Great Emperor roared. He originally thought that there would be a fierce battle to decide the new demon god, but it seemed that the demon crown prince had already taken control of the situation. Oh? Emperor bewitching sword? You don't want to submit to me? But it doesn't matter. Step forward and I'll kill you all. The demon crown prince sneered. Meanwhile, Xiaofan. Immortal Qi. In this demon prince's body, among the signs of life, there is actually a faint celestial origin energy. Xiaofan finally saw the difference in the demon prince. Xiaofan already had a huge amount of immortal qi in his body. Now that he was facing the demon crown prince, the immortal qi that he suppressed in his body resonated. In an instant, Xiaofan completely understood. He could wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, but by chance, he found it without even looking. The demon crown prince in front of him was the evil creature that was born from the illicit intercourse between the 3 high-level immortal emperors and the demon god's concubine. At the same time, Xiaofan also sensed that 3 obscure immortal senses had already appeared at the side of the demon's sealing mountain. Xiaofan was no stranger to the 3 immortal senses. They were the immortal senses of the 3 high-level immortal emperors. The situation was clear. The 3 high-level immortals had released their immortal senses. It was obvious that they were protecting their son, the demon crown prince. For a moment, Xiaofan's murderous intent was stirred up violently. The 3 high-level immortal emperors were the common enemies of Xiaofan and his master. The birth of the demon crown prince was not only a disgrace to the entire immortal realm, but also the cause of his master's death. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Now, Xiaofan's entire body was ignited by the murderous intent. At this moment, Emperor Bewitching Sword only roared a few times, but did not make any real moves against the demon crown prince. The demon crown prince's gaze suddenly landed on Xiaofan. Oh, you're the wild demon that killed Emperor Tianhuang, right? I'm a little familiar with your aura. What do you have to do with the drying up of the demon god river? Tell me the truth now, don't leave anything out. Moreover, open your heart and submit to me. With your demonic strength, you can be my right-hand man. Assist me. Of course, if you disobey, I'll kill you. The demon crown prince's tone was that of a ruler and a subject. All the eyes of the demon race turned to Xiaofan. Xiaofan, however, raised his head and smiled. Demon crown prince, you're not a demon god yet, so you can't order me around. Moreover, I heard that your identity is very mysterious. But I do know who you are. The demon crown prince frowned slightly. All of the demon race could not help but be stunned. The true identity of the demon crown prince? Your true identity is... Xiaofan roared loudly, bastard. You're a bastard. The worst bastard in the whole world. The lowliest bastard. This is your true identity. To be continued. Chapter 752. The entire demon's sealing mountain was deathly silent. Thousands of demons were silent. This unknown wild demon was actually roaring at the demon crown prince. He kept on cursing with the most vicious words in the world. Bastard was an extremely vicious word in both the celestial realm and the monster realm. Ibdu. Insulting his parents and ancestors. The demon crown prince was stunned like a statue. Bastard? Ever since the demon crown prince was born, he had been blessed by nature and had extraordinary talent. It was as easy as drinking water and eating for him to cultivate all kinds of demon techniques. Other demons, even experienced emperors, could only cultivate dozens of demon techniques at the same time. However, the demon crown prince could master thousands of demon techniques. His talent could be called abnormal. Moreover, the demon crown prince had been dominating the monster realm all these years. His methods were extremely vicious and cruel, and he would easily destroy his enemies' clans. The demon crown prince was simply unscrupulous in the monster realm. Therefore, although many demons hated the demon crown prince, they absolutely didn't dare to scold him to his face. They could only be angry but didn't dare to say anything. It could be said that this was the first time in his life that the demon crown prince was scolded so loudly, and it was so unpleasant. Unsightly. Therefore, the demon crown prince was a stupid statue. Besides, he believed that the demon prince's bloodline was extremely noble. His mother was the demon god's most favored concubine. Almost no demon in the entire monster realm knew about this, but the demon crown prince knew it very well. He even suspected that he was the descendant of the demon god, although his mother always denied it. In the demon crown prince's heart, his bloodline was extremely noble. Unique. Only he was supreme. Perfect. He couldn't be a bastard. At the same time, the three emperors, Man Shan, Sword Demon, and Pai Hu, were frightened by Xiaofan's absurd behavior. Above the demon's ceiling mountain, the three hidden immortal senses also emitted angry thoughts. Xiaofan scolded their son in front of their faces. In the beginning, the three high-level emperors were tempted by the fragrance of Luo Xiang and had sex with her, giving birth to the demon crown prince. However, the situation was extremely promiscuous and chaotic. Until now, the three high-level emperors still didn't know who the demon crown prince's biological father was. Later, after some investigation, they found that the demon crown prince had inherited one gene from each of the three high-tier immortal emperors. He was truly a hybrid. But now, Xiaofan had called them bastards, which was tantamount to slapping the faces of the three high-rank celestial emperors. Moreover, Xiaofan's disguise as a member of the demon race was perfect. Even the immortal senses of the three high-level immortal emperors couldn't tell the difference. Initially, these three high-level immortal emperors wanted to capture Xiaofan back in the immortal world. They came up with all sorts of schemes but to no avail. And now, Xiaofan was exposed to their celestial senses, but they didn't notice at all. How ironic. The three high-grade immortal emperors didn't manage to identify Xiaofan, but Xiaofan was able to sense the existence of the three high-grade immortal emperors. Even the three high-rank immortal emperors have released their immortal senses. There's no doubt now. This demon crown prince is the most disgusting beast in both the immortal and demon realms, Xiaofan sneered in his heart. Then, he slowed down his high-pitched roar and his expression calmed down. Then, he used an apologetic tone to speak to the demon crown prince. I'm sorry, demon prince. I was too agitated just now, I'm sorry, Sorry. The group of demons was stunned again. They were completely stunned by Xiaofan's sudden change in attitude. Could it be that this wild demon was impulsive and scolded the demon crown prince for a moment of pleasure? Then, he realized that something was wrong and quickly admitted defeat. Hearing this, the demon crown prince's eyebrows twitched and then he said sinisterly. There's only one chance and it's fleeting. Just now, I asked you to submit to me to give you a chance. However, you actually dared to insult me. Forget it, tell me your identity and background now. Bring me there and I'll kill your entire family. Then, you can commit suicide yourself. Hee, sorry, I was too agitated just now. Xiaofan hurriedly laughed. It's useless. Offending me means death. Seeing Xiaofan admit defeat one after another, the Demon Crown Prince's expression was also very happy. When I called you a bastard, I shouldn't have been agitated and roared. Xiaofan said very honestly. I shouldn't have scolded you. Because, you're a bastard, a first-class bastard. I'm not scolding you, I'm just stating a fact. That's all. The Demon Crown Prince's relaxed expression became dumbfounded once again. The 10,000 demons were also dumbfounded for a moment, then, ha 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 ha. All the demons understood that this wild demon was not admitting defeat, but was playing with the Demon Crown Prince. Too bold. Too arrogant. It was said that the Demon Crown Prince was a first-class madman who was lawless. The wild demon in front of them was even more arrogant than the Demon Crown Prince. Under such circumstances, countless demons began to laugh wildly. They couldn't hold it in anymore. In an instant, the might that the Demon Crown Prince had put on airs and created with great difficulty was instantly disintegrated by Xiaofan's words. On top of the demon's sealing mountain, the demons who had originally submitted to the Demon Crown Prince's tyrannical aura now heaved a sigh of relief. The shackles on their hearts were directly released. Since the Demon Crown Prince was attacking the heart, then Xiaofan would give him a taste of his own medicine and attack the heart first. Moreover, the Demon Crown Prince had been too arrogant in his life. He had never failed, and no one had ever disobeyed him. He had cultivated an undefeatable demon heart. Xiaofan directly insulted the Demon Crown Prince as a bastard. It was not just for the sake of his tongue, but also to destroy the Demon Crown Prince's demon heart. If he angered the Demon Crown Prince and caused a crack to appear in the Demon Crown Prince's demon heart, then the chance of defeating the Demon Crown Prince would be much greater. At this moment, the three groups of immortal senses in the void were all squirming. They also realized that their son's opponent was simply too powerful. Not yet. He wanted to destroy their son's undefeatable demon heart first. They were angry. The three groups of immortal senses emitted an aura that was truly furious. This time, there were 3 high-level celestial emperors. They were willing to take the risk and release their immortal senses just to help their son ascend the throne. They originally felt that there would be no problem, but now, a ferocious wild demon came out of nowhere. There was a turning point in the matter. Look, our child has also grown to such a level. The immortal nature contained in his body is also about to awaken. This child is currently on the wrong path, but we will help him return to the right path in the future. Yes, once our child joins the Immortals camp, he will be the current #1 genius in the immortal world. Although Luoxiang and I made a mistake back then, we are also gratified to see our child grow to such an extent. Let's not talk about these things for now. The most important thing is to help our child overcome this obstacle and successfully ascend to the position of the new demon god. Everyone who obstructs our child, we must kill them all. What's more, the position of the new demon god must not fall into the hands of other demons. Otherwise, the world will be in chaos. Let's wait and see. Once our child encounters any trouble, we will immediately take action. At this moment, Xiaofan also felt the anger and murderous intent of the 3 high-level celestial emperors. Xiaofan's heart was also restless. You 3 old bastards, if you can't hold back and attack me, I will be able to expose the Demon Crown Prince's identity in front of all the demons. Even your lover, that female demon, will not be able to establish a foothold in the demon world. I can also take the opportunity to destroy your celestial emperors and make you suffer losses. At this moment, the enraged Demon Crown Prince finally launched a fatal attack at Xiaofan. It was a demonic attack that contained monstrous anger and murderous intent. "Wild demon, you insulted me with your filthy words. There is no place for you in the demon world or the immortal world. Die. I will blast you into pieces." Demonic energy swept wildly. The entire demon sealing mountain fell into a state of despair. The sky darkened, as if the end of the world had come. Boundless demonic energy burst out from the demon crown prince's body. Wisps of it turned into scriptures that lingered around the demon sealing mountain, steaming, twisting, and covering. It was accompanied by the demon crown prince's fatal demonic art. Of course, the main attack point of these demonic arts was concentrated on Xiaofan. They wanted to completely destroy Xiaofan. Demon star descends. Demon world demon sovereign. Demon fire immortal burning. Demon sky shatters. In a breath's time, dozens of demonic arts were launched at Xiaofan at the same time. Xiaofan did not hesitate. All the demonic energy in his body gathered in the demon emperor's palm on his left arm. Demonic light splashed, and he launched dozens of demonic arts at the same time. World-destroying demon saber. Black-yellow demon tower. Demon armor. Sky demon forbidden skill. Boom. 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 Demonic arts clashed. A violent hurricane swept between Xiaofan and the demon crown prince. The other demonic beasts on top of the demon sealer god, including the three emperors, hurriedly used their demonic arts to protect themselves. They had no reason to interfere in the battle between Xiaofan and the demon crown prince, and could only watch from the sidelines. An unprecedented battle. This is the strongest battle in the demon realm since the fall of the demon god. Amazing. No matter which of these two demons becomes the new demon god, he will lead the demon race to glory again. Some old demons roared hoarsely. They could not help themselves. Bang! 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 Demonic arts clashed. However, Xiaofan was suppressed by the demon crown prince even though he had also used dozens of demonic arts. Ha 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 ha. I get it now. Although your demonic energy is about the same as mine, the demonic arts and demonic arts you control are too trashy. They are all evolved from low-level demonic arts. Although the quality has been improved, they are not the strongest demonic arts of the demon realm. Ha ha ha. You will die for sure. After I kill you, I will refine your demon body into my avatar. Ha 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 ha. The demon crown prince suddenly unleashed dozens of demonic arts and launched them at Xiaofan with the momentum of a tornado. The demonic arts that Xiaofan had just released were shattered like a bubble. A huge aura pressed down on Xiaofan. To be continued. Chapter 753. Finally, at the peak of Demon Sealing Mountain, Xiaofan and the insufferably arrogant demon prince began a peerless battle. This was a battle of the pinnacle. It could even have a profound impact on the structure of the entire demon realm. On top of Demon Sealing Mountain, the densely packed demon tribe cultivators unleashed their defensive demon magics, forming a protective barrier of demon wind. This way, they wouldn't be affected by the shockwaves of the battle between the two greater demons. Even Man Shan, Bewitching Sword, and Pai Hu, the three monarch beasts, had no choice but to be on the defensive. At this moment, they finally realized the difference between them and the two monarch beasts. Previously, he had wanted to scheme against them, but now that he thought about it, it was truly laughable. Either one of the two great demons in front of them was enough to kill them 10 times over. The three great demon emperors were completely disheartened. As for those old demons who wanted to get a share of the spoils, they also stopped now, not daring to act rashly. The current Xiaofan, boom. 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 The violent pressure was like a huge demonic wall, directly crushing towards Xiaofan. The demon crown prince was indeed extraordinary. With a wave of his hand, he could launch hundreds of demonic techniques of different attributes at Xiaofan. It was simply distorting space, causing chaos and disorder in time. The Demon Crown Prince was too powerful. Xiaofan, who was in the eye of the storm, had no doubt that the Demon Crown Prince was stronger than the intermediate immortal emperors of the immortal world. He was definitely an existence that could kill intermediate immortal emperors in an instant. This vile spawn is too strong. If I bring him back to the immortal world, I'm afraid only a few high immortal emperors would be able to restrain him. Xiaofan understood. Immediately, a chill ran down his spine. Damn it! If the Demon Crown Prince led the army of the demon race to attack the immortal world, it would cause a great disaster. The three high-rank immortal emperors were the Demon Crown Prince's fathers. Once the war started, it was hard to say whether the three high-rank immortal emperors would act in the name of justice. As for the number 1 Grand Mist Emperor, he was too mysterious and had not appeared in the world for a very long time. No! I must kill this Demon Crown Prince today. He had to get rid of the hidden danger in the celestial world, and he had to avenge the death of the invincible Blade's master. Die! The Demon Crown Prince must die today. As his thoughts flashed, Xiaofan also continuously struck out with demonic techniques. The demonic arch left arm's palm was completely enveloped by scorching demonic light. The light was so bright that it was even fiercer and more domineering than the sun. With a single thought, Xiaofan also blasted out hundreds of demonic techniques. However, as the Demon Crown Prince said, the demonic technique that the Demon Prince cultivated and mastered was the supreme and invincible demonic technique of the demon realm. On the other hand, the demonic techniques that Xiaofan mastered were only the demonic techniques of some demon emperors and demon emperors in the mortal world. Although it could be said that the demon techniques of the secular world had been modified and upgraded countless times by Xiaofan, it could defeat the demon techniques of the great emperor of the demon clan in the upper realm. However, in essence, it was not a supreme demonic technique after all. Therefore, Xiaofan's hundreds of demonic techniques were destroyed by the Demon Crown Prince's demonic techniques the moment he released them. Hong, a scarlet wall of demonic aura pressed down on Xiaofan. This wall of demonic qi encompassed all directions, swallowed the 4 seas, swallowed the world. It was as if there was only this wall of demonic qi in the entire world. This demonic aura wall was formed by hundreds of supreme demonic techniques released by the Demon Crown Prince. This wall of demonic qi was enough to obliterate everything of the past and the future. Go there now. There are 10,000 kinds in the world. Ha 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 ha. Perish. Wild demon. No matter how many of your trashy demonic techniques there are, they can't pose any threat to me. Ha 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 ha. I was born noble and invincible. Every demonic technique that I cultivate is the secret of the demon realm. Every demonic technique that I cultivate is more precious than all the demonic techniques that you, a wild demon, have mastered. Ha 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 ha. Originally, if a lowly wild demon like you had submitted to this prince, then this prince would have been able to reward you like a demon dog and reluctantly reward you with a demon technique. But now, there's no more chance. I'm going to torture you to death. Hong, the wall of demonic qi sealed off all of Xiaofan's escape routes. It was like the heavens and the earth, crushing towards Xiaofan. It was unstoppable. TSK. Enough. This wall of demonic qi contains 437 of my demonic techniques. It's enough to kill you. The Demon Crown Prince simply folded his arms and looked at Xiaofan mockingly. Humph. You want to kill me, Xiaofan? What an idiot. You're nothing but a combination of immortal and demon. Filthy. Xiaofan roared in his heart. However, without a doubt, this battle was the strongest battle that Xiaofan had ever faced in his life. All the potential of his life was stimulated. Roars and cries burst out from the Demon Emperor's palm. A demon city. Sky Demon World Destroyer. Demon Dragon Roar. Sky Demon Prison. Xiaofan unleashed 3,876 demonic techniques in one go. This was a demonic technique that was unleashed in an instant. It had reached Xiaofan's current limit. Humph. It's true that your demonic technique is of high quality and mine is of low quality. However, I can unleash thousands of demonic techniques in one go against hundreds of yours. I'll wear down your spirit even if I have to. Xiaofan swore in his heart. However, he was also a little unhappy. Xiaofan knew that if he could use immortal techniques, then the 100 Lives Saber Dao would also be unleashed. The ultimate moves of the immortal and demon sects would be able to achieve an unimaginable result. However, he had to hide his immortal techniques and Saber Dao for now. Thousands of demonic techniques condensed into a huge savage demon dragon and blasted at the wall of demonic aura. Oh! Unleash thousands of demonic techniques in an instant? The demon crown prince glanced sideways. You do have some tricks up your sleeve, but it's still not enough. The demon crown prince was only slightly moved, but he still did not take any action. At that moment, all the demons watching the battle were horrified. The combat strength of the two great demons in front of them made them feel like they were unreachable mountains. Be it the demon crown prince or Xiaofan, they could easily unleash thousands of demonic techniques with a wave of their hands. The requirements for the demon body were too high. Just like the demon sword emperor, he was considered a peak figure in the demon world. However, if he unleashed 100 demonic techniques at the same time, his demon body would definitely be torn apart and he would die from self-detonation. Now, the three demon emperors were communicating with each other in fear. Forget it, forget it. These two guys are too powerful. No matter which one of them wins and becomes the new demon god, he can lead us to counterattack the immortal world. Yes, let's not fight for the position of the new demon god anymore. Indeed, in terms of combat strength, these two can instantly kill us. It's a piece of cake. However, looking at the situation, the demon crown prince has a higher chance of winning. Yes, every demonic technique that the demon crown prince unleashed is extremely powerful. Actually, the difference in demonic power between these two guys isn't too big, but the quality of the demonic techniques they control is indeed a bit different. Boom. 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 Xiaofan's thousands of demonic techniques directly bombarded the wall of demonic aura. Then, puff. 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 Xiaofan's demonic techniques were instantly destroyed. They only left some shallow marks on the wall of demonic aura, but they definitely did not shake the wall at all. The wall of demonic aura continued to sweep over with the momentum of sweeping through the surroundings. It was going to crush Xiaofan alive. A huge sense of danger gripped Xiaofan's heart. My thousands of demonic techniques against this bastard's hundreds of demonic techniques, but it only caused a slight ripple? It's impossible to break this wall of demonic aura. Xiaofan completely understood the difference in the quality of demonic techniques. It was very obvious in a life and death battle. Ha 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 ha, little wild demon, your life is at stake. Don't resist stubbornly anymore. Accept your death. Whoever goes against this crown prince, no matter immortal, human, or demon, must be exterminated. The demon crown prince was in high spirits as if he had everything under control. In the void. The immortal senses of the three high immortal emperors. Looks like our son is going to slaughter that filthy wild demon immediately. After all, he is our son. He has inherited our and Luo Xiang's bloodline. Ordinary wild demons can't compare to him. Indeed, we don't need to do anything. In terms of the quality of demonic techniques, our son is much better than them. Good. Our son will become the new generation of demon god. In the future, when the immortal nature in our son awakens, we can recognize him and tell him his true identity. He is not a demon, but an immortal. Ha 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 ha, yes, if the Grand Mist Heavenly Emperor knows about this, it will be nothing. Let our son counterattack and eliminate the demon race. The contribution he has made is enough, enough. Ha 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 ha, the demonic aura wall was getting closer and closer to Xiaofan. That terrifying pressure felt like the whole world was squeezing towards Xiaofan. It was less than 10 zhang away from Xiaofan. Xiaofan knew that once the demonic aura wall got close and attacked his body, he would definitely be crushed to death. However, Xiaofan had experienced countless life and death battles, and his will was simply like a sword that was sharp and flawless. Even in this moment of imminent danger, he still maintained his exuberant fighting spirit, his most calm attitude, and his viciousness that dared to fight and fight with his life on the line. Little bastard, it's not enough to kill me, Xiaofan. All of a sudden. Boom, in a breath, Xiaofan released thousands of demonic techniques. Boom, in another breath, Xiaofan released thousands of demonic techniques again. Boom, in the third breath, Xiaofan released thousands of demonic techniques again. Endless, seemingly endless demonic techniques burst out from Xiaofan's left arm demon emperor palm. Your demonic techniques are of high quality. Good. Then I will release tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of demonic techniques to fight with you. Countless demonic techniques, almost in a few breaths, were brewed and directly blasted towards the demonic aura wall. In a short period of time, so many demonic techniques burst out, causing the left arm demon emperor palm to be somewhat unable to bear it, and some cracks appeared. As for Xiaofan's body, it was also on the verge of collapse. The surface of his skin also began to crack. However, fighting to such a tragic point, Xiaofan did not hold back at all. Bang! Tens of thousands of demonic techniques, in a few breaths, all attacked the demonic aura wall. R1152s. Chapter 754. The battle between Xiaofan and the demon crown prince had reached an extremely tragic level. Indeed, the crown prince was even more difficult to deal with than Xiaofan had imagined. That was because the demonic techniques that the crown prince mastered were supreme demonic techniques that seized the fortune of heaven and earth. Under the situation where their demonic powers were almost the same, the crown prince relied on the supreme demonic techniques to suppress Xiaofan. However, Xiaofan's spirit was sharp, and the fighting spirit in his heart could not be extinguished. He fought back. In just a few breaths' time, tens of thousands of demonic arts had been unleashed, causing the left arm of the monarch beast left arm and Xiaofan's body to be unable to endure it. Cracks began to appear on their bodies, as blood began to seep out from the cracks. However, the tens of thousands of demonic techniques also caused part of the demonic aura wall to collapse. The demonic aura wall was formed by hundreds of supreme demonic techniques. Now, hundreds of supreme demonic techniques were surrounded by tens of thousands of demonic techniques and caused the wall to collapse. If there were too many ants, they could also bite a giant elephant to death. That was the logic. What? Tens of thousands of demonic techniques in a few breaths. It's earth-shattering and earth-shattering. The surrounding demonic beasts were all shocked. What kind of demonic body is this? How can it be so powerful? It's simply unscrupulous to be able to support such a violent release of demonic techniques. How can his demonic body not collapse with such a burst of demonic techniques? This wild demon is indeed powerful. He has the ability to fight against the crown prince. While the demonic beasts were discussing, the crown prince's eyes quickly shot out a demonic and vicious light. Shut up. What right does this wild demon have to fight against me? The position of the new generation of demon gods. It can only belong to me. This world is too boring. I just need some dolls to play with. Die. Let me see how many times you can release demonic techniques like this. How many times can you release them? What an idiot. When the demonic aura wall was about to completely collapse, the demon crown prince waved his hand again. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of supreme demonic techniques were released again, repairing the demonic aura wall that was about to collapse. Like a primordial demonic mountain, it pressed down on Xiaofan. However, the continuous release of demonic techniques also made the Crown Prince a little weak. Beads of sweat seeped out, but the Demon Crown Prince's demonic power evaporated these imperceptible beads of sweat. Hong, the demonic chi wall pressed down again, wanting to crush Xiaofan into pieces. Xiaofan's body, tall and straight like a sword. In his eyes, the battle intent had already risen to the extreme. Xiaofan didn't care at all. Within a few breaths, he unleashed tens of thousands of demonic techniques, bombarding the wall of demonic chi. Poo poo poo, the cracks on the left arm demon Thearcha's palm and body spread and widened. More blood was shed. But Xiaofan's face was fierce and cold, as if he was fighting with his life on the line. The battle situation was getting more and more tragic. Demon Crown Prince, you will definitely die today. Xiaofan waved his hand. Once again, the wall of demonic chi exploded. Before the Demon Crown Prince could continue releasing demonic techniques, Xiaofan took the initiative. Another tens of thousands of demonic techniques erupted, forming a demonic aura wall that pressed towards the Demon Crown Prince. Counterattack. After passively defending a few times, Xiaofan finally launched a powerful attack. In Xiaofan's eyes, there was no fear or apprehension, only a violent murderous intent. This kind of murderous intent was something the Demon Crown Prince had never seen before. The Demon Crown Prince realized that he was not facing an ordinary wild demon, but a primordial demon beast. In terms of aura, the Demon Crown Prince was instantly suppressed by Xiaofan. What? You. The Demon Crown Prince quickly released demonic techniques to stop Xiaofan from releasing the demonic chi wall formed by tens of thousands of demonic techniques. However, under the situation where his aura was stolen, the power and quality of the demonic techniques released by the Demon Crown Prince were greatly reduced. Boom boom boom, the demonic techniques released by the Demon Crown Prince were unable to completely shatter the demonic chi wall. Instead, the demonic chi wall seemed to have locked the void and crushed inch by inch, emitting a thunderous sound that crushed towards the Demon Crown Prince. Demon Crown Prince! You bastard, go and die! Xiaofan laughed sinisterly. At this moment, under Xiaofan's gaze, the Demon Crown Prince actually had a feeling of not daring to look straight at him. In terms of aura, Xiaofan had actually defeated the Demon Crown Prince. The arrogance, superiority, and disdain on the Demon Crown Prince's face had all disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by fear, dread, apprehension, and even some fear. In fact, it was no wonder. Although the Demon Crown Prince had mastered many supreme demonic techniques, his growth experience was completely different from Xiaofan's. The Demon Crown Prince had been nurtured by Luo Xiang since he was born. He was carefully nurtured with all kinds of demonic pills. Then, he tried everything to plant all kinds of supreme demonic technique seeds in the Demon Crown Prince's body, causing him to become an expert of the demon realm. Since the Demon Crown Prince's debut, he had experienced many battles. However, all of the battles were one-sided. They were all slaughtered. He had even killed many demons who had already surrendered. The Demon Crown Prince definitely did not have the experience of turning defeat into victory and seeking survival in the midst of death. Xiaofan, however, was completely different. Xiaofan was born as a living target. When he was in the mortal world, he was bullied and grew up in adversity. He roamed the demon metropolis, defeated all the outstanding talents in the Genius Zone, killed the immortals in the lower realm, and swept everything in the treasure of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. After arriving at the celestial world, he personally destroyed the #1 sect in the celestial world. It could be said that every battle of Xiaofan's was soul-stirring. This caused Xiaofan's fighting spirit and accumulation of battle experience to far surpass the Demon Crown Prince. Ha 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 ha. Xiaofan laughed wildly, his blood and chi surging to the sky. Demon Crown Prince, compared to me, you're like a good-for-nothing playboy. An existence like you can't defeat me. Let me slaughter you. Ha 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 ha. Boom boom boom. While speaking, Xiaofan burst out tens of thousands of demonic techniques. They were added to the demonic chi wall, causing the demonic chi wall to simply cover the sky and earth, covering the sun and moon. At the same time, poof, 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 poof. Xiaohan's left demon emperor palm shattered into pieces, and blood also exploded from his body. Such a high-intensity demonic technique was indeed self-damaging for Xiaofan. However, Xiaofan would never give up on killing the demon crown prince. His only thought was to kill them all. No! You lowly wild demon! The demon crown prince's mind was taken away, and he was actually unable to resist Xiaohan's attack. Deep in his heart, the shadow of failure had been born. A huge crack had already appeared in his demon heart. If the battle continued, he would definitely be killed by Xiaofan. No! The pressure of the demonic chi wall caused the demon crown prince to retreat again and again. His aura had weakened to the bottom, especially under the lock of Xiaohan's cold-killing intent. The demon crown prince couldn't even use half of his usual strength. At this time, in Xiaohan's heart, the demon god's will was transmitted. The demon god's will let out a sneer, and there was also a hint of praise. Good, good, kill this guy. Kill. The demon crown prince is going to die. On the demon's ceiling mountain, the group of demons burst out with horrified roars. They never thought that the demon crown prince would lose. Moreover, it was very likely that he would die now. In the void, the three immortal senses also began to squirm. Damn it! Our child is in a disadvantageous situation. Make your move. Wait a little longer. If we act rashly, we will also fall into danger. Make your move. At worst, we will lose our immortal senses, but we must save our child. In this life, we have cultivated the immortal Tao, and we have not given birth to children in the immortal world. Although the demon crown prince's background is a little awkward, he is after all our only blood. Forget it, we only came here with immortal senses, so we don't have the ability to help our child directly kill that wild demon. Therefore, my plan is to condense all the energy of the three immortal senses and save our child. Good. That's it. As long as there is life, there is hope. However, just when the three immortal senses were about to make their move, in an extremely distant place, a series of obscure ancient demon language was transmitted to the demon's ceiling mountain. This ancient demon language was uttered by a woman. Every word was round and bright, with a kind of bone-deep charm, making people willing to die and have their bones crushed. Moreover, it also carried the power of the ancient demon technique. Bang! 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 A string of ancient demon language. With every word, Xiaohan took a step back, and with every step back, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His demonic chi wall was also completely broken. The primordial demon language instantly boosted the demon crown prince, who was retreating in defeat. At this moment, the demon crown prince not only regained his fighting spirit and momentum, but also burst out a kind of power that should not have belonged to him. The demon crown prince straightened his back, and the demonic chi all over his body was like the sun in the sky. His voice also became muffled. Wild demon, this time, you will die without a burial place. Ancient demon power. The purest ancient demon power. On the demon's ceiling mountain, thousands of demons roared. At this moment, a trace of uncontrollable killing intent appeared in Xiaohan's eyes. That demonic woman is here to help her son. Damn it! This demonic woman is the culprit who besieged and killed Absolute Saber's master. Bang! 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 The demon crown prince walked towards Xiaohan step by step, and everywhere he passed, everything collapsed. The battle suddenly turned around. From the current situation, Xiaofan almost did not have any power to resist the ancient demon power emitted by the demon crown prince. At this moment, "Brat, it's that bitch Luo Xiang who used an ancient demon treasure. With your strength, you won't be able to block it, but I can help you, but you have to swear to become my follower. That way, I can bestow upon you the power of eternity." Ha 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 ha. The demon god in Xiaohan's heart let out a strange laughter as it negotiated with Xiaohan. Xiaohan did not fall for it at all, and communicated with the demon god with his thoughts. "Forget it, why should I swear to become your follower? Luo Xiang? That must be your beloved concubine, but I heard that she had an affair with a few immortal emperors and gave birth to this bastard." Bastard, the demon god is known as the strongest creature in the heavens, but he was also cuckolded and became a tortoise, ha 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 ha. Roar. Shut up. Forget it. I will give you the power now. Kill them for me immediately. Kill. Kill them all. Leave no bones behind. The demon god seemed to be enraged and roared crazily. To be continued. Chapter 755. The battle between Xiaohan and the demon prince was indeed full of ups and downs, full of all kinds of twists and turns. First, the demon prince relied on the supreme demonic technique to suppress Xiaohan. Then, Xiaohan used the undefeatable faith and fighting spirit that he had honed for many years to suppress the demon prince, causing the demon prince to have less than 50% of his strength. Just as the demon prince was about to be killed by Xiaohan, the demons thought that the new generation of demon god would fall on the head of the wild demon, Xiaohan. A shocking change happened again. The demon crown prince's mother had used an ancient demonic treasure from afar to enhance the demon crown prince's body with the ancient demonic power of a supreme being. An ancient demonic power that did not belong to the demon prince was possessed. At this moment, the demon prince's exhausted demonic heart was restored, and he re-established his invincible belief. He felt a destructive power flowing in his body, making him believe that at this moment, he was the invincible demon god. Everything that stood in his way would be blasted into smithereens. "Wild demon, you're just an ant. I'll crush you to death. Ha 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 ha." The demon prince burst into a low, muffled laughter. Bang! 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 The demon prince walked in the void, and a powerful wave of power spread out, causing the entire demon ceiling mountain to tremble and float, as if it was about to collapse. The ancient demon mountain was about to be destroyed by the demon prince's aura alone. Ah! Ancient demonic power. Legend has it that it's the most ancient and great demonic power. This demonic power contains a trace of the demon god's will. Run! The demon prince received the blessing of the ancient demonic power. It will destroy the world. It will burst out with the power to destroy the world. That wild demon. He's about to be killed by the demon prince. All of a sudden, the demons on Demon Ceiling Mountain all believed that there was no longer any suspense in this battle. The demon crown prince would kill Xiaohan. Then, the beasts all released their demonic energy and flew off in all directions, leaving Ceiling Mountain. They floated in the surrounding void and watched the battle from afar. As they fled, they begged or swore loyalty to the demon prince. "Your Highness, you can control the ancient demonic power. Then, you're destined to be the future demon god. We're all willing to submit to you, Your Highness. Please allow us to temporarily fly away from the Demon Ceiling Mountain so that you can kill this wild demon to your heart's content, Your Highness. After you kill this wild demon, we'll hold a ceremony for you to be crowned, even the demon sword." Man Mountain, the 3 demon emperors, and 3 demon emperors had submitted. Those old demons who originally wanted to stir up trouble also bowed at the feet of the demon crown prince. The demon ceiling prince laughed strangely and didn't kill and escaped demon clan of Mountain. Only Xiaohan was left on the huge ceiling demon mountain, demon emperor of the demon emperors and only emperor of and only demon and only one of and only and was and prince of and was. And was of and had was. Let's leave quickly. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid, it'll be too late. That lord is indeed brave, but the situation can't be reversed. The demon prince is already invincible in the demon world. Nothing can stop him anymore. The new generation of demon god is already very obvious. We should also submit. The sky feather demon monarch shivered. He was now faced with a very difficult choice. If he chose to betray Xiaofan, then, as Xiaofan's lackey, he might be killed by the demon prince in the future. However, if he insisted on standing behind Xiaofan, the current situation would be disadvantageous. Wait a little more. Demon Emperor Tianyu was sweating profusely. In the void, the immortal senses of the three high-rank immortal emperors. Just when the three high-rank immortal emperors were about to use their immortal force to save the demon prince, Luoxiang made her move. The three high-rank immortal emperors immediately held back. Luoxiang, make your move, our son is worryless. The new generation of demon god is about to be born. I didn't expect that the new demon god of the immortal world and the demon world, after fighting for so long, would actually be our son. The world is really unpredictable. But don't let your guard down too much. Let's also keep a close eye on him and not let any accidents happen. At this moment, Xiaofan, in fact, before Xiaofan fought with the demon prince, he already had some plans in his heart. One must know that Xiaofan was not a person who only charged forward and attacked fiercely. Xiaofan also knew some strategies, and he would make his move after planning. Xiaofan knew that the demon prince had a trump card. For example, the demon god's beloved concubine and the three high-rank immortal emperors. Xiaofan's plan was to directly provoke the demon god when the battle took an unexpected turn and let the demon god make his move. It was impossible for the demon god not to make his move. First, the demon god had not truly fallen. Therefore, whoever dared to fight for the position of the new demon god would be usurping the position. This was something the demon god would never allow. Second, the demon god's beloved concubine had an affair with an immortal and gave birth to a bastard. This was simply a living cuckold. Not to mention the demon god, even if it was any weak man, he would jump to take revenge. Therefore, Xiaofan predicted that the demon god would make his move. As expected, after the demon god proposed conditions to Xiaofan, Xiaofan directly ignored it and then crazily provoked the demon god. This made the demon god go crazy. Completely crazy. All of this was within Xiaofan's calculations. However, the only thing that Xiaofan did not expect was that the demon god did not make his move himself. Instead, he passed a wave of power to Xiaofan. He wanted to use Xiaofan to get rid of the demon prince. I will grant you supreme power. Humph. My power is enough to destroy the entire demon world. With your body, it is not enough to bear all of my power. No, even 1/10 of my power is completely unbearable. Therefore, I will give you a little bit of power. Ha ha ha. Your body is not bad. I don't want to make it explode. Just a bit of power. Remember, this bit of power is also very domineering and explosive. Therefore, I don't want to make your body explode. You only have 10 breaths of time. You only have 10 breaths of time to use this strand of power. Moreover, when this strand of power dissipates, your body will show signs of collapse. Yes, power. Accept this seat's power. Suddenly, boom, a mushroom cloud directly rose from Xiaofan's body. In the violent mushroom cloud, there was a power that could destroy everything. Densely packed ancient demon characters blossomed. There seemed to be countless ancient giant demons meditating and chanting devoutly. Worship. A kind that commanded tens of thousands of demons and the demon world. Even an aura that caused all the worlds to worship was released. Ga. The demon prince's body suddenly froze. The ancient demon power in his body suddenly stiffened. The demon prince's expression was extremely strange, and then, he couldn't help but tremble. And, all the demons around the demon sealing mountain, one by one, uncontrollably knelt in the direction of Xiaofan. The three groups of immortal senses in the void, this power is so familiar. This is, not good. Save our child. This seems to be the power of that demon god. Demon god temple. Luo Xiang's face became extremely distorted. Is it him? Is he back? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He has been sealed by the group of immortals. Moreover, he abandoned his body and injected his divine soul into the egg of the cosmic giant beast. He can't come back. Child. Luo Xiang roared. Child. Mother is coming to save you. At this moment, the cracks on Xiaohan's left demon emperor palm had been repaired. The injuries on his body had also been healed. Moreover, there was a powerful evil and supreme power injected into his body. This power was greater than billions of divine mountains. This power was deeper than billions of oceans. This power was more majestic than the heavens. This power was more resplendent than the galaxy. This power was more evil than 10,000 demons. This power was more overbearing than a sovereign king. This power, sweep. Ruler. Exterminate. Create. Roar. Xiaofan burst out with a violent roar. Puff. 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 With a roar, the demon sealing mountain collapsed into dust. In all directions, the void was shaken by the roar and immediately burst open. The densely packed demons with lower cultivation bases were shattered. Although some of the demons with higher cultivation bases did not shatter into pieces, shocking cracks had appeared on their bodies. However, Xiaohan's control over this ancient power that didn't belong to him was still a bit shaky. When he roared, he barely managed to protect Demon Emperor Sky Feather and the others on Demon Sealing Mountain, so they didn't shatter. Then, damn, this power is not easy to control. Forget it, 10 breaths, a few breaths have passed, I must hurry up. Demon Crown Prince, I will crush you to death. The mushroom cloud dispersed and Xiaofan directly grabbed towards the Demon Crown Prince. A terrifying afterimage flashed and the space was shattered like a piece of glass. Shattered. The aftermath of the attack caused the surface of the Demon Crown Prince's body to shatter like tofu. Ah! Mother, save me! The Demon Crown Prince burst out a heart-wrenching scream. At the same time, Wild Demon. Don't be so arrogant. Puff, in the void, 3 groups of immortal senses completely condensed together and formed a jade-colored immortal hand. There were countless immortal runes lingering on it and it directly grabbed towards Xiaohan's sky-covering demon hand. In addition, in a faraway place, child, mother will not let you die. Boom, a fair, jade-like hand grabbed over. This jade-like hand was also steaming with terrifying demonic power, as if it could destroy everything. Boom! Xiaohan's sky-covering demon hand, the immortal hand formed by the immortal senses of the 3 high-rank immortal emperors and Luo Xiang's jade-like hand directly collided. With this collision, 3 kinds of powerful forces directly exploded together. Puff! Puff! The immortal hand shattered. The jade-like hand exploded. However, Xiaohan's sky-covering demon hand also lost a portion of its demonic power. However, the sky-covering demon hand only slowed down slightly and directly slapped on the Demon Crown Prince's body. Puff! The Demon Crown Prince's body was like an eggshell. It exploded into pieces. Under the bombardment of the sky-covering demon hand, it directly shattered into nothingness. However, when the Demon Crown Prince was slapped to death, the power of the sky-covering demon hand was instantly exhausted. 10 breaths of time was up. After the power dissipated, as expected, Xiaofan's entire body surged with a sense of exhaustion. He directly took a dozen steps back with a pale face. Lord! Lord! The Sky Feather Demon, the Arch, and the others immediately rushed forward and supported Xiaofan. At this moment, the demon body of the Demon Crown Prince had completely disappeared. A seed directly rose from the place where his body disappeared, and in a flash, it directly flew in the direction of the Demon God Palace. To be continued. Chapter 756. After a trace of the Demon God's power was attached to his body, Xiaofan finally killed the Demon Prince, who was blessed with the power of the ancient demon treasure. The power of the Demon God is enough to destroy the world. TSK. Xiaofan gasped. If it's the power of the Demon God at its peak, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as killing the Demon Prince. But now, Xiaofan was extremely exhausted. He kept retreating and was supported by Demon Monarch Tianyu and the others. Now, Demon Monarch Tianyu and the others already regarded Xiaofan as a god. The power Xiaofan used just now was extremely terrifying. It shocked the hearts of these demons and made them surrender. Although most of the demons didn't know the source of the power Xiaofan controlled, it didn't matter. All the demons understood, this was the power of the future demon god. This was the greatest power of the demon race. This was enough to reverse the situation in the immortal world. Lord Demon God. Greetings, Lord Demon God. In all directions of the dilapidated demon ceiling mountain, the sound of worshipping filled the air. It was the sound of blind allegiance. My Lord. The Sky Feather Demon Monarch stammered as his body shivered. From now on, you are the Demon God. The ruler of the demon race. The king of the world. Let's go back to your city first. Xiaofan's face was pale. I need to meditate and recuperate. Yes, immediately, Demon Monarch Tianyu read from all directions. He gathered some demon beasts and a golden chariot. He put Xiaofan on the chariot and directly returned to Demon Monarch Tianyu's city. Behind him, the densely packed demon clan followed, bowing and scraping. Xiaofan didn't care about the outside world. He focused on recuperating. Demon Qi flowed on the palm of the Demon Monarch Tianyu's left arm and began to recover. At the same time, his divine soul looked inside. He saw that at this moment, the demon god was no longer shocked and no longer transmitted thoughts. Xiaofan's heart was blocked again. However, vaguely, Xiaofan felt. The demon god seemed to be refining something. Is it refining the energy of the demon river? Xiaofan's heart gradually turned cold. Then, Xiaofan's heart became colder and colder. Oh no! Now! The power of the demon god. He was recovering faster and faster. Back then. After the demon god's soul and the egg fused into my heart, they were like a pool of stagnant water. It can't change any of my thoughts at all. Then, the demon god's soul seemed to have become stronger and stronger, and it could transmit its will to me. Now, the demon god's soul can borrow my hand and use a part of its power. In this case, the demon god's soul is probably close to taking over my body. Xiaofan's heart felt as if it had fallen to the bottom of a valley. No! I must think of a way to reverse this defeat. I, Xiaofan, will not sit and wait for death. I can't let the demon gods devour my soul and occupy my body. Immortal world. At the intersection of the immortal realm and the Yao realm. The origin energy of the universe ran amok. 3 high-rank immortal emperors, the 3 high-tier immortal emperors spurted out blood at the same time. Their faces that were brimming with vitality turned pale in an instant. Moreover, within the paleness, there was palpitation, malevolence, anger, and a trace of fear. Our children were killed by that wild demon. Damn it! Our immortal consciousnesses were also destroyed. Even our real bodies were affected. Don't be impatient. Our child's physical body was destroyed, but a trace of his divine soul was brought back by Luo Xiang. I believe that Luo Xiang will definitely think of a way to revive our child. However, the power that killed our child seemed to be the power of a demon god. The power of the demon gods that swept through both the immortal and Yao realms in the past. Could it be that the demon gods have returned? Impossible. The demon gods lost their physical bodies and attached their souls to an egg. We sealed the egg. The demon gods must have perished. There's no way they can be revived. Could it be that the wild demon obtained a treasure left behind by the demon gods? No matter what, the wild demon has killed our child and seized the position of the new demon gods. He will definitely plot a counterattack against the immortal world. We can't sit and wait for death. Back then, we were concerned about our child. After all, the position of the new Yao god was already set in stone, and it should belong to our child. That's why we endured and didn't completely destroy the Yao realm. But now, the situation has changed. We can't remain silent any longer. Let's break this stalemate. And avenge our child. Alright. We'll issue an order to the immortal world in our names. War. We need war. We must wage war against the Yao realm. We must destroy the Yao realm. Kill that wild demon. Alright. Issue the order. Gather all the immortals and immortal emperors. Summon the hidden immortal emperors to form an army and march against the Yao realm. There's no time to lose. We must destroy the wild demon before his wings are fully formed. We can't give him a chance to unify the Yao realm. In the past, the Yao realm was a motley crew of loose sand, nothing to worry about. But now that they have a new leader, they're a force that can't be ignored. We can't give them that chance. In an instant, the deep and desolate voices of the three high-rank immortal emperors echoed across every inch of the immortal world. Immortals, the human race and the Yao realm have been at war for generations. Before that, we sacrificed the lives of countless young immortals to seal the demon gods and obtain peace and stability. But now, the Yao realm is on the move again. They have elected a new demon god and are about to launch a counterattack against the immortal world. We don't want to see our people destitute. We have the responsibility to fight. We will march straight into the Yao realm and destroy the Yao realm. Our army will enter the Yao realm and wipe out the Yao realm. Perhaps a large number of immortals will give up their lives, but for the sake of future peace, so that our human race will no longer be invaded by the evil Yao realm, we have no reason to retreat. Even if we die, we have no regrets. The righteous voices spread across the immortal world, causing the blood of countless immortals to boil with excitement. Some of the immortal emperors who lived in seclusion came out. The atmosphere in the immortal world was tense. A war was about to break out. The Yao realm. The Yao God Palace. At this moment, Luo Xiang also had a dispirited expression. Just now, she had exchanged a palm strike with Xiaofan, causing her to be heavily injured. Luo Xiang's heart skipped a beat. That's his power. Did he return to the Yao realm? But that's impossible. Judging from his domineering attitude, once he returns, he will definitely start a massacre in the immortal world, and he will come to kill me. No. Furthermore, the power he displayed is many times weaker than before. It seems that the wild demon obtained some of the treasures he left behind. At that moment, a wisp of soul seed circled around Luo Xiang like a will-o'-the-wisp, and let out a venomous voice. Mother, save your child. Your child's physical body has been completely destroyed. Your child can't resist that power. That wild demon can't possibly have such power. Your child can't accept this. Your child must take revenge. Your child must tear that wild demon into 1,000 pieces. It was the voice of the demon prince. Then, the wisp of soul seed began to wriggle and transform into a face. It was the face of the demon prince, and it looked very ferocious. "Sai, my child, your body is completely destroyed." Luo Xiang sighed softly. "No. Mother. You can definitely save me. Even if my body is destroyed, my wisp of divine soul hasn't completely dissipated. Mother can help me reconstruct my body. My child, after losing your body, your divine soul won't be able to exist in this world for long. Without the support of a body, your divine soul will quickly wither." Luo Xiang said with melancholy. "No. Mother. You can choose a new body for me." The demon prince's divine soul let out a horrified wail, as if he was very afraid that his divine soul would dissipate. "My child, your body is very powerful. It's a rare demon body in the entire demon world. Only the most powerful body can host your divine soul. A weak body can't bear your divine soul at all, and it will explode and shatter. Now, in the entire demon world, even in the entire immortal world, there's no body to host your divine soul." Strangely, Luo Xiang's voice suddenly became calm. This calmness made people feel fear and their scalps tingle. "No. Mother. If I can't find a body to host my divine soul, will my divine soul be annihilated? No. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I still want to unify the immortal world and the demon world, and fulfill my great ambition." The demon prince let out a hysterical roar. "My child, calm down first." Luo Xiang said calmly, "Now, there's only one way to save my child, and let my child return to the world. Mother, what is it? What is it? Now, no matter what it is, I'm willing to try it. Use the method used by the demon god in the past." At this moment, Luo Xiang's eyes flashed with a strange luster. At that time, the demon god had great willpower, destroyed his own body, and hosted his divine soul in an egg of a cosmic giant beast, in an attempt to hatch it. Once it hatches, it will be the most terrifying creature in the universe. And this kind of cosmic giant beast's egg. "There are a total of 2, Luo Xiang said calmly with a voice that was almost perverted. "At that time, the demon god hatched one of them, and the other egg of the cosmic giant beast was hidden by me. The demon god hatched the male egg, and the remaining one is the female egg." To be continued. Chapter 757. Child, the only way to let you return to the world now is to imitate the demon god's method. Place your divine soul in an egg of a giant cosmic beast. Hatch it. Hatch it. However, this egg of a giant cosmic beast is female. As she spoke, Luo Xiang's bewitching eyes shone with a sinister light. There was also a hint of heat and ambition in her eyes. "A female egg. Mother, this. The demon prince was a little confused. "Child, listen to your mother," Luo Xiang said seriously. "Because your demon body is too strong, there is no physical body in the world that can place your divine soul. Child, your background is very complicated, you are destined to be strong and extraordinary from the moment you are born. Now, the only thing that can place your divine soul in is the egg of a giant cosmic beast. This giant cosmic beast is called Heaven-Devouring Beast. In the past, Lord Demon God used supreme divine abilities and demon techniques to understand this universe. In this universe, the lowest level is the mortal world. There are humans in the mortal world, and there are also us demons, but we all have the lowest bloodline. Then there is the upper realm, the demon realm, the immortal realm. So, is the upper realm the whole universe? Actually, it is not. Outside the immortal realm and the demon realm is a chaotic universe. In the universe, there is chaotic energy, many celestial bodies, and also the demon realm and the immortal realm like us. However, there. 1. Read. XSTXT. In the boundless universe, there were many other races. There are the insect clan, monsters. However, these races are far less powerful than us demons and immortals. However, there is a type of giant beast. Heaven-devouring beast. But it is the most powerful existence in the universe. The heaven-devouring beast can devour heaven and earth, and its physical body is simply invincible. Even Lord Demon God couldn't kill a heaven-devouring beast. Fortunately, this kind of heaven-devouring beast is very rare, and its intelligence is very low. Otherwise, the ones to rule this universe wouldn't be immortals, nor would it be the demons. The demon god's ambition is very great. He was inspired to become the most powerful existence in the universe. Therefore, he worked hard all his life, constantly searching in the universe. After many disasters, he finally found 2 eggs of the heaven-devouring beast. 1 female and 1 male. These 2 eggs. He was brought back to the demon realm by the demon god. After all, the intelligence of a heaven-devouring beast is extremely low. Thus, the demon god came up with a solution, and that was to destroy his own body and then seep his soul into the egg of the heaven-devouring beast. It devoured the extremely low divine soul. This way, when it hatched, it would have the intelligence and soul of a Yao god, and the invincible body of a heaven-devouring beast. The various demonic arts of the demon gods would also be inherited by the heaven-devouring beast. In this way, the most invincible existence in the universe will be born. No one can defeat this monster. It can swallow the entire immortal world in one go. Right now, the Yao god has used a male heaven-devouring beast egg, leaving behind a female egg. I don't have the courage to abandon my body. Furthermore, even if I use my divine soul to enter the egg, I don't have enough power to hatch it. Now that your physical body has been destroyed, you can make use of this female heaven-devouring beast egg. However, there are 2 things that are very important right now. Firstly, if you hatch the egg of a female heaven-devouring beast, you'll become a woman. Secondly, the process of hatching an egg requires too much energy. What? Mother, I'll become a woman? For a moment, the demon crown prince was a little confused. Then, no. How can I become a woman? Mother. This is absolutely impossible. The demon crown prince yelled. Indeed, for a handsome man to become a woman, this was indeed something that could not be accepted. Shut up. Luo Xiang reprimanded sternly. Do you want to die, or be reborn? If you want your soul to dissipate, just pretend that I never said this. The demon crown prince was stunned. Mother, other than this method, is there no other way? The demon crown prince's voice trembled in fear. However, Luo Xiang's voice was very cold. Either you take a risk and attach your divine soul to this female heaven-devouring beast egg and change your sex, or you die. Apart from this, there is no third possibility. Ah! The demon crown prince screamed like a wounded and dying beast. Son, think about it yourself. Live or die? Luo Xiang said indifferently. After dozens of breaths, a wisp of the demon crown prince's divine soul burst out with a mournful voice. Mother, I am willing to live. Of course I am willing to live. Even if I become a woman, I will live. Roar. Wild demon. I must kill you. I must tear you into pieces. It was you who forced me into such a situation. It was you who put me in a dead end. Roar. I will definitely kill you. All right, child, don't be weak and useless barking here, Luo Xiang scolded. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. Child, once your soul seeps into the egg of the female heaven-devouring beast and hatches, your fleshly body will be invincible, and you'll be a terrifying creature that can devour the universe. Most frightening of all is that you'll possess extremely high intelligence, and you'll be able to inherit your current thoughts and demonic arts. The wish that the demonic god was unable to fulfill back then might be fulfilled by you, child. Child, you'll be able to rule the world and become invincible throughout the universe. Woo? This. The demon crown prince's noisy barking subsided. He seemed to have completely accepted the reality. Mother, once I succeed, will I really be invincible? Can I kill that wild demon? But that wild demon seems to control some of the demon god's power. I'm afraid. There's nothing to doubt. Once you succeed, that wild demon will die no matter where he comes from. Child, you can easily crush him. Even if Lord Demon God is reborn, he will not be a match for you. Luo Xiang was very sure. That's great. The Demon Crown Prince said excitedly, then paused. However, Mother, even if my divine soul can seep into the female heaven-devouring beast egg, the incubation process will be very long. Moreover, it needs too much energy to hatch. The demon god's plan failed. It was sealed by the immortals before it hatched. I'm afraid it was stuck because it didn't have enough energy during the incubation process. Now, if I want to hatch it, the energy is a problem. As for the energy for the incubation, Mother will think of a way. Now. Child, your divine soul, rest first. Tomorrow, Mother will personally protect you and let your divine soul fuse into the female heaven-devouring beast egg. After saying that, Luo Xiang activated her demon power, wrapped the Demon Crown Prince's divine soul, and then left. Humph. There are 2 eggs of the heaven-devouring beast. This is the greatest secret of the immortal realm and the monster realm. Luo Xiang stood at the edge of the cliff, her clothes fluttering in the wind. As if she was about to fly away. Only the demon god and I know this secret. Even the immortals don't know. Lord Demon God used his great demon power to conceal the aura of the 2 heaven-devouring beast eggs. Now, the only one left is the female heaven-devouring beast egg. For my child. For my child. However, the energy needed for the incubation is indeed a huge problem. Without a particularly powerful energy, it will take billions of years for the egg to hatch. That's too long. By then, even the universe will be destroyed, and my child won't be reborn. Luo Xiang began to ponder. Her enchanting eyes flickered with the luster of many crafty plots and schemes. Finally, let's do it this way. Luo Xiang seemed to have come up with a plan. Soon, Luo Xiang turned around and entered the Monster God Palace. Luo Xiang walked through the corridors and finally arrived at an extremely secret side hall. The hall was filled with an aura that had been sealed for a long time. A treasure chest was placed at the center. On the surface of the treasure chest, there was some special energy that was sealed. Luo Xiang walked over and opened the treasure chest with a wave of her hand. Inside was a shiny white egg. The egg was only about a meter long. The surface of the eggshell was covered with some cloud patterns. On the surface of the eggshell, there were many demon race inscriptions that formed a seal that sealed the aura of the egg. However, one could still vaguely sense a monstrous and invincible aura from the egg. Suddenly, Luo Xiang's entire body surged with a whirlpool-like demonic aura, and within this demonic aura was an indescribable spatial energy. Soon after, Luo Xiang concentrated her attention and used her demonic energy that contained the power of space to carve on the surface of the eggshell. Each stroke seemed to consume a great deal of Luo Xiang's demonic qi. Gradually, a space formation took shape on the surface of the eggshell. The space formation was extremely profound and mysterious. It was like a vortex. After completing the space formation, Luo Xiang took out a voice transmission stone. You guys, do you want to save your child's life? Humph. Your child's body has been destroyed, leaving only a wisp of his divine soul. He will soon perish completely and cease to exist in the 3 realms and 5 elements. I know that although you guys are high-rank celestial emperors of the immortal world, you don't have any children. The Demon Crown Prince is your only flesh and blood. Do you want to save your son now? Luo Xiang's voice was transmitted to the intersection between the demon realm and the immortal world through the voice transmission stone. The 3 high-rank celestial emperors circled around each other. A voice transmission stone appeared in the middle, and Luo Xiang's voice came out. What? Our son is going to perish? His divine soul is going to perish? Luo. Luo Xiang, you must think of a way to save our child. We can't let our child die. The three high-rank celestial emperors cried out, of course, we will do our best to help our child revive. After all, this child has the genes of an immortal in his blood, so he isn't completely demonic. One day, we might be able to wash away the demonic chi and demonic nature from his body and turn him into an immortal. Good. Since you have the heart to save your son, then listen to my instructions. I will set up a space teleportation formation in the immortal world. Command all the immortals to use their immortal weapons, artifacts, and immortal arts to attack the space teleportation formation. Luo Xiang's eyes flickered with excitement. To be continued. Chapter 758. In order to resurrect the Crown Prince, Luo Xiang had taken the initiative to communicate with her three lovers, the three advanced immortal emperors of the immortal world. Luo Xiang's plan was to set up a teleportation formation directly in the immortal world. Then, all the immortals in the immortal world would use their power to attack the teleportation formation. Although Luo Xiang's voice was indifferent, her bewitching eyes were burning with excitement and evil demonic flames. On the other side of the sound transmission stone, the voices of the three high-grade celestial emperors were trembling and filled with doubt. Luo Xiang, teleportation formation? What spatial array? But don't worry, we've already gathered the army of the immortal world to attack the demon realm. When the time comes, we'll definitely kill that wild demon and avenge our son. Of course, our son's soul hasn't perished yet, and we'll do everything in our power to bring him back to life. However, what exactly is up with that spatial formation? Shut up. Stop jabbering on and on. Luo Xiang coldly berated. Immediately after, he spoke in a tone that did not allow for any explanation. Don't be noisy. I have my own plans for the teleportation array. This is the only way to save your son. Otherwise, your son will vanish into thin air. Let me tell all of you. Once my son dies, then I'll announce what happened between all of you and me to the immortal world. At that time, all of you will be utterly disgraced and won't be tolerated by the world. No. No. Luo Xiang, don't force us to read Ibdu. This matter must not be told to anyone. Back then, you also promised us that you would keep your mouth shut. That's why we. Forget it. To save our child. In that case. We didn't ask any more questions. I believe that you also want me to be reborn. After all, half of your blood is in me. The three high-rank celestial emperors finally gave in. Luo Xiang nodded her head in satisfaction. In a few days, I will bring this spatial transfer array to you. The projection reached the immortal world. Tell your immortal army not to attack the Yao realm for the time being. In short, you must think of a way to deceive the immortals of the immortal world about the teleportation array. Don't let them suspect anything. Moreover, you have to use supreme immortal energy to conceal yourself, so that the immortals won't be able to find any clues. All you need to know is one thing. Send all your attacks into the teleportation array. Don't stop. This was a teleportation array. It concerns the life and death of the demon crown prince and our common son. We can't be negligent. Dozens of breaths later, forget it. Luo Xiang, we'll do as you say. However, that wild demon. Enough. That wild demon doesn't count for much. The power he released contained traces of a demon god, but it was definitely not a demon god. If a demon god had been reborn, the first thing it would have done would have been to kill us. After all, I had made a cuckold out of the monster god, and he would not tolerate it. That wild demon had only obtained a trace of the demon god's power. He was nothing. As long as our son can be reborn, then killing that wild demon will be as easy as blowing off dust. Very well, let's let our son be reborn and kill that wild demon with his own hands, so that the inner demon in his heart will not be born. The call ended. Jie, my plan has almost succeeded. Son, you will definitely be resurrected. Luo Xiang gently closed the lid of the box that contained the egg of the heaven-devouring beast. He walked out. Xiaofan still did not know about Luo Xiang's plan to resurrect the demon prince. He was recuperating in the city where the Sky Feather Demon Monarch was. Now, the entire demon world and billions of demon clans had submitted to Xiaofan. They called Xiaofan the new generation of demon god. They worshipped him as their leader. However, as a human, Xiaofan did not bother to deal with these demon clans. He only sent some minions under the Sky Feather Demon Monarch, but perfunctorily dismissed the demons. Xiaofan even completely ignored the Sky Feather Demon Monarch, the Barbarian Mountain Emperor, and the Demon Sword Emperor. The demons were afraid of Xiaofan and did not dare to stay outside the Sky Feather Demon Monarch city. After flattering him for a while, they all retreated. In the palace of the Sky Feather Demon Monarch city, Xiaofan sat high up in the seat of honor. At this moment, Xiaofan's body was still a little weak. After borrowing a part of the demon god's power, Xiaofan was almost exhausted. If not for his strong foundation, it would not have been as simple as recuperating now. Damn, in order to kill the demon prince, I am also exhausted. Although the demon god's power is violent, the side effects are too great. Xiaofan was secretly resentful. Then, he was very vigilant about the demon god's current state. When killing the demon prince, the demon god only added a trace of power to Xiaofan, which made him feel that this power was enough to destroy the world. Once the demon god recovered its power at its peak, and even hatched the egg of the cosmic giant beast, then, oh no! With my strength, I can't fight against the demon god at all. Xiaofan was very worried. Now that he looked inside his heart, he found that the demon god had completely concealed his aura. Xiaofan had no idea how the demon god was wreaking havoc in his heart. He only vaguely felt that the demon god was brewing and refining. No, I have to refine and control the magic treasure that Master left for me as soon as possible. I have to get the last move of the 100 Lives Saber Dao and kill the demon god's soul. Xiaofan's eyes were filled with determination. Then, Xiaofan looked directly at the Sky Feather Demon Monarch. Sky Feather, Xiaofan said indifferently. Yes, Lord. What can I do for you, Lord? The Sky Feather Demon Monarch immediately ran over, his face full of a flattering smile, as if he could not wait to kneel down. Sky Feather, although I killed the demon prince, it seems that a trace of his divine soul escaped. Moreover, the demon prince also has a background and a backer. Xiaofan's eyes turned. In order to prevent the demon prince from making a comeback, and to eradicate the force behind the demon prince, I need to go into seclusion. Yes, Lord, please go into seclusion, the Sky Feather Demon Monarch said hurriedly. I need an area where the energy does not leak. Xiaofan's eyes flashed. If he went into seclusion in the city of the Sky Feather Demon Monarch, refining the immortal weapon and the 100 Lives Saber Dao, the demon race would definitely notice. At that time, Xiaofan would also be in a passive situation. Therefore, Xiaofan needed an area where the energy was stable and would not leak. This? An area where the energy does not leak at all? The Sky Feather Demon Monarch was stunned and showed a thoughtful expression. Lord, you can go to the area where the demon realm and the universe intersect. That is the vast universe, a different world from the demon realm. Oh? Xiaofan was stunned. Yes. Lord, that place should be a special intersection point between the demon realm and the universe. A door. If you go into seclusion there, the energy will not leak to the demon realm. At that intersection point, there are only some weak zergs and cosmic lifeforms in the universe that will not threaten Lord. Unless it is a cosmic giant beast like the sky-swallowing beast. But the number of sky-swallowing beasts is very small, there are only a few of them in the entire universe. Lord should not encounter a sky-swallowing beast. The Sky Feather Demon Monarch said hurriedly. Sky-swallowing beast? Xiaofan was stunned. The Sky Feather Demon Monarch said in a low voice. Yes. Lord, the sky-swallowing beast. It was the strongest creature in the universe. Back then, the demonic god had found an egg of a heaven-devouring beast and tried to use it as a parasite. However, in the end, the demonic god had sealed it away. However, it was still a mystery whether or not heaven-devouring beasts still existed in the universe. I'm afraid that this heaven-defying cosmic creature has long been extinct. So this cosmic giant beast is called the sky-swallowing beast. Xiaofan nodded thoughtfully and then said decisively, "All right, I will go to the intersection point of the demon realm and the universe and cultivate in seclusion. That way, nothing will disturb me." Yes, yes, Lord. The next day, Luo Xiang walked toward the palace where the female sky-swallowing beast egg was secretly placed. A wisp of the demon crown prince's divine soul followed closely beside Luo Xiang. Mother, I feel that my divine soul is a little cold. It is much weaker than yesterday. Mother, it seems that if I don't find a body to parasitize soon, my divine soul will die. The demon crown prince's divine soul let out a frightened voice. All right, child, today, I will let you parasitize the egg of the sky-swallowing beast. Luo Xiang's eyes were also filled with eagerness. Moreover, you don't have to worry about the energy needed to hatch the eggshell, I have my own ways. Kiki. I can't wait anymore. What Lord Demon God failed to accomplish back then, I will accomplish with you. Child, you may become the strongest creature in the universe. This time, that wild demon destroyed your physical body, perhaps it was destroyed and rebuilt. Soon, Luo Xiang brought the demon crown prince to the palace. She opened the box. The egg of the sky-swallowing beast, whose aura was sealed by the power of the demon god, appeared. At this moment, a little closer to the egg of the sky-swallowing beast, one could feel the terrifying life fluctuations emanating from it. If there was no seal of the power of the demon god, perhaps this life fluctuation would spread to the entire demon realm and the immortal realm, causing a sensation. Child, let's begin. Burn your divine soul and let it seep into the eggshell. Fuse your divine soul with the life fluctuations in the egg. Luo Xiang said sternly. Forget it, mother, I have no choice. Suddenly, the demon crown prince's divine soul burst out with an incomparably bright light. Like a meteor crossing the sky. Pooh! The demon crown prince's divine soul directly rushed into the eggshell. The egg trembled slightly. Parasitism. The demon crown prince's divine soul was completely parasitized in the egg of the sky-swallowing beast. Now, he needed enough power to hatch it. Once hatched, he would be the demon crown prince with the body of the sky-swallowing beast. He would be invincible in the universe. Rise. In the next moment, Luo Xiang waved her hand, and the spatial array she engraved on the surface of the sky-swallowing beast's eggshell suddenly glowed brightly and floated up. The spatial array changed into two. One still landed and attached to the surface of the eggshell. And the other flew directly to the immortal realm. There was a subtle spatial connection between these two spatial arrays. Although there were two, it seemed to be only one, inseparable from each other. At least, the two spatial arrays connected the eggshell and the immortal realm. I wish everyone a happy new year. In the new year, I sincerely hope that everyone is healthy, successful in their work, and successful in their careers. Those who haven't found their other half, successfully find their other half and find happiness. Those who are still studying hope to be able to enter the school they like. Thank you for your support this year. Kowtow. To be continued. Chapter 759. Luo Xiang's plan to resurrect the demon prince had officially begun. This was the egg of the cosmic behemoth, the heaven-devouring beast. The female was the secret of both the immortal realm and the monster realm. The demon prince had already ignited his soul, pushing it to its limit. Then, his soul seeped into the egg and fused with the heaven-devouring beast's life force. This step was very smooth. First, although the heaven-devouring beast was the strongest creature in the universe, the egg had not hatched yet. The life force within it did not possess intelligence. It was like a child that could be easily tricked. Moreover, the heaven-devouring beast had extremely low intelligence even after it reached adulthood. It was a monster that only knew how to destroy and kill. It basically could not think, so it could be controlled before hatching. After the demon prince's soul was parasitized, it began to fuse with the heaven-devouring beast's life force. Now, the egg of the heaven-devouring beast had officially entered the incubation period. Luo Xiang had expended a lot of effort, expending her demonic energy and even her life force to engrave the mysterious spatial array on the surface of the egg, and it finally worked. The array was like a mirror, with two sides, but also one and the same. It's done. Luo Xiang stared at the teleportation formation in the palace. Her face was a little pale and exhausted, but she was excited. A strange and mysterious glint flickered in her demonic eyes, and her voice trembled uncontrollably. That's great. That was great. This plan, one that even the demon god failed to succeed in the past. Now, I have a chance to complete it, with my son. To complete it in this universe. The greatest. The most outstanding plan. My son will sweep across the universe and conquer the universe. As she spoke, Luo Xiang's gaze fell on the glowing egg. Then, she could not help but reach out her hand. Stroking the surface of the egg, she murmured, "Son, don't worry. Mother will definitely let you hatch successfully. You can help Mother realize the ambition that even the demon god failed to achieve." The Immortal Realm. Originally, the Immortal Realm army consisted of countless immortals, low-level and mid-level immortal emperors. The reclusive immortal emperors were summoned by the three high-level immortal emperors. They had already formed an army to march to the demon realm, vowing to flatten the demon realm. However, the three high-level celestial emperors suddenly changed their minds. They also ordered the army of the celestial realm to cancel the plan to conquer the monster realm. The three high-rank immortal emperors said repeatedly. The demon realm was no longer in a state of disunity. With the leadership of the new generation of demon gods, the defense of the entire demon realm was impregnable. Now was the time when the unity of the demon realm was at its strongest. If they attacked rashly, they would easily fall into a trap. One must know that launching a large-scale attack on the demon realm was a major event in the immortal world. However, the three high-rank immortal emperors seemed like they were playing a game. The high-spirited immortals, who were ready to die, were a little stunned. It was even to the extent that voices of dissatisfaction arose throughout the immortal dimension. At this moment, the three high-rank immortal emperors were in a terrible predicament. They were the ones who incited the immortals to prepare to attack the Yao realm, and now they were the ones who requested to cancel the attack. In just a few days, he had changed his mind repeatedly. At the intersection of the world of immortals and Yao, right now, the immortal world is quite dissatisfied with our rule. Sigh. We can't care so much. We must support Luo Xiang's plan. Otherwise, if she reveals us, we will no longer have a place in the immortal world. We can only wander the universe. Luo Xiang is about to place a spatial teleportation formation in our immortal world. What we should consider now is how to conceal this spatial teleportation formation and lure everyone in the immortal world to attack it. This plan concerns whether our son can reincarnate or not. It is not a small matter. We must cooperate with Luo Xiang. It is said that once our son is reincarnated, his strength will reach an unimaginable realm. The three high-rank immortal emperors fell into a state of deep thought. Finally, the spatial teleportation formation that Luo Xiang placed appeared in the sky above the immortal world. It was like a wriggling black hole. This spatial teleportation formation was originally set up with demon race runes. However, when it appeared in the sky above the immortal world, it became densely covered with immortal characters. It was actually disguised as an immortal formation. All the immortals in the immortal world saw this spatial teleportation formation. They were all stunned. What formation is this? Why did it appear so suddenly? The person who set up this formation is definitely not someone to be trifled with. The power and profundity it contains must be at least at the level of an immortal emperor to be able to set it up so easily. Yes. This formation seems to have a great and indescribable fluctuation of the profound mysteries of space. It seems like there is another universe within the formation. There are traces of the principles of the great Tao. Great. It is absolutely great. A reclusive intermediate immortal emperor. His cultivation was also considered to be ridiculously strong. He said directly, "With my strength and means, I can't set up this spatial teleportation formation." All the immortals in the immortal world guessed that this spatial teleportation formation was set up by the 3 high-rank immortal emperors, or even the greatest immortal emperor of primordial chaos. At the intersection of the immortal world and the demon world. The spatial teleportation formation is here. Luoxiang's spatial teleportation formation is here. In an instant, the 3 high-rank immortal emperors discovered it. Then, they released their immortal senses to investigate the spatial teleportation formation. This is too miraculous. Luoxiang's strength is indeed comparable to ours. She was actually able to set up such a flawless spatial formation. Furthermore, Luoxiang is using demonic power to forcibly imitate immortal power, and a demonic spell formation. On the surface, it looks like a glittering immortal spell formation. Even an ordinary intermediate immortal emperor wouldn't be able to see through this demonic array. However, for the sake of safety, let's release our immortal chi to conceal the demonic aura of this demonic array. There are no traces to be found. During the conversation, 3 high-grade immortal emperors. He personally injected his own immortal power into the demon array hovering above the immortal world. Pure immortal power filled the surface of the demon array. As a result, not only did the demonic formation not leak any demonic aura, but it also contained the source aura of the 3 high-tier immortal emperors. As a result, it's the aura of 3 high-tier immortal emperors. I feel it. It was the aura of 3 high-rank immortal emperors. That's right. Our guess is correct. This spell formation is created by the paragons of the immortal world, the 3 high-grade immortal emperors. They set it up personally. Immediately, some immortals in the immortal world spread the news. Even some low-tier immortal emperors and mid-tier immortal emperors came to the same conclusion. Just as the immortals were discussing the matter, the ancient and authoritative voices of the 3 high-tier immortal emperors echoed in the sky, silencing all the discussions in the immortal world. Every immortal in every corner of the immortal world fell silent. They were all ears. Everyone. Everyone in the immortal world. Previously, we wanted to lead you directly into the Yao realm. However, we cancelled the plan at the last minute. I'm sure everyone has their own opinions about this change. We understand your eagerness to flatten the Yao realm. That's right, the war between the immortal world and the Yao realm has gone on for too long. It's time to wipe out the filthy, evil creatures known as the Yao clan. And wipe them out. However, we don't have much of an advantage in this war. Our immortal senses have sensed that the new generation of Yao immortals has immense demonic power. If we attack recklessly, we'll suffer great losses. We, the 3 high-tier immortal emperors, don't want to see you fall either. Therefore, we've come up with a compromise. We've personally set up a spatial formation. This spatial formation has 2 sides. What you're seeing now is the yang side of the formation, which is in the immortal world. The yin side of the formation is in the Yao realm. Now, everyone's attacks will be directed to the yang side. Then, the spatial formation will project everyone's attacks from the yin side, untouched. The yin side is in the Yao realm. This way, everyone's attacks will be directed to the Yao realm. This way, we don't have to risk our lives to kill our way into the Yao realm. We only need to launch our attacks here, and we'll be able to strike the Yao realm from afar. Kill the Yao clan. The three high-tier immortal emperors began to bluff to their heart's content. Moreover, the lies they came up with were perfectly reasonable. All of a sudden, the entire immortal world was in an uproar. This is too amazing. The three high-tier immortal emperors actually set up such a spatial formation. This way, we won't have to pay the price of dying, and we'll be able to kill the Yao realm from afar. This spatial formation can project our attacks into the demon realm unreservedly and unreservedly. Ha 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 ha. This is a spatial formation that we, three high-tier immortal emperors, spent countless years to develop. Ha ha ha. It was only yesterday that this spatial formation was declared complete. Alright, enough nonsense. Now, let's launch our attack. Everyone, get ready to use your immortal arts, mystiques, immortal equipment, and treasures to attack this spatial formation. The three high-tier immortal emperors had just finished speaking. Xiao, 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 3 beams of immortal light shot into the spatial formation. These 3 beams of immortal light contained countless supreme immortal arts and mystiques. Boom! 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 The attacks of the 3 high-tier immortal emperors blasted into the spatial formation. On the other side of the spatial formation, xiao, 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 the 3 beams of immortal light shot over without reservation. However, they did not attack the Yao realm from afar. Instead, the 3 beams of immortal light shot directly into the eggshell. As for the eggshell, it absorbed the 3 beams of immortal light like a sponge. As it absorbed the energy, the eggshell actually wriggled happily. It was as if it had obtained a trace of incubation power. Good. It has begun. Child, the incubation has begun. Ha 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 ha. Luo Xiang let out a twisted, hysterical, and ecstatic laugh. To be continued. Chapter 760. The 3 advanced immortal monarchs attached their immortal senses to the demonic formation to conceal its presence. They even began to brag to the immortals of the immortal realm to attack the demonic formation. Of course, these 3 high-rank celestial emperors did not know about the mysteries of the space demon formation. They would not have guessed that their attacks would directly become nourishment for the female heaven-devouring beast. None of the immortals in the world of immortals suspected anything. Firstly, the structure of the space formation was too magnificent. It could only be set up by a high-level immortal emperor. Moreover, the spatial formation indeed contained the auras of 3 high-grade immortal emperors. It was genuine. Thirdly, the 3 high-tier celestial emperors were extremely reputable figures in the immortal world. They were undoubtedly the leaders of the immortal world. In the eyes of the immortals, the 3 high-tier celestial emperors would not harm the immortal world. Therefore, when the 3 high-rank immortal emperors attacked first, the immortals no longer hesitated. This spatial formation is so miraculous that it can allow our attacks to reach the demon realm and cause destruction. How magnificent! This will allow us to achieve victory against the demon realm without shedding a drop of blood. Attack! Immediately launch your strongest attack. Destroy the monster realm. Eradicate the demon race. Now, attack with the least cost. Heart-stirring roars resounded throughout the celestial world. The immortals all longed to destroy their mortal enemies, the demons, while they were still alive. He didn't hesitate to pay with his life. However, he was unscathed. There was no need for them to die. This way, why not? This roused the fighting spirit of countless immortals. As a result, Hong, first, a middle-grade immortal emperor, directly used a sure-kill immortal art. With a slap of his palm, wind and lightning appeared in all directions. An intense mushroom cloud blasted directly towards the teleportation array. The mushroom cloud was the culmination of the middle-grade celestial emperor's cultivation. In terms of destructive power, it was likely capable of razing a mountain range in the celestial realm to the ground. In the mushroom cloud, dense immortal talisman characters rose up, like jade. When the palm landed on the spatial formation, it was immediately sucked in and devoured. The spatial formation was like a terrifying vortex that could devour any attack. As the name suggested, the spatial formation was meant to attack this place. Move to another dimension. As a result, no matter how violent the attack was, it would not cause any damage to the space formation. This intermediate-grade immortal emperor roared after unleashing his attack. Indeed. That's right. This emperor's attack was redirected to the demon realm. This emperor can sense the direction in which this immortal art has been shifted, because this attack contains a sliver of this emperor's spiritual will, so I can make a rough judgment. Everyone, let's attack. Don't hold back. Don't be stingy with your celestial artifacts. Kill them. All of a sudden, the celestial realm was in an uproar. The densely packed attacks began to bombard the space formation one after another. He had an extremely powerful immortal technique. There were some immortal artifact Dharma treasures with extremely sharp and tricky attacks. There were even some immortals who had a blood feud with the demons. They had almost squeezed out all their immortal power and attacked without any hesitation. The scene immediately became beautiful and splendid. Waves of attacks exploded like the most beautiful fireworks, blooming in the space formation. The scene was pushed to an extremely beautiful state. However, this beauty contained endless murderous intent, endless hatred, and endless destruction. All the immortals in the world of immortals vented their deep-seated hatred for the monster spirits. In just 2 hours, hundreds of millions of attacks had been launched into the space formation. Moreover, this kind of attack was as smooth as flowing water, showing no signs of stopping. Some of the immortals who had exhausted too much of their immortal power immediately sat down to recuperate and consume pills to replenish their immortal power. Once their immortal power had recovered, they would attack again. The immortal world had entered a state of all-out attack. At the intersection of the immortal world and the demon realm, 3 high-grade immortal emperors. At this time, the 3 high-grade immortal emperors heaved a sigh of relief. There are no flaws. With all our efforts to conceal it, Luo Xiang's plan is flawless. In my opinion, our son probably needs these attacks to be converted into energy in order to be reborn. Now that the entire immortal world is attacking, the amount of energy converted into energy is extremely huge. Our son's resurrection shouldn't be a problem. Yes, for the sake of our son, we have to go all out. This time, it can be considered a risk. If the Grand Mist Emperor finds out about this, he'll definitely get to the bottom of it. It's a risk, we're really taking a risk, but we don't have any other choice, we don't have any other way out. The Grand Mist Emperor's whereabouts have always been uncertain. I suspect he has already entered the depths of the universe to comprehend the heavenly Tao and reincarnation. I'm afraid he will no longer interfere with the matters of the immortal world and the demon world. Think about it, the last time we framed that absolute blade fellow and killed him, he even gave birth to a child with Luo Xiang. Not only did the Grand Mist Emperor not interfere in such a big matter, he also did not pursue the matter with us. Perhaps, we shouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. This time, the Grand Mist Emperor probably won't appear. The entire immortal world will be under our control. That's right. After the fall of the monster god, the Grand Mist Emperor no longer needs to stay in the immortal world. I remember a long time ago, the Grand Mist Emperor once said that comprehending the heavenly Tao of the universe is his lifelong pursuit. The monster world. At this moment, the attacks of the countless immortals did not descend upon the land of the immortal world. Instead, they flowed seamlessly through the transmission formation engraved on the surface of the eggshell and into the egg. No matter how violent, how dense, or how powerful the attacks were, this female heaven-devouring beast egg could absorb them all. It was like a terrifying, greedy, and bottomless pit. A giant sponge. Chi 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 chi, madly absorbing. Swallowing like a whale. These attacks could not cause any damage to the egg. Moreover, every single attack was converted into energy that nurtured the egg of the heaven-devouring beast. As it absorbed endlessly, the fluctuations of life coming from the female heaven-devouring beast egg grew stronger and stronger. The next moment, crack, a crisp sound rang out. Like the sound of a cocoon breaking out. Also like the sound of a worm hibernating in the soil awakening. On the surface of the eggshell, a crack had appeared. It was just a shallow crack. However, Luo Xiang's face was completely distorted, her eyes filled with ecstasy. She could not control herself, her heart palpitating and trembling. This is great. This is really great. Her voice was dreamy, her eyes like smoke. Such terrifying energy. Back when the Lord Monster God carried out this plan, he did not obtain such a crazy amount of incubation energy. Back then, the Lord Monster God. They were all incubating in secret. And now, my son. The entire immortal world is channeling energy to my son. Ha 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 ha. These fools of the immortal world. They will personally incubate my son, and once my son hatches, he can sweep the entire universe. He will become a truly invincible existence. Ha 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 ha. Luo Xiang's attitude was crazy. She transmitted her voice to the 3 high-level immortal emperors through the voice transmission stone, her voice shrill, not bad. You did well. But it is still not enough. Continue attacking. Continue with your strongest attacks. Your son still needs a vast amount of energy to be revived. Attack. Don't stop. You 3 old things, use your strongest attacks too. In the special space where the monster realm and the universe intersected. Xiaofan was currently drifting in this space. This was not the monster realm, nor the immortal world, but the universe. At this moment, Xiaofan was surrounded by the magnificent origin energy of the universe. There were also colorful cosmic meteorites and many planets. How spectacular! Xiaofan was simply amazed. Too beautiful, and there is a vastness within this beauty. This is the universe. This is the essence of the universe. Xiaofan was completely immersed in the beauty and grandeur of the universe. He sat cross-legged on a moving meteorite. The entire starry sky seemed to revolve around Xiaofan. Moreover, Xiaofan could clearly feel that even if he exposed his immortal emperor identity and energy aura here, he would not have to worry about the monster realm finding out. And the 3 high-level immortal emperors would not be able to find any traces of Xiaofan. This was the universe, very safe and isolated from the rest of the world. After admiring the universe for a while, Xiaofan immediately gathered his thoughts. All right. Here, I can freely refine the many treasures that Master gave me. I can directly obtain the last move of the 100 Lives Saber Dao, the 100 Lives return to 1, and completely inherit the Absolute Saber Master's Saber Dao. Now that I am also an immortal emperor, after inheriting all of Master Saber Dao, my Saber Intent will definitely be perfected and enter the state of Saber Intent Transcendent. I will open the door to the Saber Realm and receive the Supreme Saber Soul. My Saber Intent will reach the perfect state. Saber Intent is meant to slay nothingness. When that time comes, I can use my Saber Intent to slay the monster god's soul residing in my heart. At this thought, Xiaofan's eyes flashed with an unyielding fighting spirit. Monster God, it is still unknown who will be the winner between us. The next moment, Xiaofan entered the Qianquan bag in the storage ring. In the Qianquan bag, Xiaofan's plane, his family, his slaves, and all the mortals and immortals in all the planes were now living a life of working at sunrise and resting at sunrise. He had no contact with the outside world at all. It was like a paradise. Seeing Xiaofan return, his wife, children, friends, and the other slaves surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon. They all asked Xiaofan questions at once. After spending a few days with his wife and son, Xiaofan entered the exquisite pagoda. It's time to obtain the inheritance that Absolute Saber Master left for me. To be continued. Chapter 761. Xiaofan arrived at the cosmic space. After isolating the demon realm and the immortal realm, he directly entered the Qianquan bag. After a short period of relaxation, Xiaofan entered the Linglong Tower. The fourth floor of the Linglong Tower. The time ratio was 10,000 days inside, 1 day outside. Xiaofan was sitting cross-legged in a secret cultivation room on the fourth floor of the Linglong Pagoda. At this time, Bai Shi and the other powerful beings from the alternate dimension were also on the fourth floor of the Linglong Pagoda, just like Xiaofan, but in another room. They were also diligently cultivating. Right now, their cultivation states have all improved by leaps and bounds. All of them were already on the verge of entering the high stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. There was only a thin layer of window paper that could be broken with a single poke. Bai Shi and the others have already accumulated enough immortal force and energy. Now, they just need to comprehend it. Once they comprehend it, they will be able to advance to the high Immortal Emperor realm. Xiaofan smiled knowingly. Once Bai Shi and the others succeeded, Xiaohan's plane would have a total of 100 high-level Immortal Emperors. That would be a terrifying force. One had to know that there were only 4 high-level Celestial Emperors in the entire immortal world. If Xiaofan had 100 high-level Celestial Emperors under him, he would definitely be able to sweep through the immortal world and the great thousand cosmos. However, Bai Shi and the others had been cultivating for many years. It was not something that they had achieved overnight. They were all cultivating on the fourth floor of the Linglong Pagoda. Inside the pagoda, 10,000 days were equivalent to 1 day outside. Alright, Bai Shi and the others have made great progress, and I can't be too relaxed. I'll start cultivating as well. Xiaofan discarded all distracting thoughts. At this moment, an inheritance jade token floated above Xiaohan's head. The 100 Lives Saber Dao. The final move. Refine the inheritance jade plate. I will obtain the final essence of the 100 Lives Saber Dao, the soul part. A flash of lightning-like saber light. The next moment. Xiaohan's energy was extremely condensed. His eyes were empty, but they weren't. His hands formed a seal at his dantian. Xiao xiao xiao, very soon, extremely pure saber qi gushed out from all the pores on Xiaohan's body. This saber energy was innumerable. Every strand was in the shape of a dragon. The aura of the great Dao filled the air. After mastering the 100 moves of the 100 era Saber Dao, Xiaohan's Saber Dao had already touched the edge of the heavenly Dao. The saber qi was like a dragon, entangling Xiaohan. Xiaohan's robes fluttered without any wind. He was like a saber emperor, controlling everything in the world. The supreme principles of the saber descended. Boundlessly domineering. Suddenly. All the saber qi in Xiaohan's body suddenly condensed. All rivers run into the sea. It was gathering above his head. Gradually, countless saber qi condensed into a saber pillar above Xiaohan's head. This saber pillar suddenly twisted like a tornado. This blade pillar was engraved with dense and profound symbols, as well as some immortal blade techniques. It glistened brilliantly, and there was even the brilliance of divine jade shining on it. Within it, there was spirituality. This saber pillar was formed by Xiaohan's vital qi, life saber qi, and saber intent. It could even be said that this saber pillar was a clone of Xiaohan. Or rather, it was a part of Xiaohan's soul. Xiaohan had already refined his life saber intent and fused it into the saber pillar tornado. Then, boom! The saber pillar tornado changed again. It turned into a giant dragon, and directly swallowed the jade inheritance plate. Pucci, the jade inheritance plate was swallowed by the saber qi dragon. It immediately dispersed, turning into lines of symbols that attached themselves to the saber-chi dragon like gilding, causing the saber-chi dragon to emit an indescribable radiance. This radiance was very ancient, but it contained divinity, as if it came from a divine kingdom. At the same time, Xiaofan's eyes suddenly opened. A ray of light of enlightenment flashed past. The essence of the 100 saber techniques of the 100 lives saber Tao appeared in Xiaofan's mind. It flowed and spun, and then began to fuse. The 100 saber techniques seemed to be fusing into one. I get it now. This is what it means to combine 100 lifetimes into one. This is the most terrifying, invincible, and powerful saber technique in all of the immortal world. Xiaofan was completely obsessed with the fusion of saber techniques. At the same time, the saber-chi dragon above his head became more and more resplendent, and more real. It was almost about to transform into a 9 heavens true dragon, soaring through the heavens. Fusion. The 100 saber techniques turned into 90 moves. 80 moves. 70 moves. During the fusion process, Xiaofan's soul was also under a great burden. It could be said that his soul was being ravaged. His entire soul surged with pain, as if his organs were being torn apart, as if he was being cut by 1,000 cuts. Xiaofan was also shocked by this. He did not expect the fusion of the 100 lives saber Tao to reach the 100 lives return to one state would be so cruel and difficult. This was a tempering of the soul. Xiaofan knew that ordinary people, even if they were immortal emperors, would not be able to refine the jade inheritance plate of the absolute saber master. Their souls would be torn apart and annihilated. Fortunately, Xiaofan had already condensed the saber intent of the great accomplishment stage. His soul was sharp, and he had also cultivated the extinguishing sky and earth mental technique. The strength of his soul was no weaker than that of a high-level immortal emperor. Since Master has chosen me as his disciple, I will definitely be able to inherit all of Master's teachings. I will fuse this final technique even if it costs me my life. Xiaofan gritted his teeth, his heart filled with determination. His soul became sharper and sharper as he endured the tearing pain. The 100 saber techniques turned into 50 moves. 40 moves. 35 moves. The further it went, the more difficult it was to fuse, and the more time it would take. When the 30 moves were fused, it became more obvious. Every time he fused a move, he would need several months. Fortunately, Xiaofan was fusing in the Linglong Pagoda, so time passed very slowly. Immortal World. The space demon array was still hovering in the sky of the immortal world, like a blazing sun. It existed for a long time, like a black hole whirlpool. The Immortals. They attacked the space demon array crazily. Tirelessly. Every time they were tired, they would swallow immortal pills and spiritual medicine. In just a few days, the entire immortal world had consumed countless immortal pills and spiritual medicine. And the 3 high-level immortal emperors also launched their strongest attacks. They all took out their natal immortal weapons and attacked the space demon array with their strongest and most powerful attacks. Every time the 3 high-level immortal emperors attacked, the entire sky was dazzling. Like a splendid color, like fireworks. Every time the 3 high-level immortal emperors attacked, it would cause the entire immortal world to cheer and admire. The entire immortal world was going all out against the space demon array. Moreover, the 3 high-level immortal emperors were attacking without holding back. This made the other immortals even more certain of their suspicions. They all thought that by attacking the space demon array, they could indirectly destroy the Yao realm. At this time, the 3 high-level immortal emperors were secretly pleased with themselves, such a violent attack. Countless immortals joined hands, from us to ordinary immortal emperors. Then from high-level true immortals to low-level true immortals. All of them are attacking. This energy should be enough to resurrect our sons, right? Perhaps. But continue, don't stop. Luo Xiang told us to continue attacking the space demon array. Yao Realm. Yao God Temple. The storm-like attacks were transmitted through the space demon array, all absorbed by the female heaven-devouring beast egg. At this time, Luo Xiang was going crazy, almost hysterical. There's too much energy for incubation. This energy far exceeds that of Lord Yao God. Then, crack crack crack, the surface of the eggshell cracked continuously. Now, it was full of cracks. The entire egg was on the brink of shattering. An overwhelming aura of life that could swallow mountains and seas and encompass the entire universe leaked out from the gaps of the broken eggshell. Luo Xiang did her best, releasing all the fiend energy in her body before she managed to hide the life fluctuations that leaked out. She even used some of the fiend world's treasures. Child, soon, you're about to break out of the cocoon. Keek, child, you're a miracle. The greatest miracle of the entire universe. The union of a heaven-devouring beast and a Yao. No, to be more precise, child, you're the union of the heaven-devouring beast, Yao, and Immortal, the three strongest races. Keek. What kind of existence will be born? With my knowledge, I can't guess, but the answer will be revealed soon. The next day, within the broken eggshell, apart from the destructive life energy that leaked out, there were also traces of mental energy fluctuations being released. Mother, the intent seemed to be calling out vaguely. Ah! Luo Xiang's body trembled in fear when she received the intent. Child, mother, it's me. The intent appeared in Luo Xiang's mind in the form of a voice. However, the voice was very strange. It was the demon prince's voice, but it wasn't. Simply put, it was a woman's voice. It was even more tender than Luo Xiang's voice, like a girl in bud. Mother. I've already devoured the heaven-devouring beast's divine soul. Keek, mother, thank you for finding such abundant energy for incubation. I can already feel it now, and I'll break out of the shell soon. The demon prince's intent rippled and let out a bell-like laughter. Mother, I still need some energy for incubation. Keek, this is unexpectedly smooth. Mother, don't worry. After I'm born, I'll definitely help you flatten the immortal realm and dominate the universe. Nothing can stop me. Keek, now, I can be sure that even if a Yao God revives, I can still kill him. It'll be as easy as stepping on an ant. I'm invincible. Good. Child, don't worry. I'll definitely let you hatch successfully. Luo Xiang was crying tears of joy. She took out a voice transmission stone and said sternly, "You three old things, listen up. Attack. Keep attacking. Attack like crazy. Don't stop for a moment. Your child is about to be revived." To be continued.
Chapter 1404. Wanli Guyoli, who was just about to get a broom, saw two people slowly walking up the stone steps and was completely stunned. To be more precise, it should be said that after seeing one of them, he was stunned. It was Hui Na and Kaneji Winter Horse. A man and a woman leisurely walked up the long stone steps that most people would definitely feel tired after walking the entire way, and arrived in front of the shrine. As soon as she saw Wanli Guyoli, Kaneji Winter Horse used a frivolous attitude to greet her. "Hello, Miss Yoli." Yoli. Hui Na greeted her in a friendly tone. "Long time no see. Seeing that you're doing well, I'm really relieved." Hui Na. Wanli Guyoli finally reacted and exclaimed. Why are you here?" Obviously, Wanli Guyoli and the girl called Hui Na knew each other and were even familiar with each other. "What? Yoli, you haven't heard of me?" Hui Na said with a somewhat surprised expression. "I heard that the king is here," so Hui Na thought that Yoli must know that the king is looking for a follower. Follower? Wanli Guyoli was stunned and then understood. In other words, Hui Na was sent by the committee to be Mr. Noah's follower. Oh. Kanegi Winterhorse raised her eyebrows, and a malicious smile suddenly appeared on her face. Mr. Noah. Yoli actually called the king's name directly. Hui Na was also a little surprised, but then she understood. Right, on the way here, Mr. Kanegi also said that Yoli is preparing to develop a very close relationship with the king. It seems that Yoli is doing a good job. It's really surprising that the obedient girl Yoli actually did it. When she saw Kanegi Winterhorse's malicious smile, Wanligu Yoli realized that she had misspoken. Now, Hui Na's words made the innocent girl's pretty face turn red, and she said angrily and shyly. I'm not preparing to become that kind of relationship. Hui Na. Don't make it sound like I'm indecent. Is that so? Hui Na asked strangely. But, Mr. Kanegi said that Yoli is working hard to maintain a close relationship with the king for the sake of the people of this country. Hui Na admired Yoli at that time. I didn't do such a great thing. Wanligu Yoli quickly waved her hand and shook her head. I just tried my best to entertain Mr. Noah as a guest, and Mr. Noah is not the kind of king who will casually do something harmful to others. Yesterday, they had just opened up to each other and had a conversation. When she said this sentence, Guyoli Yoli, Yoli Guyoli, Yoli, was very confident when she said this sentence, she, Guyuli to the end. Kanegi Winter Guyoli was surprised Yoli Guyoli. Although he verbally ridiculed Guyoli, Kanegi Winter Guyoli did not think that in just one day, Guyoli's pure character would have any breakthrough progress with Noah. Since this was the case, Kanegi Winter Guyoli, who had an excessive fear of Yoli Guyoli, Kanegi Winter Guyoli, felt that this matter was worth considering. After all, Guyoli's talent in spirit vision was almost unparalleled. The so-called spirit vision was actually a kind of revelation. Guyoli's intuition was also quite sharp, almost to the point of being able to match Noah's sensing ability. In this way, the reason why Guyoli was so confident was very likely that her keen intuition told her that Noah was such a person. This could make Kanegi Winter Guyoli feel a little relieved. As for Hui Na, after pondering for a while, she seemed to have made up her mind and raised her head. If that's the case, let Hui Na take Yoli's place and build a good relationship with the king. Such an abrupt statement not only stunned Wanligu Yoli, but also Ganqi Dong Ma. Under such circumstances, Hui Na said bluntly. Actually, although I'm here to be the king's guard and follower, Grandpa also specially told me that if I can develop a close relationship with the king, then I should let Hui Na do it. Grandfather? Wanligu Yoli said with some uncertainty. Are you referring to that old man? Suma Tsuma had said that in Yushur, there was a group of elders of the Japanese spell world who lived in seclusion there. Among them, there was even the former god of disobedience. The grandfather that Hui Na spoke of, and the old teacher that Wanligu Yuli and Ganjin Dongma spoke of, were all referring to the god of disobedience. The reason why Hui Na called him grandfather was that they had a close relationship. That god had even given her a god relic. Since it's grandpa's order, even the committee won't have an opinion. Moreover, Hui Na is not uninterested in this matter. While saying that, Hui Na lifted the cloth bag on her shoulder. Not only Hui Na, but Tian Songyun is also very interested in the king. Hearing this, Wanli Gyuli unconsciously cast his gaze towards the long cloth bag. The moment he saw the cloth bag, Wanli Gyuli's heart started beating rapidly. With Wanli Gyuli's keen intuition, he could clearly feel it. In that cloth bag, there was a terrifying spell that was difficult for others to feel. That was a level of spell that ordinary humans, or even powerful magicians and spellcasters could not have. Although that level of curse power was not as strong as that of the god Slayer and the god of disobedience, it was not weaker than that of the divine beasts that were known as the followers of the gods, who were comparable to the highest-ranking holy knights in Europe. Because of that, the existence of the cloth bag was necessary. The cloth bag was specially woven to block the power of the curse. Even so, Wanli Gyuli's spiritual sense could still sense its aura. It was the god relic that was given to Hui Na by the god. That was why Ganzue Winter Horse would say, if even Ms. Hui Na is not capable of being the king's follower, I can guarantee that no one in the world can be the king's follower. After using the god relic, Hui Na's strength was one of the best in the world. He was one of the best. Even Erica and Liliana, who were known as prodigies, could not be compared to this girl. After all, this girl was special. Compared to the god ancestor, she was not inferior. Anyway, Hui Na is going to see the king now. Hui Na put the cloth bag back on her shoulder and smiled at Wanli. Wanli, quickly take Hui Na to see the king. I know. Wanli Guyoli looked away from the cloth bag and nodded. So, Hui Na, Mr. Ganzue, please come with me. However, at this moment, an accident happened. Buzz. Accompanied by a buzzing sound that seemed to tremble the entire space, a surge of spell power surged like a crazy roaring wave from one of the corners of the shrine and burst into the sky. The invisible curse power directly turned into a substantial pressure, causing the entire space to become heavy. At the same time, the surrounding air was fiercely pressed down. Hui Na, Ganzue Winter Horse, and Wanli Guyoli's expressions changed at the same time. Then, their shoulders sank, as if they were suppressed by an invisible heavy burden, and their bodies sank. However, the three of them had completely different reactions. Wanli Guyoli, who had an extraordinary talent in the field of spirit vision but whose body was weaker than an ordinary person, immediately paled and sat on the ground, paralyzed. Ganzue Winter Horse, who had a high cultivation in spells but was not good at face-to-face combat, also suddenly fell and lay on the ground in an extremely embarrassing manner. Only Hui Na felt her body sink slightly, and she knelt on the ground with one knee. Although she was not as embarrassed as Wanli Guyoli and Ganzue Winter Horse, a trace of sadness flashed across her pretty face. What's wrong? Hui Na bit her lips, enduring the terrifying spell power, and said in an extremely uncomfortable voice. What happened? That direction. Wanli Guyoli looked at the center of the spell power with a shocked expression. That's the direction of Mr. Noah's room. His words made Hui Na and Ganzue Winter Horse's expressions change. Chapter 1405. Ugh, ah. In the hallway of the shrine, the clergy fell to the ground one by one, as if they were carsick, with a look of discomfort. Of course, that was to be expected. Unlike Yukari, who was in charge of guarding the shrine, although some of the clergy in this shrine also had some cultivation in curses, they weren't very proficient in it. Yukari, who was in charge of guarding the shrine, was officially commissioned by the Official History Compilation Committee to be a spiritual ability user sent here. Because the places she was sent to were all important spiritual power centers located in different parts of the country, the command system was completely different. Therefore, even the shrine's chief couldn't give orders to Yukari, but treated her as a noble guest. Therefore, under normal circumstances, in a shrine, the person with the most outstanding cultivation in curses was usually Yukari, who was in charge of guarding the shrine, and not the clergy. Using the entertainment industry as an example, it was the difference between celebrities and staff, that's all. In this way, it naturally led to the clergy who didn't have a high cultivation in curses, or who didn't have a trace of attainment in curses, to be suppressed by the pressure of the curses in the air like a heavy pressure, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. In such a situation, Menetsuki Yuri, Kei Na, and Kanji Takuma all desperately raised the curses in their bodies to resist the heavy pressure around them, as if they were against an invisible wind, and walked forward with difficulty. Looking around, looking at the clergy who fell to the ground one by one, as if they were suffering from carsickness, Menetsuki Yuri said with great concern. They should be fine, right? Don't worry, it's just a reaction similar to carsickness, although it's uncomfortable, it's not serious. Kanji Takuma said with some seriousness. Although the curses in the air are extremely large, there's no specific target, just like when we usually raise the curses in our bodies, it's just naturally letting the curses out of our bodies, it's not intended to cause any harm, so there's no problem. Just raising the curses in our bodies? Menetsuki Yuri said with some disbelief. Just raising the curses in our bodies caused this kind of result? I don't want to believe it, that's too exaggerated. Kanji Takuma smiled bitterly. However, this is the only way to explain why ordinary people who don't have any spell power would only feel dizzy under such an exaggerated fluctuation of spell power. With such an amazing curse power, if it was really aimed at someone, then the entire shrine would be blown away, right? Hui Na also put forward her own opinion, but there was a faint light in her eyes. It's amazing. Is this the power of a king? As they spoke, the three of them arrived at the center of the tremor of the curse power. This was where Noah's room was located. Buzz! An enormous amount of curse power that could not be seen with the naked eye kept passing through the door like a terrifying gust of wind. Wanli Guyoli, Hui Na, and Ganjin Dong Ma felt as if they were standing on the edge of an abyss. It was as if they were enduring a cold wind from the depths of hell. A trace of discomfort appeared on their faces. Under such circumstances, the three of them could only raise the curse power in their bodies again, allowing the curse power to flow in their bodies to resist the incoming pressure. Although doing so would cause the curse power to be drained at an extremely fast speed, if they did not do so, apart from Hui Na who had a god relic protecting her, Wanli Guyoli and Ganjin Dong Ma would fall to the ground like the other priests, unable to move at all. Mr. Noah. Wanli Guyoli walked forward with worry written all over her face. Just when she was about to open the door, Hui Na stopped her. Let Hui Na do it, Hui Na suggested. Behind the door, the fluctuation of the curse power is already so strong. If the door is opened, it will be even more terrifying. With Yoli's strength, he may not be able to withstand it. So, let Hui Na do it. Although Wanli Guyoli was also an outstanding witch, her true strength lay in the aspect of spirit vision. Her attainments in other areas could only be considered as proficient, but not outstanding. On the contrary, Hui Na not only had a god relic protecting her body, but she was also involved in both martial arts and curses. In order to cultivate, she had been training hard in the mountains. In addition to her frequent contact with the god who gave her the god relic, she had experienced the enormous power that humans could not possess. She was also one of the top powerhouses among humans, so naturally, she was more suitable than Wanli Guyoli to be the vanguard. Therefore, Wanli Guyoli did not refuse and obediently stood behind Hui Na. Ganjin Dong Ma stood behind Hui Na as well, but he stood in front of Wanli Guyoli. Clearly, he wanted to help Wanli Guyoli resist the incoming curse power. Just like that, Hui Na opened the door in a straightforward manner. Buzz! In an instant, the sea of curse power that was comparable to a storm surged out of the room like a surging wave, attacking the group of people. The stormy waves of curse power surged out. Even though Wanli Guyoli, Hui Na, and Ganji Dong Ma were mentally prepared, their complexions couldn't help but change. They tried their best to increase the curse power in their bodies to resist the berserk curse power fluctuations. Fortunately, the incoming wave of curse power was just like what Ganjin Dong Ma had said. It was not targeted. It was just like when ordinary humans increased the curse power in their bodies, the curse power would naturally seep out of their bodies. It did not have any substantial power. Otherwise, the three of them would have been blown away along with the shrine at the very first moment. Against the surging wave of curse power, the three of them raised their heads together and looked inside the room. They saw Noah sitting on the tatami bed with his eyes closed. There was a substantial wave of curse power on his body like a flame, surging and burning. Originally, when the terrifying wave of curse power emerged in the entire space of the shrine, everyone had more or less guessed who the source of the curse power was. Such a terrifying curse power, except for Noah, who was a god slayer, among humans, even the most powerful magician and conjurer could not possess it. Therefore, everyone had long guessed who the source of the curse power was. However, after seeing it with their own eyes, everyone understood. How terrible was the so-called god slayer? Just by increasing the curse power and letting the curse power naturally seep out of the body, it could reach such a level. Sure enough, it was something that only a god could do. No. To be more precise, not even the gods were able to reach this level. There were two reasons. 1. Noah's curse power had already reached the point of endless. Even if the power was limited, compared to the general God Slayer and God of Disobedience, the curse power that could be used at one time could only be higher. 2. Although in this world, whether it was the magic power of the West, the internal power of the East, or the spiritual power of this place, as long as it was a mysterious power, it was called curse power. However, the power that seeped out of Noah's body was not magic power, but a higher level of divine power. These two reasons made the unbelievably strong curse power surge like a terrible storm, sweeping through the entire shrine. Buzz, 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 buzz. The cloth bag that Hui Na carried on her shoulder suddenly trembled, continuously making a buzzing sound. As if it wanted to fight against the terrifying curse power surge, a strong curse power surged out of the cloth bag that could isolate the curse power. This scene attracted the attention of everyone present. Hui Na, Miss Hui Na. Wanli Gu Yoli and Kangqi Dong Ma were surprised. This is bad. Hui Na gripped the trembling cloth bag tightly and laughed bitterly. Tian Songyun seems to be stimulated by the king's power, now he is clamoring to compete with the king. Her voice fell. Bang! The cloth bag that contained the god relic that was given by the god exploded all of a sudden, turning into pieces all over the sky. What emerged from the cloth bag was a saber. It was a long, straight tachi that was nearly 1 meter long. It was pitch black in color and the blade itself was nearly 1 meter long. The tachi broke free from Hui Na's hand and shot out of the black scabbard. Clang! With a crisp sound, the divine saber shot out from the scabbard. Even the blade was pitch black. It flashed through the space and shot in Noah's direction. Chapter 1406. Noah had no idea what was happening outside. Because Noah didn't expect that his experiment would cause such a big commotion. Yes. Experiment. All of this was just Noah's experiment. The object of the experiment was the sovereignty of the sun obtained in the last world. In the last world, Noah mainly got 2 gains. One was to fight with all kinds of legendary existences, which made his ability value gain a lot of experience points. Not only was it upgraded to LV5, but it also upgraded the all-around value to stage A. No. The all-around value was upgraded to stage A. That was before Galji disguised as the black-robed man to test Noah. After that, Noah experienced a series of battles with Galji, Maxwell, Letitia, and a series of legendary figures such as the final trial of mankind, and gained a lot of experience points. After waking up this morning, Noah's ability value was updated, and his ability value was once again improved. Noah Doria LV 5 Strength, A, 865, SSS, 1840, Durability, A, 877, SSS, 1847, Dexterity, A, 880, SSS, 1856, Agility, A, 888, SSS, 1866, Magic, A, 866, SSS, 1859, Mystery, FD Magic, FD Swordsman, FD Shatter, ID Magic, Weapon Refining, Steel Making Magic. Duplicate, Refine, and Forge Weapons. Duplicate, refine, and forge weapons will be weakened to a certain extent according to the level, performance, and ability of the weapon. Duplicate, refine, and forge weapons will be maintained for a long time according to the level, performance, and ability of the weapon. Swords Protection, permanent magic. Permanent protection will be obtained according to the attributes of the contract spirit. Contract spirit as a sword spirit, obtain the protection of the sword spirit, and weaken physical attacks on oneself. The degree of weakening will increase or decrease according to the strength and ability of the target. Cold Smelting, quick attack magic. Gradually turn the target into steel. Successful tempering will crush it. The tempering speed is determined according to the strength and ability of the target. Skills, protection from the world, it was a permanent skill. Equal to luck. Events that were directly related to luck would eventually lead to the most favorable outcome. The overall increase in proficiency had increased by nearly 5,000 points. This level of improvement was simply appalling. To be able to have such an improvement after reaching LV5. That was really quite amazing. After all, the higher the level, the harder it would be to increase the proficiency. Although this was something that had yet to be proven, almost everyone could feel that once they leveled up, it would become very difficult to increase the proficiency. Including Noah. Therefore, even Noah was pleasantly surprised by this improvement. However, when he thought about the level of existences he had fought in the past few battles, this level of improvement was not surprising. Moreover, in terms of development abilities, Noah's abilities were all upgraded to D stage. Especially the development ability of fragmentation, it leaped all the way, directly skipping 5 stages and catching up with the development ability of mystic, magician, and swordsman. That was natural. The improvement of development ability was the same as the basic ability, it had to go through the path of gaining experience. If you want to improve magician, you have to use magic and magic often. If you want to improve swordsman, you have to use sword skills and sword-type weapons often. And if you want to improve fragmentation, you naturally have to use powerful skills that can cause destruction often. Almost every battle Noah fought would cause unimaginable destruction. It was natural that he would directly upgrade so many stages. In this way, the comprehensive improvement of the ability value allowed Noah's strength to take another small step forward. In addition, he also leveled up in the box, causing the use of the 2 avatars to no longer be a burden, proving that Noah's choice to enter a world with a higher degree of power, which was the world of the box, was not wrong. Another gain was the sovereignty of the sun and simulated star map, another cosmology. Not to mention the sovereignty of the sun, the simulated star map, another cosmology, was already a huge gain. After all, with the illusory star Tai Sui, the 2 strongest species in the box would no longer be a threat. Although there was a limit to who he could use it on, the ability was indeed against the rules, so the gain was not small. As for the sovereignty of the sun, it could be strengthened correspondingly with the inheritance. The sovereignty of the sun of the Leo constellation could strengthen the defense, allowing the person to be immune to all the attacks of the sharp blade-type weapons. The sovereignty of the son of the dragon could strengthen the spiritual lattice, greatly increasing the spiritual lattice of the person. In Noah's body, it was a large increase in magic, divine power, and divine power. It could even strengthen the spirit with some special techniques. It was precisely because of the strengthening of the spirit of the dragon's sovereignty that Noah could use the 2 avatars without any burden, which could be said to be of great help. However, in normal times, when Noah did not need to use the 2 avatars, the strengthening of the dragon's sovereignty of the sun became dispensable. No matter what, Noah's magic, divine power, and divine power were all endless, so there was no need to increase them. That was why Noah thought of it. Since the energy was unlimited and there was no need to increase it, then, using the dragon's sovereignty of the sun to increase the limited output, would it work? As soon as he thought of it, Noah immediately put it into action and began the experiment. As a result, the experiment was a success. After increasing the output, the terrifying divine power that ordinary people could not imagine surged out of Noah's body, instantly causing all the clergymen of the 7 heroes' shrine to faint and fall to the ground. And all this, Noah, who was concentrating on the experiment of using the dragon's sovereignty of the sun to increase the output, did not notice at all. Of course, Noah's sensing ability was not just for show. Although the approach of Wanli Yoli, K-Na, and Kantorai Winter Horse, because he was too focused, Noah did not notice at all. But when he was attacked and felt hostility, malice, and killing intent, it was impossible for Noah's sensing ability not to wake Noah up. Under such circumstances, the black divine sword pierced through the air like an arrow. The sharp sound of the sword piercing through the air made Noah, who had extraordinary sensing ability, open his eyes immediately. As soon as he opened his eyes, the sharp tip of the sword came straight at him, enlarging in Noah's dark pupils. Feeling the strong curse power on the divine saber, Noah's eyes narrowed. Without any hesitation, he raised a hand. Ding! As a crisp sound came, the sharp tip of the divine sword was caught between 2 of Noah's fingers before it could touch Noah's pupils and pierce his eyes. It stopped in midair. Wah! K-Na was shocked. He blocked Tian Songyun's attack with his fingers. He blocked the attack of a god relic with his bare hands. Kantorai Winter Horse was stunned too. Are you kidding me? Wanli Gu Yoli directly covered his small mouth with a look of disbelief. The so-called god relic was a general term for the weapons, tools, and equipment used by gods. The divine sword named Tian Songyun was one of them. In the world of Xiaoye, it was called a relic. In the world of Xiaoye, it was called a godhead weapon. No matter which world it was in, such a famous divine sword was blocked by Noah with two of his fingers. I see. Is it a god relic? Noah's frown disappeared slowly. It's indeed amazing. Unfortunately, this body has impenetrable power. No matter how powerful the god relic is, it can't pierce through my body. Noah extended his other hand and flicked the black divine sword as soon as he was done speaking. Clang! As the loud sound of a bell was heard, the divine sword named Tian Songyun was flicked away by Lin Huang's finger. It spun in the air and eventually stabbed into the ground not far away from the door. At that moment, golden ripples that looked like water ripples appeared again. Chains popped out and wrapped around the divine sword. The famous divine sword was bound to the ground and could no longer move. The outcome had been decided. It only took 1 second. Chapter 1407. Clang, 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 clang. The pitch-black divine saber that was tightly bound by the chains trembled uncontrollably, rubbing against the chains that bound it tightly. Crisp clashing sounds rang out continuously, reverberating through the air. However, no matter how hard the black sword struggled, it could not break free from the chains. Noah only got up from his bed when he saw that. I knew it. I thought it was strange that a god relic would have a consciousness. The divine knife named Tian Songyun clearly had a mind of its own. It attacked Noah on its own accord. However, Noah had never heard of a god relic having a consciousness. Noah glanced at the struggling pitch-black divine blade, then turned his gaze to Huina. Although the sword is a god relic, it's not Susanu's sword in Japanese mythology. It's a subordinate god that was born from the god's power, am I right? Huina was slightly shocked when she heard that. She nodded immediately. Yes, although Kusanagi is a god relic, it's not the real Kusanagi sword in Japanese mythology. It's a subordinate god of the god that I serve. A subordinate god. It was also a type of god. Just like how Noah had servants like Letitia, Pest, and Aster, in all kinds of myths and legends, the gods also had their own gods subordinate to them. Such subordinates were called subordinate gods. Subordinate gods did not have a fixed form nor a fixed identity. Some of them were gods that had a deep relationship with the god that they served in the myths. Some of them were gods like Kusanagi sword that were part of the god's power that they served in the myths. In terms of strength, they were inferior to the god slayer and the disobedient god. However, it was still stronger than the divine beasts and the like. Of course, a subordinate god like Kusanagi sword that appeared in the form of a god relic in myths was more outstanding in terms of the weapon aspect. The amount of power that could be unleashed depended entirely on the user's ability to use it. In other words, the Kusanagi sword that Huina had was not the real Kusanagi sword in Japanese mythology. It was the subordinate god of the Kusanagi sword's owner, the famous Susanoo. It possessed the functions of a god relic as well as the identity of a god. However, it was not the real deal. That was why Noah's Enkidu was able to restrain it. Because it had the side of being a subordinate god, it naturally possessed divinity. Now, I finally understand. Noah turned his gaze to Gan Chi Dong Ma and suddenly smiled. One of your elders who live in seclusion, the true identity of the god of disobedience is Susanoo, right? Winter Horse Ganchi nodded with a bitter smile. Susanoo. In Japanese mythology, it was a very famous divinity. Speaking of Susanoo, Izanagi and Izanami must also be mentioned. Izanagi and Izanami were the father and mother gods in Japanese mythology. All the gods in Japanese mythology were created by these two gods in various ways or gave birth to their children. Susanoo was Izanagi's son. Susanoo's full name was Susanoo. He possessed many attributes and was known as the god of storm. He was also known as the god of destruction because of his violent nature. At the same time, he possessed the divinity of the god of earth. Later on, he became the god of conquest and the god of heroes because of various mythical deeds. This god could control storms and was also a user of steel. When this god was mentioned, it was impossible not to think of him as the most famous god in Japanese mythology. In order to save the girl who was sacrificed to the famous monster in Japanese mythology, Yamada no Orochi, Susanoo killed Yamada no Orochi and took a sword from its tail. That sword was the Kusanagi sword, also known as the Kusanagi sword. Since then, Susanoo became the hero who killed Yamada no Orochi, also known as the god of steel. The Kusanagi sword was later passed down in Japan and became a symbol of royalty because of its special status. In fact, in Noah's Gate of Babylon, the famous king's sword was also sleeping. That was why Noah understood that the pitch-black divine blade in front of him was not the real heavenly sword of clouds. However, from the fact that the sword was Susanoo's subordinate god, it was not an exaggeration to call it the real thing. After all, this sword was a subordinate god that Susanoo created based on his own legend in the myths. Unfortunately, although the sword had Susanoo's divine power, it did not have a symbol of royalty. That was because the Kusanagi sword had been passed down from Susanoo's hands to the next generation. In Noah's Gate of Babylon, the Kusanagi sword's ability was a symbol of royalty. It was the way of the king and the sword of the king. The sword in front of him was just a divine relic and a subordinate god that embodied Susanoo's power. Presumably, the sword's ability should be similar to Susanoo's authority, right? Susanoo, the conquering god of steel. Noah thought to himself. The sleeping strongest steel that Pandora mentioned shouldn't be that guy, right? With that in mind, Wanli-gu Yoli suddenly stepped forward with a face full of anger. He directly rushed in front of Noah and shouted loudly. Mr. Noah! What the hell are you doing? Huh? Noah was shocked. Noah was not the only one who was shocked. Even Kei-na and Kaneji Winterhorse were shocked. Wanli-gu did not notice at all and continued to shout angrily. Do you know what you've done? Do you know how much trouble you've brought to the people around you? Noah was a little confused. What have I done? You've done something that doesn't fit your status at all. Wanli-gu approached Noah with an extremely strong aura. You're a king. Since you're a king, you should think more about the people around you. I realize that you don't realize how much influence you have. Please reflect on yourself. Noah, who was shocked by Wanli-gu's strong aura, was stunned. He only realized it when he came back to his senses. Wanli-gu Yoli's pretty face was less than 10 centimeters away from his own face because her whole body was close to his. This made Noah feel a little uncomfortable and he laughed bitterly. Although I don't know what happened, it should be my experiment that affected you a little. If you want to lecture me, I'll listen to you properly later. So, calm down first. Your face is too close. Wanli-gu only noticed this now. Her pretty face turned red and she quickly moved away. She held her burning face and cried softly as if she was about to cry. What did I do? Only now did she feel embarrassed. Wasn't it a little too late? Noah couldn't help but laugh. At the same time, he felt that this innocent girl was quite cute. At this time, Hui-na and Ganchi Dongma finally reacted from the sudden situation. As expected of a king. Even Tian Songyun was defeated in an instant. Although the lack of a user was one of the reasons, when Tian Songyun showed his true strength, even I couldn't do anything. Hui-na said with a happy expression. A king's strength is actually so strong. That's too strong. Was it strong? However, Noah had only used one hand to send Tian Songyun flying. Let alone authority, he didn't even use magic or magic. Of course, Noah's body had taken possession of the Leo constellation's sun sovereign, making him invulnerable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to subdue Tian Songyun in a second. At the very least, he would have been able to fight for a few seconds. Thinking about this, Noah couldn't help but scratch his cheeks and shrug. Then, he looked at Hui Na. That's right, who are you? Hearing Noah's words, Hui Na finally remembered the purpose of her trip. Sorry, Hui Na forgot to introduce herself. Hui Na's gentle smile was comparable to that of a well-educated young miss. However, she didn't bow. Instead, she tilted her head and closed her eyes as she said this with a smile. I am Hui Na from Clear Autumn Courtyard. At the king's request, I came to become the king's follower, Wuxia. Please take care of me, my king. Chapter 1408. Qingqiu Courtyard. Noah looked at Keiko in surprise. Qingqiu Courtyard? Are you referring to that Qingqiu Courtyard? In Japan, there are 4 leading families in the world of Japanese magic. They were the Qingqiu Courtyard, the Jufuzuka Courtyard, the Lianqin Courtyard, and the Sayako Courtyard. These 4 families were the 4 ancient families that had served the emperor since ancient times. They had an extremely ancient history and noble origins. Today, the 4 families stood at the pinnacle of the entire Japanese spell world. Among them, the Sayako Courtyard was the core of the Official History Compilation Committee. The founder of the Official History Compilation Committee was the former head of the Sayako Courtyard. The Qingqiu Courtyard was a family that specialized in martial arts and political power. Once, the 4 families competed with each other for fame and fortune. In the end, the Sayako Courtyard won the battle. Therefore, the Official History Compilation Committee of Japan's spell world had the Sayako Courtyard as its core. Apart from the fact that the committee was founded by the Sayako Courtyard, this was also part of the reason. In view of this, the Sayako Courtyard, the Official History Compilation Committee, had the right to dispatch members of the other 3 families. Despite this, the Qingqiu Courtyard's political influence was also extraordinary. Even if they were dispatched by the Official History Compilation Committee, they were still the leader of the Japanese spell world. Even the core of the Official History Compilation Committee, the Sayako Courtyard, could not ignore their influence. That's right. Hui nodded with a naive expression that made it impossible for anyone to see through her. Keiko is the only daughter of the Qingqiu Courtyard. Everyone says that Keiko will inherit the Qingqiu Courtyard sooner or later, but it doesn't matter to Keiko whether she can inherit it or not. In addition, Keiko Courtyard was also a witch. Moreover, she was the head witch of the current generation. Since young, she worshipped Susanoo as a witch. She could listen to the voice of the gods and borrow the power of the gods. Susanoo even gave her the divine sword Tingyun. She was a genius in the Japanese spell world. This was Keiko Courtyard's Keiko Courtyard. Just like what Kaneko said, Keiko Courtyard's Keiko Courtyard was second to none in the world. Although she could only borrow a fraction of the power, this level of power was enough to put Keiko Courtyard's Keiko Courtyard above Erika and Liliana. If Erika and Liliana were the prodigies of the European magic world, then Keiko Courtyard's Keiko Courtyard was the prodigy of the Japanese spell world. Keiko Courtyard's Keiko Courtyard. Keiko Courtyard's Keiko Courtyard's Keiko Courtyard's Keiko Courtyard. Keiko Courtyard's Keiko Courtyard's Keiko Courtyard. Keiko Courtyard. In other words, the divine power you borrowed is Susanoo's power, right? Keiko said Keiko. Grandfather said that the king needs me, so he sent me to the king's side. No matter what the king wants to do to me, I have to obey. No matter what. Wanli Yoli's pretty face turned red again. It was unknown whether or not he had thought of something wrong. Oh. Winter Horse Ganchi narrowed his eyes. Are you going to use this trick? Noah was also a little speechless, but then he suddenly smiled. He walked up to Keiko Courtyard's Keiko Courtyard and reached out his hand. Keiko Courtyard was stunned. He lifted the girl's chin. Then, if I ask you to deal with the god you worship, will you listen? This sentence made Keiko Courtyard's Keiko Courtyard and Keiko Courtyard's breathing stagnate at the same time. Keiko Courtyard's Keiko Courtyard was also a little stunned, but then she felt shy because the corner of Noah's mouth was slightly raised. Keiko courtyards, Keiko courtyards, Keiko courtyards, Keiko courtyards, Keiko courtyard. If Keiko courtyards, Keiko courtyards, Keiko courtyard, Keiko courtyard will help you. From Keiko courtyard's words, although she called Susanoo courtyards, Keiko courtyards, Keiko courtyards, Keiko courtyard, she didn't have any relationship with the god. But, that's true. Susanoo courtyard was also a god. Even if one of the elders of the Japanese magic circle was living in seclusion in the hidden world, he would still point out the happenings in the modern world. So, he would probably only pay attention to matters related to gods and gods' lairs, right? As a high and mighty god, building a relationship with ordinary humans was not an option for that guy at all. Keiko courtyard called him Keiko courtyards, Keiko courtyards, Keiko courtyards, Keiko courtyards, Keiko courtyard. Understanding this point, Noah somewhat understood what kind of position those elders living in seclusion in the secluded world played. Simply put, they were a group of people who took advantage of their seniority. Sure enough, no matter where one went, there would always be annoying people. Clang, 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 clang. At this time, Tian Songyun was still trembling. It kept rubbing against the chains that bound it tightly. The blade was also surging with a powerful curse power. It seemed like it was unwilling to accept this result. Everyone looked at Tian Songyun and then looked at each other. It looks like Tian Songyun still wants to fight, Hui Na said helplessly. Your Majesty, do you want to accompany it? Forget it. Noah let go of Hui Na's chin and said with a lack of interest. If it's only at the level of a subordinate god, then it's not even worth me taking it seriously. Besides, I also said that my body has the grace of invulnerability. That knife can't do anything to me at all. Plus, I promised to live here as an ordinary person as possible. So, I'll leave it to you. Hearing this, Wanli Gyuli cast a grateful look at Noah. Winter Horse Mandala said helplessly, even subordinate gods can't be serious? Should I say, as expected of the most terrifying god slayer? If that was the case. Only Hui Na sighed as if she was extremely troubled. Tian Songyun is usually very nice, but when he gets angry, even I can't do anything. Even if the king asked me to deal with him, I don't know what to do. Although she said that, Hui Na still walked towards Tian Songyun. No matter what, let's put Tian Songyun away first. After saying that, Hui Na extended her hand towards Tian Songyun, who was tightly bound. At this moment, Noah sensed something strange and frowned. His eyes hardened as he suddenly opened his mouth to speak. Be careful. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything. Hui Na's hand gripped the handle of Tian Songyun's knife tightly. At that moment, a surge of curse power surged out of Tian Songyun's blade. It turned into a dense darkness and surged in all directions like a tide. The speed at which the darkness spread was indescribably fast. However, Noah had already sensed that something was amiss long ago, so it was not difficult for him to avoid it. However, when he saw Wanli Gyuli and Hui Na being covered by the darkness, Noah clicked his tongue and relaxed his tense body, allowing the darkness to swallow him. Then, the feeling of the world spinning attacked Noah's body. When he came to his senses, Noah was already in an unknown forest. When Noah opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was an emerald green mountain. The smell of soil and trees was very strong. There was a small stream flowing by the side. However, it was raining cats and dogs, and the wind was howling as it blew across the entire world. Noah looked around, and it didn't take him long to find a small house. It was a Japanese-style wooden house that seemed to have appeared in ancient times. Looking at the small house, Noah narrowed his eyes slightly, lifted his foot, and walked in that direction without hesitation. Not long after, Noah arrived at the door of the house. Without any hesitation, Noah reached out and opened the door. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Noah. You're finally here. It's so hard to see you. The person who said this was an old man sitting cross-legged in front of an old-fashioned fireplace. He was very tall and wore a rough kimono. Even through the cloth, one could still see the bulging muscles of the old man. He had a strong body that did not match his age. I'm sorry. I used my family's witch in Tian Songyun as a medium to bring you here. The old man was not apologetic at all. Anyway, come in first. Chapter 1409. Inside the wooden hut, the old man was holding a bottle of wine and was happily drinking from it. Noah did not pay any attention to the old man and instead looked to the side of the old man. Over there, Kusanagi, whose entire body was burning with curse energy, was stabbed into the ground, emitting a clear battle intent towards Noah. The divine sword that belonged to Susanoo had not given up on fighting Noah. It was different from Susanoo, who only became a steel after slaying dragons and snakes. Kusanagi was a subordinate god, and from the moment it was born, it existed in the form of a sword and a blade. It was the most primitive and purest steel god. As a steel god, every steel god was a god of war, and a god of war. Their thirst for battle was simply unimaginable to humans. As such, after experiencing Noah's incomparable power, as the purest steel, Kusanagi, as the purest steel, released such an unrelenting battle intent towards Noah. Unfortunately, to Noah, it would be a different story if his opponent was someone worthy of respect and pleasing to the eye. However, for someone like Kusanagi, who was inexplicably harassing him, Noah did not even want to pay attention to him. However, Tian Songyun did not attack Noah directly like he did at the beginning. Although he released a shocking battle intent towards Noah, he obediently stayed by the old man's side, not moving at all. Who could make a steel, like Kusanagi, who was born to fight, suppress his instincts? Who else could it be other than the main god that he was loyal to? At this moment, Noah smirked and walked into the wooden hut. He sat down on the other side of the hut, but he did not look at the old man. Instead, he looked around as if he was observing something. Since I am able to meet you face to face, that means this is the secluded world where you live in seclusion, right? Susanoo. Oh. Don't you understand the situation very well? The old god named Susanoo grinned. Although I've always wanted to meet you, it's a pity that going to the modern world would cause me all kinds of trouble. I can't use my own power to allow others to enter the hidden world as they please, so I can only rely on Tian Songyun and that girl Hui as a medium to bring you here. The supernatural beings that exist in myths are called gods. They only exist in myths, and the gods that jump out of myths and wander on the ground are the gods of disobedience. Noah looked at Susanoo with a smile. Then, what are you? Me? I used to be a god of disobedience, Susanoo said casually, as if he didn't care at all. After I appeared on the surface, I rampaged about for over 1,000 years. In the end, I got a little bored, so I decided to live in seclusion. In the end, I could only come to this realm between life and death. Life is the present world that can give life existence. Immortality is all kinds of myths and legends. The gods that only exist in myths and legends jumped out of the realm of immortality and came to the world of life, and became disobedient gods. When disobedient gods are defeated, they will return to the realm of immortality. However, a god like Susanoo who used to be a disobedient god and got tired of his life as a disobedient god, and no one could defeat him, so where should he go? Naturally, he could only come to the hidden world to live in seclusion. Because the hidden world is the hidden world, this world is between the modern world, which represents life, and the mythical world, which represents immortality. In other words, this secluded world is a gathering place for those who are neither human nor god. Especially now, those who are gathered here are people who can't let go of their attachment to the modern world. Including me, there are many things in the modern world that I can't be at ease with. Susanoo, while holding a bottle of wine and drinking it with a forthright attitude, intentionally or unintentionally mentioned it. Well, to put it simply, a group of old men who supervise the young people. In order to prevent the young people in the modern world from acting recklessly, it is our duty to remind them. Sometimes, when there are characters that the young people can't deal with, it is also our duty to come out and say a few words. What he meant was that Noah's existence forced him to come out and say a few words. However, Noah snorted at this saying. You don't have to say so many nice words, it's not the first time I have dealt with gods like you. Even if I am no longer a disobedient god, as long as I am a god, my mission is more important than anything else. As he said that, Noah spoke as if he was referring to something else. In the end, you can't be saying that as a god, you are actually very concerned about the safety of humans, so you couldn't help but jump out and talk to me, right? Ha 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 ha. Susanoo suddenly burst into laughter. Although I also want to say that, as you said, the death of one or two humans may be a little insignificant for a god, but it also depends on the situation. Take me for example, if there is a monster like Yamada no Orochi that is endangering humans, even if there is only one human being who is about to be reduced to food, I will still save her. Thanks to this, I was able to win the heart of a beautiful woman. Sure enough, even a god has to often do good deeds. In the myth, in order to save Kita no Orochi, who was reduced to a sacrifice, Susanoo killed the snake monster and obtained the Kusanagi sword, and from then on, became the conquering god of steel. After that, the rescued Kita and Adaheim became friends with Susanoo, and the two of them got married, creating a beautiful story. When Susanoo said that he won the heart of a beautiful woman, it was indeed such a thing. Unfortunately, I am no longer that impulsive age, the task of saving the little girl will be handed over to you young men. Susanoo looked at Noah with a profound look. Isn't that the reason why you were pulled here by me willingly? Then it's easy to say. Noah raised his eyes and looked at Susanoo's eyes, then said lightly. Where is the Wanli Valley and the Qingxiu courtyard now? Don't tell me you don't know. However, the one who answered this question was not Susanoo, but another voice. The foreign god killer king, the girls you are looking for are now here. This was a very clear and beautiful voice. Accompanied by such a voice, a figure suddenly appeared without any warning on the side of the stove where Noah and Susanoo were sitting opposite each other. It was an extremely beautiful woman. The clothes she was wearing seemed to be a noble princess costume during the Heian period, with bright colors, known as the 12-style kimono. Her pupils were a clear glass color, and she had long brown hair that reached her waist. Her skin was smooth and delicate like ivory. The woman had a beautiful face that seemed to be carefully carved. Her beauty was far superior to that of modern humans, giving people the feeling that she was a princess that only appeared in ancient times. Such a beautiful woman took out 3 pieces of red tomo from her long sleeve and held it in front of Noah. The hidden world is a world where the difference between reality and illusion is very ambiguous, but it is also a world where the mind is superior to the body. As long as you want to, you can instantly teleport, and as long as you want to, you can change the world. This kind of unrealistic world is very difficult for human beings to adapt to, and if you don't do anything about it, you may not even be able to keep your life. Therefore, I turned the people who came with you into dead objects to prevent this side effect. I hope you can understand. Hearing this, Noah felt relieved that a beautiful woman like a princess suddenly appeared without him noticing, but he reached out his hand and silently took the 3 tomo. At this time, another hoarse voice sounded. I didn't expect that one of the most powerful god killers would jump into the hidden world for a few humans. As soon as he finished speaking, another person silently appeared in the small house and sat on the last empty seat around the stove. This was a monk wearing black monk robes, his skin was very dry, as if he had no real flesh, like a mummy. Okay, everyone is here. Susanoo put the wine bottle in his hand on the ground, looked at Noah, and smiled ferociously. Then, let's begin the negotiations. God Killer. Chapter 14:10. Negotiate? Susanoo's words made Noah look around. He glanced at Susanoo, the princess, and the monk, and finally fixed his eyes on Susanoo. I think that what should be said to you clearly. What's the point of negotiating? Noah's words made Tyrant's mouth twitch. Tyrant's words were like thorns in his voice. You talk big. Should I say that you're worthy of being a god-slayer? That's enough. Sir, and master, we're here to talk to the king. You're being rude. It's against the rules of the conversation. The princess frowned slightly. Please be a little more careful. It's not good for us to become enemies with the king of a foreign country. Unfortunately, both Susanoo and Tyrant ignored the princess's words. One of them continued to drink, while the other shook his head, looking like a rebel. It had to be said that seeing these two people, no one would have any good impression of them. However, perhaps the two of them had such an attitude because of their self-confidence. Susanoo was a mythical god. Even if he was no longer a god of disobedience, he still had great divine power. It was estimated that in terms of strength, he was not inferior to the highest-level gods like Welslana and Mercado. As for the monk's words, Noah could clearly sense that he was not a god. However, this was a world where transcendental beings who were neither human nor god gathered. The monk in front of him was obviously not a human either. Coupled with the monk's dress, Noah felt that the monk should be a transcendent being who had cultivated his body to become a Buddha. Even if he was inferior to the god and the god-slayer, he was still a figure that humans could not reach. As for the beautiful princess, Noah almost saw through her identity at first glance. God Ancestor. She was a fallen goddess of earth. Although she was no longer a god, she was still an existence that transcended human beings. Noah, who had confronted the god ancestor Ganivia, sensed a trace of the same aura from the princess. Therefore, the princess was very likely to be a god ancestor who had existed even longer than Ganivia. A god. A Buddha. A god ancestor. 3 transcendental beings. Except for the princess, who was a god ancestor, Susanoo and the monk were so rude because of their confidence. However, when it came to confidence, Noah was not lacking in it. It was because Noah knew exactly how much power he had at the moment. When using 2 avatars, Noah's full strength could reach 3 digits of box tings. The gods and god-slayers in this world were between 4 and 5 digits. The highest was only 4 digits. Susanoo, the monk, and the god ancestor, the strongest one should be Susanoo, who had wreaked havoc in the world as the god of disobedience for more than 1,000 years. However, Susanoo's strength was probably at the middle of the 4-digit range, not the top, let alone the 3-digit range. For Noah, Susanoo was not a threat. Of course, Noah's authority was still in the process of adapting and could not be used casually. Even so, with Noah's current power, he could reach 4 digits. Coupled with the Sun Sovereign and many precious artifacts, his combat power was definitely not inferior to Susanoo. If he really fought with Susanoo, Noah was absolutely confident that he could win. As for the reason why, it was simply because Noah had a trump card that could restrain the gods. Clang! With a crisp sound of collision, a long spear suddenly appeared in Noah's hand without any warning. Noah stabbed the spear into the ground. Susanoo, the monk, and the princess were shocked. They all looked at the source of the sound. Then their pupils suddenly shrank, and their faces became dignified. Buzz! In the slight trembling sound, the red spear with a forked tip emitted an ancient and sacred aura, filling the whole space. Putting the monk and the princess aside, Susanoo could clearly feel it. The aura emitted from the strangely shaped spear made the heart of the famous hero god in Japanese mythology surge with unprecedented warning signs. Susanoo had never felt such a sense of danger for thousands of years. The keen intuition of a god told Susanoo. The spear was dangerous. Very dangerous. Buzz, 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 buzz. At the same time, the kusanagi that was stabbed into the ground next to Susanoo began to tremble violently. The incantation power that surrounded it became chaotic and violent. It was similar to Susanoo. As Susanoo's god follower, the kusanagi also felt a threat that it had never felt before from the strangely shaped spear. That kind of threat was like an innate instinct that was being suppressed. It was extremely strong. Don't you have something interesting? Susanoo's playful expression gradually disappeared as he looked straight at Noah. Is that a type of god relic? It's not an exaggeration to say that in this world. However, it's different from your broken sword. Mine is the real deal. Noah met Susanoo's gaze and smirked. I just want to say that there's a limit to my patience. You can challenge me if you want. If you want to fight, I'll take you on any time. However, if you've asked me to come here just to see you guys put on airs." After saying this, Noah suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed the monk's collar. He pulled the monk in front of him and stared coldly at the monk's shriveled face that was like a mummy's. "Let's fight then. I don't have time to waste on people like you who like to play games. You." The monk's shriveled face was contorted in anger. Susanu's face turned grim as well. He was no longer as carefree as he was just now. At this moment, Susanoo and the monk finally realized what was going on. The person in front of them seemed rational, but it did not mean that he was not impulsive. He had killed 2 of the highest level gods when he first appeared. He had defeated 3 of his kind as soon as he became a god slayer. It would be unbelievable if he did not have a temper. Noah was adjusting his style based on the situation and the person. He could do anything to those who he could get along with. However, he could be stubborn to those who he could not get along with. If they were unhappy, they could fight him. It was such a crude principle. "Rakshasa king from a foreign country, please calm down," the princess said immediately when she snapped back to her senses. "We don't mean any harm. Just because we don't mean any harm, it doesn't mean that we won't be enemies. Otherwise, why would the relationship between a god slayer and a god of disobedience be so complicated?" Noah pushed the monk who was glaring at him away. He glanced at Susanoo who was gloomy and then looked at the princess. "I'm sorry. I don't get along with these 2 fellas. I don't hate you, so I'll let you do the talking. As for you..." Noah glanced at Susanoo and the monk. "Shut up and watch, don't make me angry." The impolite words made Susanoo and Tyrant's face turn ugly. "What?" Susanoo smiled rudely, but there was no smile in his eyes. "Aren't you very capable?" In the myths, Susanoo was famous for his violent temperament, so he was responsible for controlling the violent storms. He was also known as the god of destruction. Although Susanoo had been wandering for thousands of years, it didn't mean that he had lost his temper after thousands of years. Now, Susanoo was obviously angry. However, looking at Susanoo in such a state, Noah only smiled suddenly. He reached out his hand and placed it on the strangely shaped crimson spear beside him. Then, he slowly pulled it out. Susanoo suddenly became vigilant. A terrible idea finally emerged in Tyrant's mind. The princess could no longer maintain her elegance, and her face was full of anxiety. In such a situation, Noah slowly stood up and said to himself, "It seems that before we talk, it is necessary to let you understand the difference between the primary and secondary." After that, Noah pointed the spear in his hand at Susanoo and sneered. "Go outside." Susanoo narrowed his eyes, and his body burned with surging curse power. Interesting, isn't it? The battle was about to start. Chapter 14:11. Secluded World, also known as the Realm of Life and Undying, was a very mysterious world. Not only was the boundary between reality and illusion very ambiguous, but it also allowed people to do many inconceivable things just by thinking about it. It was also a world where the mind was superior to the body. With just a thought, anyone could teleport. However, teleportation could only be done in different spaces. Secluded World was actually not a world with only one space, but a wonderful world formed by combining many different spaces. For example, Secluded World could be considered a building, and the spaces in Secluded World were the rooms in the building. Although all the rooms were in the same building, they were separated by walls. This was how Secluded World existed. It was a world made up of multiple isolated spaces. This was Secluded World. It was because this world was formed by many different spaces that it could allow those existences to live in it. For example, the god of disobedience. Just by appearing, he would bring about phenomena related to his own attributes. If the god of fire descended, everything around him would become incomparably hot. If the god of sea descended, a tsunami comparable to the end of the world would descend along with it. For these kinds of existences, as long as they chose to live in seclusion in Secluded World, they would only affect the space they were in, and would not affect other spaces. Therefore, under normal circumstances, if there was no reason, the existences in secluded world would not go to other spaces of their own kind. Pandora was the same. The goddess, who was the birth mother of the god Slayer, lived in this realm of life and undying, and stayed in a space that was difficult for ordinary people to go to. Generally speaking, although the spaces in secluded world were separated from each other, there was still a trace of connection between the spaces in secluded world, making each space in secluded world like a spider web. Therefore, in this world where the mind was superior to the body, people could rely on their imagination to let their bodies pass through these spider web-like connections, and instantly teleport to other spaces. However, it was said that Pandora's space was not so easy to reach. As for the specific reason, Noah did not know. This was the first time he had come to this world with his real body, so he did not know the specific situation. Of course, Noah could still calmly exist in this world. The princess had said that most people would find it difficult to adapt to the secluded world. If he did not use some special methods, even if he came to the secluded world, he would collapse due to excessive discomfort and eventually lose his life. However, the god Slayer had an extremely tenacious life force. This world itself would not reject Noah's existence. No matter how long Noah stayed here, there would not be any side effects. Under such circumstances, the group of people came out of the wooden house and came to the open space by the riverbank. Walala! The heavy downpour was mixed with the storm, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. Noah and Susanoo stood facing each other, separated from each other by a certain distance. At the side, Tyrant and Princess stood side by side. When they saw this scene, their expressions were completely different. The monk's face was filled with schadenfreude and mockery. The princess looked worried and restless. Why did things turn out this way? The princess sighed slightly and glanced at the monk. I think the sorcerer should be very clear about the reason, right? If not for Susanoo and the monk's arrogant and sloppy attitude, which was simply looking for trouble and provocation, things would not have turned out this way. However, the monk did not have the slightest self-awareness. No. It should be said that the monk had the self-awareness, but he did not look like he was reflecting at all. Isn't this good? The monk sneered. Let the old mister teach that ridiculously young foreign king a good lesson. It will be good for the following conversation, won't it? Then, what if it's the other way around? The princess retorted. What if the old mister loses to the Rakshasa king in the end? That's impossible. The monk said without hesitation. Gods and gods' layers, if it was that easy to determine the winner, there wouldn't only be 7 demon kings in this world. Even if that kid killed 2 gods at the same time to become a god slayer, and defeated 3 of his kind at the same time, and praised him to the heavens, if he wants to defeat a god, it's useless to rely on such a superficial difference in combat strength. Whether it was a god slayer or a disobedient god, they could not be judged by common sense. The simplest example was that if a god and a human were to fight, no one would think that the latter would win. However, some humans stood out and miraculously killed a god, which led to the birth of a god slayer. Therefore, if one were to judge the outcome of a battle between a god slayer and a god based solely on the difference in combat strength, the result would often be shocking. Let's not talk about other things. In the past, when Noah succeeded in becoming a god slayer, during the 3 months he was active in Italy, he also met many gods. However, because of the god's tenacious vitality, he did not succeed in killing the 3rd disobedient god and obtaining new power. From this point of view, the monk's words were undoubtedly correct. The princess also agreed with this statement. However, that was under normal circumstances. The princess could not help but look at the strangely shaped spear in Noah's hand, which exuded an extremely sacred and ancient aura. As a god ancestor, the princess's sharp spiritual sense told her that spear was very likely to subvert this common sense. Otherwise, Noah would not have so easily started a fight with Susanoo. Under the gaze of the princess and the monk, Noah, who was in the middle of the storm, was completely drenched, holding the strangely shaped spear in his hand and looking forward. There, Susanoo was also holding the Kusanagi sword tightly, looking at Noah with a ferocious and ruthless expression, grinning, showing the violent temperament of the god of destruction and the god of conquest's side to the fullest. Are you ready? Boy. What? Noah raised the spear in his hand and pointed at Susanoo. Don't tell me you want me to respect you and let you have 3 moves first. No, I just want to tell you one thing. Susanoo's rock-hard face showed a happy expression. I haven't had a decent fight for a long time. Don't let me down, the youngest god slayer. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of fierce curse power burst out from Susanoo's body, turning into a flame-like flame that slowly burned and covered Susanoo's whole body. Seeing this, Noah curled his lips and smiled. The energy in the energy source in his body was instantly converted into magic power and poured into the spear in his hand, causing the surging magic power to swell. The 2 violent curses suddenly turned into a raging wind, which shook Noah and Susanoo, respectively, dispersing the surrounding storm. Whoosh! The next moment, 2 figures, also wrapped in a powerful spell, shot out like arrows almost at the same time. They were so fast that even the princess and the monk could only see 2 vague shadows. Then, the 2 figures, like meteorites, with an indescribable impact, fiercely collided with each other in a very shocking way. Ding! When the 2 vague figures collided with each other, the moment they passed each other, a crisp sound of collision shook the air. That was the sound of the sharp spear thrusting out like lightning, but it was blocked by the divine sword like a heavy shield, causing sparks to fly everywhere, and a small circle of energy ripples stirred up the sound of sparks. Did you beat me to it? Susanoo laughed out loud. Then it's my turn. While speaking, Susanoo raised the Tian Songyun in his hand directly above his head and slashed down at Noah in front of him. Swoosh! On the pitch-black divine blade, a strong gust of wind tore the air apart. The sharp sound of the wind breaking was heard, which made people's eardrums tingle. Facing this fierce slash, Noah's eyes flashed, and relying on his amazing arm strength, he fiercely swung the red spear from the bottom to the top. Clang! A bell-like sound reverberated in the air, setting off a strong wind that rushed in all directions, causing cracks to appear on the ground where Noah and Susanoo were standing. Chapter 14:12. Clang! The blade and the spear collided with each other, causing a crisp sound. The eyes of the god slayer holding the holy spear and the god of disobedience holding the divine blade were burning with unyielding fighting spirit. They mercilessly swung their weapons that would go down in history at each other. Clang! 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 The fierce sound of collision continued as the holy spear and the divine blade collided and shook the space, and frequently set off bursts of sparks that couldn't be extinguished even in the storm. In Japanese mythology, the hero who killed the snake and slayed the dragon was simply like a storm, with a trace of warlike laughter. Like a violent storm, the divine blade in his hand violently slashed more than a dozen times in a very short period of time, causing pieces of blade shadows to flicker together with the arc light in the space, like a crescent moon slashing forward. That skill was worthy of its name. An amazing skill that only gods had the means to use, but it was vividly displayed by this god who had been wandering for thousands of years. In the face of such an amazing skill, Noah was like a windmill, relying on the same amazing physical strength. He heavily swung the holy spear. If Susanoo was the pinnacle of skill, then Noah was the pinnacle of strength. Every time Susanoo used his amazing divine skills to continuously wave out a storm of slashes, Noah would not be outdone and fiercely sweep out with a blow that could split mountains and split rocks. This sweep was like a gust of wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, sweeping away all the slashes that flashed together with the light in the space, and bouncing off the divine blade. This scene had been going on for quite some time. However, the attack and defense of the 2 people did not change at all. Noah has been standing in the same place, without moving. He just swung the holy spear, making the holy spear bring out a burst of whistling sound. Susanoo wanted to violently crush Noah countless times, but every time, he was swept away by the terrible power of the holy spear, which was like a windmill that was swung by the holy spear like a windmill, and he couldn't succeed in making Noah take a step back. Clang! 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 Clang. The attack and defense that only appeared in myths and legends continued. The continuous sound of collisions rang out, accompanied by dazzling sparks that appeared in the storm. The holy spear that swept across like a windmill and the divine blade that slashed like moonlight continued to collide. Clang. At a certain moment, a sound that was clearer than any of the previous clashes reverberated through the air. Goo! Susanoo couldn't help but let out a muffled groan as he was once again swept away, and continuously retreated dozens of steps before stopping. This time, Susanoo didn't continue his frenzied attacks. Instead, he rotated his numb arm and stared at Noah, who was casually raising the holy spear. So that's how it is. Although his skills are lacking, his arm strength is incomparably shocking. In terms of skills, other than the sword, Noah was only proficient at the level of an average person. Although it couldn't be said to be unpresentable, in front of a god with a divine skill, it was indeed quite inadequate. However, Noah had an amazing physical ability. After reaching LV5, and all the basic abilities reached the SSS stage, Noah's physical ability had already reached the level of a god. In addition, if one observed carefully, they would find that Noah's hands and feet were still surrounded by magic lines like electric wires, which was obviously a sign of the use of enhanced magic. With these two superimposed, even compared with the 16 knights in reverse, Noah's physical ability would not be the slightest bit weaker. Naturally, it was beyond the level of ordinary gods. In other words, Noah was now relying on his amazing physical ability to fight. Just like the 16 knights in reverse. No wonder you have some confidence. Although I don't know what kind of power it is, it doesn't seem to be the power of a god. You can train a body that is not weaker than a god, or even better than a god by yourself. No wonder you can become the leader of the generation of god slayers. Susanoo seemed to deliberately say it to Noah and shouted loudly. However, in this case, there is no way to defeat a god. As soon as his words fell, Susanoo stomped on the ground with a force that broke the ground and rushed towards Noah. In his hand, the dark divine sword also slashed out violently. In an instant, several sword shadows were formed in the space. It was still the same divine sword skill as before. However, this time, the trajectory of the sword shadow suddenly changed halfway, causing the original storm-like offensive to change completely. It became like the rolling waves of the sea, wave after wave, with a kind of endless and continuous entanglement. Noah's brows suddenly wrinkled, but he still picked up the holy spear and violently waved it at the incoming sword shadow. Clang! Another crisp sound of collision rang out. However, almost in an instant, Noah's expression changed slightly. Because, with amazing strength, the holy spear smashed heavily on Susanoo's divine sword, but Susanoo's divine sword was not repelled as usual. Instead, it was entangled by a snake, and in a burst of fierce sparks, the spear and the divine sword violently rubbed against each other. Ha 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 ha! Susanoo burst out laughing. You have been hit. God Slayer! While laughing, Susanoo's hand did not stop, and the divine sword that was entangled with the holy spear suddenly turned into a cold light, and directly shot towards Noah's heart. This attack, there was no room for mercy. If hit, Noah would at least be seriously injured on the spot and lose the ability to fight. Unfortunately, for Noah, this attack was no threat at all. Clang! The sharp pitch-black divine sword directly pierced Noah's heart, and it actually caused a crisp sound of steel hitting steel, and even sparks of friction. This incredible scene finally made Susanoo's wild laughter stop on his rock-like face. It was just a moment. Whoosh! He saw, Noah turned around and kicked a powerful kick in the direction of Susanoo. Bang! Susanoo, who did not have time to react, was directly kicked in the chest with a powerful force, and with a muffled sound, his whole body was kicked out. Whoosh! The terrifying strange force acted on Susanoo's body, and his whole body turned into a cannonball, and with a sharp sound of breaking the air, he finally hit the rock wall of a cliff, and directly smashed the cliff wall, and pieces of rocks fell to the ground. Bang, 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 bang. Pieces of rock smashed into the ground, causing a series of heavy muffled sounds to resound. Susanoo was directly buried by the rocks, and in an instant, his figure disappeared. However, it was only for a moment. Bang! In the next moment, a storm rose from the center of the pile of rocks, and directly lifted the huge rocks. In the center of the storm, Susanoo slowly stood up, raised his head, and shot straight in the direction of Noah like an arrow. "You're quite capable, boy." A trace of blood flowed down from the corner of Susanoo's mouth. "Can you have an invulnerable body? Is that your power?" Susanoo narrowed his eyes. Invulnerability is usually a power possessed by the god of steel. "Could it be that you've killed a steel somewhere? You talk a lot of nonsense, don't tell me you expect the opponent to tell you his ability in a duel." Noah said so, and the corner of his mouth slowly rose. "Compared to this, shouldn't you be more concerned about that broken sword of yours? If you don't pay attention to it, it will break." Hearing this, Susanoo's face changed, and he suddenly turned his head and looked at the Tian Songyun in his hand, and then, his face changed again. Because on the body of the famous divine sword, there were cracks all over it, and the Tian Songyun looked like a glass that was about to break, and it was too horrible to look at. "You also said that my skill is not good. In that case, why should I use this spear?" Noah raised the holy spear in his hand and pointed it at Susanoo from afar, which was emitting a sacred and ancient aura. "That is because this spear exists to bury gods like you." Chapter 14:13. It was the spear of Longinus. It was a god-killing holy spear that only worked on individuals with divinity. The higher the divinity of the opponent, the more damage it could inflict. Someone like Susanoo, who was directly created by the father god in Japanese mythology, would have a high divinity. As long as he was stabbed by the spear, there was almost no chance of him surviving. However, although the holy spear was powerful, it would only work if it could hit its target. If it could not hit its target, it would be useless. Therefore, in the past, when Noah used this holy spear, he would first use the Enkidu to bind the opponent, then use the Longinus to attack. However, Noah did not use the Enkidu at the beginning of the battle with Susanoo. This was because Susanoo had Tian Songyun in his hand. Not only was the divine sword a god relic, but it was also Susanoo's subordinate god. It was similar to a demigod with divinity. Therefore, even if Lin Huang did not use the Enkidu to bind it, he would still be able to inflict damage on the divine sword if he used the spear of Longinus. However, Tian Songyun was only a subordinate god. Its divinity was not as high as Susanoo's. It was only comparable to a demigod. If its divinity was lower, the damage that the spear of Longinus could inflict would be weaker. However, no matter how weak it was, the damage that was accumulated from the countless collisions would almost reach the critical point of the divine sword. So, Noah waved the holy spear in his hand and stared at Susanoo, who had a change of expression. "It's my turn to attack now." Noah raised his empty hand as soon as he finished speaking. Buzz! Suddenly, golden ripples appeared in the air around Noah. Golden light flowed on the surface of the ripples. There were wedges of different shapes at the front of the chains. The crisp sound of the chains could be heard as they shot towards Susanoo. Susanoo finally couldn't keep his calm anymore. This was because the chains that shot towards him were as threatening as the strange spear in Noah's hand. It would be bad if he was caught by the chains. Susanoo's heart was filled with a strong sense of alarm. Immediately, Susanoo's body was surrounded by a strong gust of wind. He lifted his strong body and flew up into the air. Amidst the crisp sound of chains clanging against each other, the chains suddenly turned around and rushed towards Susanoo, who was flying in the air. Susanoo was speechless. He immediately controlled the wind and turned it into a hurricane. It was like a tornado that swept across the sky and retreated at an extremely fast speed. However, the rain of chains didn't give up and continued to chase after Susanoo. It was as if the rain of chains was following closely behind Susanoo. Therefore, in the stormy weather, the tornado and the chains that were glowing with a dazzling golden light began a chase under the dark clouds. Moreover, both of them were moving at an extremely fast speed. Looking at this scene, even the princess and the monk's expressions began to turn anxious. Those chains. The tyrant stared at the chains that were chasing after the tornado. Is that a type of god relic too? I think so. Ordinary weapons can't threaten a god. However, you can't ignore the weapon that the Devil King is using. The princess was in disbelief as well. What exactly did the Devil King use to be able to use those god relics so easily? Just as the name implied, god relics referred to all the weapons, tools, and tools that God used. Almost every god relic had a unique power that contained wisdom that humans could not replicate. It was a true god's weapon. Usually, only gods could use god relics. Apart from gods, it was impossible for humans to use god relics unless they could find a complicated way to use them. Take Hui Na for example. The reason why she could use the Kusanagi cloud was that she could borrow a god's power. Hui Na could only use the Kusanagi cloud after obtaining the god relic's approval by possessing Susanu's divine power. Humans would not be able to use god relics if they did not use such a roundabout method. However, Noah could use god relics without any hindrance. Could that be the power of an authority too? The princess and the tyrant had the same thought. After all, apart from Erica and Liliana, the rest had no idea what kind of authority Noah had obtained exactly. Even Erica and Liliana only knew half of it. They did not know Noah's authority completely. Therefore, Noah's authority was still a mystery to the rest. Only Alice and Tony had more or less grasped some information. However, even these people had no idea what it was. Noah had tens of thousands of relics that were on par with god relics. Seeing that the Enkidu was unable to catch up to the tornado that was known for its speed, Noah's brows furrowed slightly before he relaxed. Then, let's try this. A gigantic golden ripple spread next to Noah as soon as he was done speaking. A gigantic crossbow appeared from the ripple as if it was pushing something. The expanding mana was sucked into the crossbow, causing the arrows on the crossbow to flash with a star-like brilliance. Go after it. Kill 100 of them, 9 lives. When the real name of the relic was released, the arrow that was shining like starlight vibrated. The starlight on it grew, turning the arrow into a beam of light. The next moment, the beam of light shot out like a shooting star. It twisted in the middle and suddenly split into 9 beams of light that looked like a dragon, shooting into the sky. Susanoo, who was dodging the attack, was shocked. He turned his head and looked in a certain direction. 9 laser beams pierced through the space and flew towards Susanoo at a much faster speed than the golden chains. They circled around each other and shot towards Susanoo at a much faster speed. Susanoo's eyes widened. He quickly controlled the tornado that was circling around his body. The tornado that was flying in the air suddenly changed direction and retreated to the side. However, Susanoo did not know that dodging the attack was useless against this relic. Kill 100 of them, 9 lives. This noble phantasm was the noble phantasm of Hercules, who had a history with Noah. In Greek mythology, Hercules was given 12 impossible tasks. One of the tasks was to destroy the sea monster that wreaked havoc in the world, the Hydra. In the legend, Hercules finally overcame all kinds of difficulties and killed the Hydra with a bow and arrow. The bow and arrow that Hercules used to kill the Hydra was kill 100 of them, 9 lives. It could turn the arrow into a beam of light and then into 9 tracking lasers. It was a relic that could even kill a fantasy breed with one shot. Therefore, the beams of light suddenly changed direction, pierced through the air, separated the tornado, and suddenly caught up with Susanoo at an indescribable speed. What? Susanoo was shocked, and then his face became ferocious. Don't underestimate me. With a violent roar, Susanoo raised the Kusanagi sword in his hand and slashed 9 consecutive times at the incoming beams of light. The flashing saber light collided with the incoming beams of light. Bang! 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 In an instant, the 9 saber lights collided with the 9 beams of light, stirring up intense flames and shock waves in all directions. However, not only did Susanoo not show any joy, but his pupils shrank. Whoosh! A figure rushed out of the intense flames and shock waves and flashed in front of Susanoo. "You're the one who underestimated me, you bastard god." The god-killing holy spear turned into a red light and stabbed out violently. Chapter 14:14. Whoosh! The holy spear turned into a red flash of light, and like a bolt of lightning, it pierced towards Susanoo's direction, and with a sharp sound of breaking the air, it shot towards Susanoo's heart. At this moment, the sense of crisis in Susanoo's heart surged like a tidal wave, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. However, that was to be expected. As mentioned before, with Susanoo's divinity, once he was hit by the spear of Longinus, he would definitely die. At this moment, Susanoo's heart was filled with the shadow of death. At this critical moment, the black saber in Susanoo's hand suddenly trembled, and it didn't pass through Susanoo's hand. Instead, it lifted Susanoo's hand up into the air. At the same time, the holy spear, which turned into a red flash of light, pierced towards the black divine sword. Bang! The divine sword, which was full of scars like broken glass, finally turned into pieces under the holy spear's attack, and scattered in all directions. As one of Susanoo's subordinate gods, Tian Songyun sacrificed himself to block a fatal blow for the overgod. Ha! Only then did Susanoo react. He let out a roar, and the storm around his body suddenly exploded, turning into a substantial shockwave that shook the surrounding area. Noah was knocked back by the shockwave caused by the explosion. His footsteps kept moving in the air. After retreating a few hundred meters, he finally stopped. Boom! The dark clouds in the sky suddenly flashed with lightning, causing the lightning to fall from the clouds and flash through the space between Noah and Susanoo. With this storm as the background, Noah and Susanoo were facing each other in the air. "Sacrificed your sword?" Noah said sarcastically. "What? If you want to, you can still do it, right? You don't have to laugh at me, boy. Just now, Tian Songyun voluntarily blocked the attack for me, but the so-called subordinate god is supposed to support the over-god, so I don't think it's shameful." Susanoo still had a violent smile on his face, but there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. "On the contrary, you didn't show any mercy at all, and you really wanted to kill me, which surprised me a little. Didn't you say that you didn't want to be merciful from the start?" Noah glanced at Susanoo. "I clearly remember that after you broke through my defense, you aimed your sword at my heart. That can't be helped." Susanoo didn't hide anything. "Fighting against a human hero who can kill a god, I don't have the confidence to win in the future." "Then I'm the same, right?" Noah said lightly. "At this time, when I can't use my true power, I also don't have the confidence to defeat you if I show mercy." "Oh." Susanoo raised his eyebrows. "In other words, as long as you don't show mercy, you have the confidence to defeat me?" Hearing this, Noah didn't answer immediately. Instead, he curled his lips and raised the holy lance in his hand, pointing it at Susanoo from afar. Didn't the attack just now fully prove this point? Yes. The attack just now had fully proved this point. Even if Noah can't use his authority yet, with his current strength, as long as he uses his full strength, he can defeat a god. Today, Noah has been reborn, and his strength is no longer the same as when he first came to this world. When he first came to this world, Noah didn't become a god slayer, and he didn't have the authority of a god. After Tony used the power of the demon sword, he was defeated in a single attack. Now, Noah was much stronger than he was back then. Even without the authority of a god, Noah still has the power to defeat a god slayer and a god of disobedience. This is a true rebirth. Susanoo didn't know that Noah didn't use his authority from the beginning to the end. However, just now, Noah did almost kill Susanoo, which fully proved the fact that if he uses his full strength, he can defeat Susanoo with 100% certainty. However, this fact made Susanoo laugh out loud. "Good. Very good. In that case. Then I won't be polite." As soon as the words fell, Susanoo's body suddenly surged with a vast amount of curse power. The tsunami-like violent and rich curse power turned into a substantial storm, accompanied by Susanoo's raised hands, and while rotating, it gathered around Susanoo's body. The violent storm even formed a raging tornado, running down from the sky, connecting the whole world, and spinning crazily. Under such circumstances, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be stirred up as if they were boiling, and the rock formations on the ground were directly dug up. Trees and gravel were directly uprooted and constantly swept into the storm, causing the storm to reach a diameter of hundreds of meters in an instant. In the center of the storm, Susanoo raised his hands and shouted loudly, "God Slayer! Take the final blow that I will use up all of my divine power." Hearing Susanoo's words and feeling the terrible curse power contained in the terrifying storm, Noah's face gradually became serious, and he murmured, "It seems that this is indeed your final blow. Susanoo's power is definitely not inferior to Velislana and Mercado. In other words, this storm god is also a god of the highest level. For a deity of such a level, a blow that was charged with all the curse power in his body was equally dangerous to Noah without using his authority. If that's the case, I have to use all my strength." After saying such a sentence, Noah threw away the holy spear in his hand and let it be swallowed by the golden ripples. Immediately, another golden ripple fluctuated from Noah's side. Fortunately, this is the secluded world, a world formed by the combination of different spaces. As Noah's voice sounded, a strange-shaped sword slowly emerged from the golden ripple. Noah stretched out his hand, tightly grasped the hilt of the strange-shaped sword, and suddenly pulled it out. So, even if this sword can cut the world, it can only cut the space, it won't hurt the world itself, right? Noah raised the strange-shaped sword high above his head. "Then wake up. Because of your power. Unless it's a last resort, I won't use you. It's rare to have such a stage. Cherish it. Show me all of your power." The treasure artifact named Obedient Parting Sword, EA, suddenly trembled. Wang! In the trembling sound, the three blades that made up the sword suddenly rotated, and set off a red wind pressure. The red wind pressure became more and more intense, and finally, it turned into a red storm, and also swept down from the sky, sweeping the earth. Suddenly, one red and one gray tornado directly reflected between heaven and earth, stirring up the dark clouds, cutting open the fragile earth, and letting the earth-shattering wind wreak havoc in the entire space. The princess and the monk had already retreated, and even retreated to the edge of this space, looking at the two storms that ran between heaven and earth. Their faces were full of shock. "So you're also the controller of the storm? God Slayer?" Susanoo laughed wildly. "Very good. Very good. Is your wind stronger, or is my wind stronger? Let's have a competition." After saying that, Susanoo raised his hands high, and heavily waved them down. Whoosh! The raging gray storm turned into an impact, and as if it was trying to break through the sky, it carried a crazy whistling sound, and violently shot towards Noah's direction. Seeing this, the corner of Noah's mouth lifted, and a flash of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The star of heaven and earth's origin, Enuma Elish. The obedient parting sword, EA, which was spinning at an extreme speed, was fiercely stabbed out by Noah. Wang! The red wind pressure condensed into a monstrous red storm, and along the way, it cut open space, and cut open heaven and earth, and brought along a pitch-black spatial fault, to meet the oncoming gray storm. Dong! As if shaking heaven and earth, the roar resounded in every corner. Chapter 14-15. Boom! In the storm, the red storm and the gray storm suddenly collided, causing an earth-shattering roar, setting off an extremely terrifying impact. The red wind pressure and the gray wind pressure turned into countless chaotic airflows, crazily flowing in all directions. Bang 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 bang. Everything that was swept by the wind pressure, no matter if it was trees, rocks, cliffs, or the ground, exploded, turning into fragments that were directly swept into the wind pressure and annihilated into powder. Kacha kacha kacha. In mid-air, the space was like a fragile piece of glass. Under the raging red wind pressure, it cracked and shattered. Wang! Just like that, the pitch-black spatial fault suddenly appeared wherever the red storm passed. It trembled repeatedly and devoured everything that was swept into it, annihilating everything into nothingness, including the gray storm. Almost at the moment of collision, the gray storm was suddenly entangled by the red storm, and was suddenly pulled into the spatial fault by the red storm, disappearing into the pitch-black spatial crack. What? Susanu's face was filled with horror. Noya, who was holding the 3 blades in his hand, continuously spun and released a red wind pressure. He looked at Susanu's horrified expression and sneered. The controller of the storm? That's not right. The real ability of the noble phantasm was not to control the storm. Instead, it was to form a spatial fault, and then split the world, reproducing the scene of hell before the birth of heaven and earth. So, it should be the creator of hell. After saying that, Noah was like a raging torrent of magical power, pouring it into the noble phantasm. Boom! An even more violent red wind pressure suddenly expanded from the point where the 3 blades of the Sword of Guile parting, EA, were connected. The wind pressure expanded and turned into a storm that pierced through space. While it tore through the space barrier, it carried along a dark space fault and swept violently towards Susanu's direction. The pitch-black spatial fault that seemed to have divided the whole sky into 2 suddenly became like a pitch-black galaxy, crossing the sky and falling on the huge gray storm. The gray storm was directly crushed by the pitch-black spatial fault, turning into a turbulent flow, and was pulled into the spatial fault, disappearing without a trace. Then, the red wind pressure gathered into an even more terrifying storm, and like a red tornado breaking through the sky, it violently shot in the direction of Susanu. At this moment, in Susanu's heart, a fatal sense of crisis exploded. The shadow of death suddenly shrouded Susanu's heart. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. His resolute face was filled with horror and despair. After exhausting all of his divine power, Susanu could only watch helplessly as the spatial fault that seemed to have divided the sky and the earth into 2 halves, as if creating a road leading to the underworld, rushed towards him. In his heart, there was even a touch of despair. In such a situation, the red wind pressure still tore the space apart like glass, causing the space fragments to splatter in all directions. On one hand, the red wind pressure divided the sky and the earth into 2 halves, and on the other hand, the spatial fault that symbolizes the underworld was approaching in the direction of Susanu. It didn't take long for the spatial fault that divided the sky and the earth into 2 halves to arrive in front of Susanu. Susanu, who has exhausted all of his divine power, could only stare blankly at the spatial fault that filled his entire field of vision, and his whole body was frozen in place, unable to move at all. Just when Susanu was about to be engulfed by the red wind and annihilated by the spatial fault that divided the sky and the earth, 2 figures suddenly appeared on both sides of Susanu, grabbed Susanu, and then disappeared in place. In the next second, the red wind pressure swept past the spot where Susanu had been standing. The pitch-black spatial fault also sliced this part of the world in half, and it didn't slow down in the slightest as it flashed past like the Milky Way until it reached the end of the world. Wherever the pitch-black spatial fault passed, the surrounding space would crack open, making the entire sky look like a spider web, filled with cracks. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the red wind pressure that had ripped open the space and created a spatial fault gradually dissipated and slowly disappeared. What was left was the spatial fault that seemed to have divided the entire sky into 2 halves, spanning across the 2 ends of the sky, and it didn't calm down for a long time. As for the ground, under the raging wind pressure, it has long been turned into ruins. The original mountain forest and stream had long been completely shattered and disappeared without a trace. When the 3 spinning blades that were spinning at an extremely fast speed slowly stopped, and the red wind pressure completely disappeared. Noah slowly pulled back the Guile sword, EA, that he had thrust out. Looking at the huge, pitch-black spatial rift that stretched across the entire horizon and split the entire sky into 2, there was no joy on his face. After being strengthened by the dragon's sovereignty of the sun, Noah's strength has been raised to another level. Using such a terrifying amount of magic to release the power of the Good Separation Sword, EA, to cut open the entire world and achieve the true creation of the heavens and earth, that would not be strange at all. Of course, there is also the reason why this space is only a part of secluded world, and it is not as big as a real world. However, after being strengthened by the dragon's sovereignty of the sun, using the power of the sword to release the power of the sword, it is not strange that it can directly cut an island in half. Then, there is only one question left. In the end, did we still let him escape like this? After saying this, Noah turned around and looked at the corner of the ground that has been turned into ruins. There, 3 figures suddenly appeared without any warning. Susanoo's knees went soft, and he knelt on the ground, his face full of fear as he violently gasped for breath. Beside him, the princess and the monk's faces were also pale, and their eyes were filled with shock. Just now, if the princess and the monk did not use the special teleportation method of secluded world to save Susanoo in time, at this moment, Susanoo would have disappeared without a trace. Whether it was the dignified and polite princess, the rebellious monk, or the unscrupulous Susanoo, none of them expected this. To think that this battle would end so miserably, announcing their defeat. The highest level god, in the hands of a single god slayer, was reduced to the point where he needed to be saved to survive. It has to be said that this is the most practical way to slap the face of the previous few people who said that it would be difficult to determine the victor. Just like this, under the gaze of the 3 people, Noah slowly floated down from the sky and landed on a broken rock. With the dark space fault as the background, he looked at Susanoo. What's wrong? Not fighting anymore. Susanoo's face became extremely ugly. The storm god, who is famous for his violent temperament, wants to continue to fight with Noah for 300 more rounds. However, when he glanced at the strange sword in Noah's hand, a trace of fear involuntarily appeared in Susanoo's eyes. To be able to make a god show fear in his eyes, this is simply an unprecedented feat. However, by relying on the most primitive ancient sword and the sun's sovereignty of the sun, Noah has achieved this feat. Not to mention Susanoo, even the rebellious tyrant was speechless. He had a bitter look on his face as if he had eaten Chinese gold thread. Only the princess, who was frightened by Noah's power, breathed a sigh of relief. At least, Noah didn't blame them for saving Susanoo, right? Otherwise, Noah only needed to strike once more, and the 3 of them would probably not be able to survive. Just when the princess was about to step forward and say something, something strange happened. Boom! In the sky, in the deepest part of the dark space fault, a deafening loud noise resounded. Immediately afterward, a burst of laughter shook the air from inside. Ha 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 ha! I, old son, am free. Chapter 14:16. Ha 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 ha! I, old son, am free. When such a burst of laughter rang out from the pitch-black spatial fault that spanned the entire sky and entered the ears of everyone present, everyone was stunned. Immediately, before Noah could react, Susanoo, the monk, and the princess seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions changed. Damn it! The monk shouted with a shocked face. Could it be that the monkey came out? Impossible. Susanoo immediately shook his head. That monkey should be imprisoned by our curse. It's impossible for it to come out without anyone unlocking the curse. The princess also had the same opinion as Susanoo, but then she was slightly surprised. She raised her head and looked at the pitch-black spatial fault that spanned across the sky. She spoke with some uncertainty. Could it be because of the power of Rakshasa King that the Lord God escaped? Only then did Susanoo and the monk react. They both turned their heads and looked at Noah. A god relic that can create spatial faults. Susanoo stared at the Guili sword, in Noah's hand and murmured. Could it be, you? What kind of power does your god relic have? The monk pointed to the Guili sword, in Noah's hand with a hoarse voice. Could it be that the god relic can really cut open space? What are you still talking about now? Noah frowned. Do you still need me to prove something to you? Hearing this, the 3 transcendent beings in the hidden world, including the princess, all laughed bitterly. This is really a double whammy. Susanoo raised his head and looked at the pitch-black spatial fault that spanned across the sky again and said in a deep voice. It seems that after the sword cut open this space, its power also spread to another space. And that space happened to be the monkey's cage. The monk was speechless. As a result, the wind pressure that can even cut open space also cut open the curse that bound the monkey? That's the only way. The princess nodded. As for the truth, we only need to investigate a little to find out. After saying that, the princess turned around and bent down gracefully. She scooped up a handful of water from a crack in the messy ground. Her red lips moved slightly as she chanted. Ancient serpent's wisdom, please show me the truth of the other side. The princess splashed the water in her hands in front of her. Immediately, the water that was sprayed out dispersed in mid-air, turning into a cloud of mist. The mist then twisted and converged into a screen. The scene presented on the screen was a magnificent palace like the Forbidden City in China. However, such a palace was forcefully split into two by a pitch-black spatial fault that suddenly appeared. It was as if it had fallen into the earth's crust, collapsing with a loud rumble. In such a collapsed palace, a golden light flashed and flew into the sky. In the distance, a golden cloud flew over from one side of the sky at an astonishing speed. The golden light that soared into the sky blasted into the sky, crossed the golden cloud, and turned into a figure. The figure somersaulted and flipped onto the golden cloud with extreme flexibility. Immediately, the golden cloud carried the figure. Like a stream of light, it wandered in the sky for a while. Finally, it rushed into the pitch-black spatial fault. Oh no! Susanoo cursed out loud. The monkey is coming. The princess and the monk had the same lamenting expression as if it was a blessing and not a curse. They raised their heads and looked at the horizon. Noah frowned. He also raised his head and looked at the huge pitch-black spatial fault across the sky. There, a stream of light suddenly appeared, flew out, and came above Noah's group at an astonishing speed. It seems that there are traces left behind by a battle between young and vigorous men. Well done. It couldn't be better to welcome me, the fighting Buddha, in such a way. Such a voice spread from above the golden cloud. Immediately afterward, Noah saw it. Above the golden cloud, a figure was gradually exposed in the air. Noah was more or less surprised when he saw the full appearance of the figure. Although the figure's body outline was humanoid, it did not have a human appearance. It had a sharp mouth, monkey cheeks, and its entire body was covered in dense golden hair. It had a furry tail behind it, and it was wearing an outfit that looked like something that would only appear in Peking opera, which people would call, damn. The pair of eyes were bloodshot. The whites of the eyes were red, and the pupils were golden. It was an ape. The ape that the princess called the god. Of course, that was not the other party's name. It was just a temporary title. The god with the appearance of an ape had a more resounding name. What? Old guys? Why do you all look so miserable? The ape said such a sentence in a curious tone rather than ridicule. When you locked me in the curse, you should be more domineering. How did you become like this now? What's wrong? Monkey? Susanoo stood up with difficulty and stared at the ape standing above the golden cloud. If you are here to seek revenge on us, even if you become like this, I can continue to accompany you. No, no, no. Revenge is something that only mortals do. If you defeat me in a fair battle, then as the fighting Buddha, in order to show my bravery and strength, it is natural for me to seek revenge on you. The ape scratched its furry face and said so. But revenge for such a trivial matter is not something that a well-known existence like me should do. Such a declaration was simply preposterous. No. It should be said that the only people who could treat something like imprisonment as a trivial matter were these gods. Lord God Ape. The princess looked at the ape with quiet eyes. You've finally gotten out too. Yes, the descendant of the snake god. I, old son, can finally see the light of day again. The ape straightened its tall body and spoke loudly. Also, don't call me Lord God Ape. I am not Lord God Ape, but a person who is with the sky. The ape's pair of eyes flashed with a frightening look, making the golden pupils emit a bright brilliance. I am the Monkey King born in the stone, the fierce fighting Buddha. A brilliance suddenly flashed in the ape's hand. The brilliance condensed into a long strip and finally turned into a staff made of steel. Holding the heavy steel staff in his hand, the ape's body surged with amazing curse power. His voice vibrated like a sound wave. My surname is Sun, and my name is Wukong. I call myself the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. The surging curse power surged from the god named Sun Wukong in all directions like waves, causing the surrounding air to begin to produce a trace of chaos. The earth-shattering name made the expressions of Susanoo, the monk, and the princess become serious. Noah also held the Guili sword, Ea, in his hand, and a burst of surprise surged in his heart. The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. It was an existence that didn't even need to be explained. The name of Sun Wukong was more well-known than anything in China and Japan, which were close to the east. Why would the ape god, who had once broken into hell and turned the heavenly palace upside down, appear in such a place? Just as Noah was surprised by this, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, who was standing on a golden cloud in midair, suddenly turned his eyes and looked in the direction of Noah. Kid over there, you're not an ordinary person. Old son, I can feel the aura of an enemy on you. So that's why. You're the god slayer. You're the one who made the wind god suffer. At this moment, Noah felt it. The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, released his fighting intent towards him. It was you who helped me get out of trouble, wasn't it? Then, in order to repay you, let me be your opponent. Without Noah's consent, there was no time for him to react. The ape god, who claimed to be the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, looked up to the sky and laughed. Riding the golden cloud called the somersault cloud, he turned into a stream of light and rushed in the direction of Noah at an amazing speed. Whoosh! The steel staff with a strong wind cut through the sky, like a windmill. In the blink of an eye, it was heavily swung toward Noah's head. The inexplicable signal of war made Noah's eyes narrow. Chapter 14:17. Although he didn't know why Great Sage equaling heaven suddenly appeared, according to the dialogue between Susanoo, the monk, and the princess, Noah still more or less guessed some reasons. For some reason, Great Sage equaling heaven seemed to be imprisoned in one of the spaces in secluded world by Susanoo, the monk, and the princess using some kind of curse. That space was the space where the princess used the curse to show that Great Sage equaling heaven escaped from the palace and was cut by the dark space fault. Due to Noah's use of the good parting sword, Ea, the space that Susanoo occupied was directly cut open by the noble phantasm that could cut open the world. At that time, the wind pressure of the sword of Guili, Ea, just affected the space where Great Sage equaling heaven was imprisoned. After all, secluded world was a multidimensional world composed of different spaces. The fact that people here could teleport through imagination proved that there was a connection between these isolated spaces. Therefore, Noah used the sword of Guili, Ea, to cut open this space, which happened to open the way to the space where Great Sage equaling heaven was imprisoned. As a result, the wind pressure of the sword of Guili, Ea, also cut open the space where Great Sage equaling heaven was imprisoned, and even cut off the curse that imprisoned Great Sage equaling heaven, allowing Great Sage equaling heaven to see the light again. Then, Great Sage equaling heaven came to this space through the space fault caused by the sword of Guili, Ea, from the space where he was imprisoned. In other words, although he didn't know the specific details, Noah seemed to have coincidentally released the god of disobedience that Susanoo, the monk, and the princess imprisoned with great difficulty, allowing the god named Great Sage equaling heaven to appear in this space. Yes. Great Sage equaling heaven was a god of disobedience. He was not a god like Susanoo who lived in seclusion in secluded world. Instead, it went against the myths and became a body that went against the Tao. It was a true god of disobedience who was dominated by arrogance. Ha 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 ha. Come on. God Slayer. Look at my staff. With a hearty laugh, Excellency Ape, who was as tall as the sky, stepped on the somersault cloud and rushed to Noah at an amazing speed. He waved his cudgel, which squeezed the air clean and brought a whistling wind. Feeling the violent wind pressure from the attack, Noah quickly raised the discerning sword in his hand. Clang! The sound of steel colliding with steel resounded, stirring up a powerful shockwave that spread in all directions. The terrifying force from Sun Wukong's steel rod smashed into the Guili sword, causing Noah's hand to go numb as he let out a groan. That terrifying strength came entirely from the great sage, Heaven's Equal's shocking weight, causing Noah to involuntarily click his tongue. So heavy, of course it's heavy. The great sage smiled proudly. The Rui Jingu Bang of the great sage, Heaven's Equal, is made of divine iron. It is a divine needle that can even calm the sea. It weighs 13,500 kilograms. With this iron rod, I have swept the underworld, modified the book of life and death, and disturbed the heavenly court. I have beaten 100,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals. Therefore, God Slayer, you should be proud to be able to take Sun Wukong's cudgel. After saying that, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, once again raised the Jingu Bang in his hand high above his head and waved it mercilessly at Noah with the force of splitting the earth. With just a wave, the atmosphere was directly torn apart by the simple steel rod, setting off a violent airflow. As the Jingu Bang waved down, everything was squeezed clean. Just like in the legends. Sun Wukong's Jingu Bang had an extremely amazing weight. Even Noah, who had used magic to strengthen his arm strength and the LV5 ability value, felt that it was difficult to handle. He did not choose to take it and quickly retreated. Bang! The golden hooped cudgel, which did not lose its momentum, landed directly on the ground. The ground, which was already in ruins, suddenly exploded. It was as if it had been hit by a meteorite. It sank layer by layer until it turned into a crater with a diameter of hundreds of meters before it stopped. Don't run. God Slayer. The great sage, Heaven's Equal's monkey face was full of joy. Riding the somersault cloud, he turned into a streamer and rushed in the direction of Noah. After a while, he caught up with Noah, who was retreating, and waved his cudgel again. Noah only felt that his vision was blurred. Sun Wukong, who was riding the somersault cloud, flashed in front of him and waved the heavy iron rod at his head. Not only was his strength amazing, but his speed was also terrifying. However, that was to be expected. In Journey to the West, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, Sun Wukong, had 5 most outstanding strengths. First, he held the Rui Jingu Bang, which weighed 13,500 kilograms. Second, he had an indestructible body, which was comparable to King Kong and was extremely hard. Third, he could summon the somersault cloud, which could fly 108,000 miles with a somersault. Fourth, he had 72 transformations, which was all-encompassing and ever-changing. 5. The fiery eyes of gold that can identify any demons and ghosts, and see through any illusions. The first strength gave Sun Wukong a terrifying attack power. The second strength gave Sun Wukong a terrifying immortal body. The third strength gave Sun Wukong a terrifying speed and agility. Together with the fourth and fifth strength, this excellency ape almost had no weakness. The speed that Sun Wukong showed on the somersault cloud was the so-called God speed. Noah, who also had the God speed authority, naturally understood how illegal this authority was. Without the mind-eye skill, it was simply an incomprehensible power. Fortunately, although Noah did not have the mind-eye skill, he had superb sensing ability. Therefore, when Sun Wukong retreated from the Godspeed world and waved an amazing blow at him, Noah reacted in time. Blow him away. Guili sword, yay. The dark black rotating blade, which was covered by red lines, suddenly began to rotate, causing red wind pressure to surge out. It was like a whirlpool that began to rotate wildly. Bang! Like a wild whip, one of the red wind pressure, which was spinning wildly like a whirlpool, swept heavily on the chest of the Monkey King, who was about to swing the rod down, causing a heavy muffled sound. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying. He landed heavily on the ground, creating a deep pit. Ouch! It hurts. Excellency Ape, who was riding on the somersault cloud, covered his chest and made a strange cry. God Slayer, did you break my invincible Vajra body so easily? Taking a closer look, Sun Wukong, who was swept by the wind pressure of the Guili sword, because of his careless attack, had a hideous wound full of blood on his chest. It was as if it was going to cut him diagonally, from his shoulder to the side of his waist. Although Sun Wukong did not use his full strength, he was swept by the wind pressure that could cut the world. Even the immortal body, which was known as the indestructible body, was easily broken. Oh, no, I was careless. The Monkey King seemed to have finally calmed down. Because I was too happy to escape, I didn't consider my condition and rushed over excitedly. In the end, I was seriously injured. It's really embarrassing. Fine, I'll retreat here first. After I recover from my injuries and recover my divine power, I'll come and fight you again. After that, the Monkey King rode on the somersault cloud, turned into a golden light, and flew toward the dark space vault above the sky. God Slayer. We will meet again someday. With that, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, disappeared into the pitch-black spatial vault along with the golden light. What's going on? Noah looked at this scene, almost stunned. Come and go as you please. Fight as you please and escape as you please. Do you have to be so shameless? From the very beginning, Noah was in a state of confusion when the great sage, Heaven's Equal, found fault with him. Then, he inexplicably received the other party's attack. When Sun Wukong was careless, the Monkey King used the wind pressure of the Guili sword, to sweep him, and then the Monkey King fled again. Such willful and reckless behavior was like a typhoon, and Noah could not help but feel a little confused. However, Noah understood again. This was the mischievous Excellency Ape who had once made a scene in the heavenly palace and overturned the underworld. In any case, Noah had to admit a fact. I've been targeted by an incredible god. Sui Xiong murmured. Chapter 14:18. It wasn't until the great sage equaling heaven disappeared into the dark spatial vault that Susanoo, the monk, and the princess looked at each other. It seems that Monkey King should have returned to the real world. Princess said with some worry. This time, the people on the ground will have to suffer a great disaster again. The appearance of the god of disobedience would bring great disaster to the world on the ground. Monkey King, was the god of war with boundless magical power. If he became a god of disobedience and allowed himself to be manipulated by arrogance, ordinary humans could only suffer. That was also a matter of course. Princess was probably worried about this, right? The kindness of worrying about the country and the people obviously came from her heart. Compared with the kind-hearted princess, Susanoo and the tyrant were quite irresponsible. They said such words as if they didn't have a care in the world. Even so, don't humans have a saying that only by experiencing hardships can one stand out? Even if it causes a disaster, it's just a small matter. With the appearance of a disobedient god, the god-slayers will naturally be attracted like sharks that have smelled blood. That monkey will be dealt with sooner or later, won't it? Hearing the heartless words of Susanoo and Monk, Noah frowned tightly and looked coldly at the two guys who he didn't have a good impression of at all. You are the ones who imprisoned Excellency Ape. Now that he has escaped and returned to the real world, he will definitely turn the world upside down after he recovers from his injury. It is not surprising even if there are heavy casualties. Only you guys who don't take human life seriously can sleep soundly, right? No, even if you say so, we have done everything we should do. Susanoo said without a trace of worry and guilt. What's more, although the curse of imprisoning the monkey was completed by us, the ones who really benefited were you humans. Now that something has happened, you want to push the blame to us. How can there be such a good thing? We humans are the ones who benefited. Noah's frown deepened. What the hell is going on? Hearing Noah's blunt questioning, which was almost in the form of an order, the rebellious monk immediately wanted to mock him. However, before that, Noah glanced at the monk and said indifferently. You'd better not say anything I don't like to hear. Otherwise, I don't mind giving you another stab. After saying that, Noah gently raised the Guili sword, in his hand. The red wind pressure that lingered around the sword carried an aura that made one's heart palpitate, causing the monk's shriveled face to twitch slightly. He could only swallow the sarcasm that was about to come out of his mouth. At this point, no matter how rebellious the monk was, he finally understood one thing. That was, it would not benefit him at all if he spoke too fast. These transcendental beings were not ordinary humans, nor were they ordinary god-slayers. Instead, it could use all kinds of god relics that only existed in myths and legends. It could even open up heaven and earth. It could even cut open the curse binding the god of disobedience. In addition, the other party was not in existence that would swallow insult and humiliation. He would do whatever he wanted. If he continued to provoke him, perhaps the next time he would be the one to face the world-splitting sword strike, he would be the one to face it. Even the monk, who had become a Buddha physically, would no longer have any sense of superiority at this time. The god-slayer in front of them must not be provoked. This was the monk's truest feeling now. Similarly, it was Susanu's feeling. Under such circumstances, even Susanu seemed to have swallowed his bitterness. He closed his mouth tightly, for fear that if he spoke rudely again, he would really be killed by Noah's sword. Only the princess took a step forward and whispered to Noah softly. The great sage is actually steel that we summoned to slay the dragon and snake. Steel? Noah sighed aloud. Sure enough, Sun Wukong is also a steel. In Journey to the West, Sun Wukong, the great sage equaling heaven, was a monkey that jumped out of a stone. After learning the magical powers of heaven and earth, he caused havoc in the heavenly palace and was imprisoned in Taishang Laojuan's 8 trigrams furnace. However, after being calcined by the furnace fire, he obtained an indestructible body and fiery golden eyes. All of these myths were closely related to steel. If Sun Wukong, the stone monkey, was regarded as the stone itself, that is, the ore itself, after being calcined by the furnace fire, he obtained a steel-like body when he came out. Wasn't that the process of forming a sharp weapon of steel, which was the forging process of a sword? The so-called steel god referred to the gods who slayed dragons and killed snakes and held weapons made of steel in their hands. Their existence itself was like a living sword. There was a legend that was completely consistent with the forging process of the sword, which was the best proof that the great sage equaling heaven was steel. Moreover, in Journey to the West, Sun Wukong subdued the dragon and turned it into the Mount of Tang Seng on the way to the Buddhist scriptures, which was the legend of the dragon horse. The story of breaking into the dragon palace and taking away the Rui Jingu Bang proved that this excellency ape had a deep relationship with the dragon and snake. In this way, the great sage equaling heaven was naturally the steel god, who slayed dragons and snakes. In order to eliminate the dragon and snake that appeared in Japan, Susanu, the monk, and the princess worked together to summon the great sage equaling heaven and then imprisoned this excellency ape with a great spell. As long as a dragon and snake, the mythological beast of the dragon and snake, and the goddess of the earth, who symbolized the dragon and snake, appeared in Japan, the 3 of them would undo this spell and let the great sage equaling heaven go to slay the dragon and snake. Of course, after completing the task, the curse would reseal the great sage equaling heaven. Unfortunately, now, this curse had been directly cut off by Noah with the Genesis divine sword, and it could no longer be restored. In addition to the purpose of slaying the dragon and killing the snake, we have also established a connection to the space where the great sage is imprisoned in the island country on the ground. The great sage's ancestral temple is protected by a strong barrier and a sealing spell. If there is a witch who can use a spell to weaken the seal, then we can use the power of the great sage, heavens equal to heaven to a certain extent. The princess tried her best to explain to Noah. In this case, the humans on the ground can more or less gain some benefits. So, Susanu said that it was the humans who benefited. It's just that you didn't specifically imprison a disobedient god for the sake of humans, right? Noah looked directly at the princess. After all, the power that the great sage equaling heaven can lend to humans, you transcendental existences can do the same, right? You are right, the foreign Rakshasa king. The princess smiled bitterly. Our main purpose is to slaughter the dragon and snake that appeared in the island country. Why did you specifically summon the god of steel, who slays dragons and snakes, to eliminate the dragon and snake that appeared in the island country? Noah directly approached the main topic. It has something to do with the strongest steel that you have been very concerned about, right? Yes. The princess closed her eyes. Dragons and serpents can stimulate steel. Sometimes they awaken steel from its slumber, and sometimes they bestow steel with power. In order to prevent steel from waking up from its slumber, we summon the gods who can slay dragons and serpents. Just like Perseus in Naples, he appeared because of the appearance of the dragon beast, proving that the dragon and snake could awaken the sleeping steel. After Susanoo annihilated Orochi, he obtained the Kusanagi sword from its tail, which also proved that the dragon and snake could give steel the power. In order to prevent the strongest steel from waking up from his slumber in the island nation, these three transcendent existences had done so many things. That lord is the last king to appear in the world, known as the last king. At the same time, he is also the strongest steel. He can annihilate the demon king and become the natural enemy of the god slayer. The princess said quietly. Letting that lord wake up again will not do much good to the world. We unanimously decided to let that lord continue to sleep. But, this is also a very risky approach, Noah said calmly. The monkey has now broken away from your curse and returned to its disobedient body. What are you going to do? Fortunately, the king who can rival the great sage is also on this island country. The princess looked at Noah with great sincerity. The foreign Rakshasa king, please stop the great sage. Sure enough, things have turned out like this. Chapter 14:19. Rumble. In one of the spaces in Wuxia, the forbidden city-like palace that originally imprisoned the great sage, heaven's equal was still collapsing like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The dark space fault that split the entire palace into two halves was directly imprinted on the ground, making the palace seem to fall into a swamp. It slowly disintegrated and collapsed, turned into rubble, and was gradually swallowed up. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the palace was completely destroyed. However, this palace was originally used to imprison the curse of the great sage, heaven's equal. Now that the great sage, heaven's equal had escaped, this palace was no longer useful. It might not be a bad thing for him to retreat after accomplishing his mission here. In the dark space fault, at a certain moment, a stream of light flew out from it like a meteor, crossing the sky and stopping in mid-air, revealing its full appearance. It was none other than Noah. Looking around and watching the palace that was gradually swallowed up by the dark space fault, Noah muttered to himself. Is this the space that imprisons Sun Wukong? Where is the exit? According to the princess, the space used to imprison Sun Wukong was separated from the rest of the space in Wuxia by a powerful enchantment and sealing curse. There was no way to reach it by teleportation. Therefore, after the great sage, heaven's equal escaped, he used the space fault opened by the good parting sword, EA, to move to the space where Susanoo was located. Noah also used the same method to come to this space. He came here mainly because although this space was separated from the rest of the space in Wuxia, there was an exit that connected to the Shinjun temple used to worship the great sage, heaven's equal. The people in this world used this exit to let Witch Yuan, who could use the curse to weaken the curse, open a hole in the enchantment and seal. She entered here and communicated with the imprisoned great sage, heaven's equal, so as to borrow the power of the great sage, heaven's equal. Then, whenever dragons and snakes appeared on the ground, the great sage, heaven's equal, who had been unbound by the curse, would also go to the world through this exit. He would kill the dragons and snakes, complete the mission, and then be brought back by the curse through this exit to be sealed again. Therefore, using this exit, Noah and the great sage, heaven's equal could return to the modern realm. Don't think that just because Susanoo had casually pulled Noah into secluded world, he would be able to let anyone enter and leave as they pleased. If one did not use some special method, the door between the hidden world and the present world would not open. The reason why Susanoo was able to bring Noah here was mainly because of his witch and god relic in this world. With the help of the witch, the god who had stolen the sun could also bring Noah from the ground to the secluded world. Now, there is no medium on the ground that Susanoo can use, so he has no way to send Noah back to the modern world. As for the monk, he was not proficient in this aspect at all. The princess was a god ancestor, so she knew how to enter and exit the hidden world. However, they also lacked the necessary tools for the ceremony, so the princess was at her wit's end. Therefore, Noah could only return to the modern world like the great sage, heaven's equal, through this exit. After looking around, Noah finally saw it. In front of the palace, there was a distorted space. It was as clear as water. That's the exit, right? Noah stared at the space in front of him. It seems that Sun Wukong has opened the exit and returned to the modern realm. I hope he won't act recklessly in his injured state. As soon as Noah finished speaking, a dazzling light flashed in the pocket of his coat just as he was about to fly into the space. Seeing this, Noah could not help but be stunned. Then, he remembered something and quickly took out something from the pocket of his coat. It was 3 pieces of jade in the shape of Magatama. The 3 pieces of Magatama that were shining with a dazzling red light trembled slightly. Then, they gradually became distorted in the light. Not long after, the 3 pieces of Magatama turned into 3 figures and fell to the ground. Noah immediately stretched out his hands and hugged 2 of the figures in his arms. The other figure fell directly to the ground. With a bang, it landed hard on the ground. It hurts. A scream immediately sounded. Ugh! The other 2 figures in Noah's arms let out a soft moan. Their eyelids fluttered a few times and then they opened their eyes. With the 2 girls in his arms, Noah slowly descended from the sky and landed on the ground. He was like a frog, lying on the ground in front of the 2 people. He slightly shook the 2 girls in his arms. Are you okay? Hearing this, the 2 young girls covered their heads and said in a daze. What happened to me? I feel so uncomfortable. Of course, the 2 girls only felt a little uncomfortable. The young man who fell heavily on the ground was a little miserable. He held his waist and struggled to get up with a pale face. My waist. The 3 people were the ones who had been turned into Magatama and entered the secluded world with Noah. They were Wanli Guyoli, Qingqiu Courtyard Cui Na, and Ganqi Dong Ma. Because humans had no way of adapting to the secluded world, the princess turned them into Magatama to prevent them from losing their lives. Now that the 3 of them were in this space, the transformation technique was undone. After all, this space was not only separated from the secluded world. In order to allow the witches who served the great sage, heavens equal to heaven, to enter and leave freely, this space was also enchanted to allow humans to adapt to the secluded world. Therefore, the transformation technique of the 3 was undone. Ganqi Dong Ma, who was holding his waist, grimaced as he instinctively observed his surroundings. Where is this? Wanli Guyoli and Qingqiu Courtyard Cui Na also regained their senses and looked around. Seeing that the 3 of them had returned to their original state, Noah directly spoke. It's a long story. In short, let's leave the secluded world and return to the modern world first. Secluded world? Wanli Guyoli and Qingqiu Courtyard Cui Na looked at Noah in surprise. This is the secluded world. That's right. Noah nodded. I will explain it to you slowly on the way. Let's go out first. Wanli Guyoli, Qingqiu Courtyard Cui Na, and Ganqi Dong Ma looked at each other, then nodded. After entering the distorted space, everything around them became extremely dark, leaving only a path that was emitting light, connecting them to the front where they couldn't see the end. Noah, Wanli Guyoli, Qingqiu Courtyard Cui Na, and Ganqi Dong Ma ran forward at a speed beyond what ordinary humans should have. However, Wanli Guyoli, whose physical strength was weaker than the average person, couldn't have such leg strength. He was now being carried by Qingqiu Courtyard Cui Na. Under such circumstances, Noah briefly explained the current situation to the 3 of them. The curse of the great sage, heaven's equal, is broken. Ganqi Dong Ma was slightly surprised, then he had a headache. This is troublesome. Not only Ganqi Dong Ma, but even Wanli Guyoli and Qingqiu Courtyard Cui Na were surprised. This made Noah a little surprised. Why? Do you all know that the great sage, heaven's equal, is imprisoned? As long as you are a person in the industry, you will know more or less. Gan Chi Dong Ma explained. King also knows about the 4 major families in Japan's curse world, right? Among the 4 major families, the Jiyoshi Mizuka family enshrines Lord Ape in Nikko's West Heaven Palace. It is not an ordinary enshrine, but a deity who was originally the god of disobedience is sealed there. The Jiyoshi Mizuka family has been borrowing the power of this deity for many years. However, Lord Ape in the West Heaven Palace is sealed with a great curse. If you want to borrow the power of the deity, you must have Wuxia, who can weaken the seal, to enshrine. Otherwise, there is no way to borrow the power of the deity. Hui Na continued Gan Chi Dong Ma's words. Hui Na heard that Wuxia, who has this kind of talent, has not appeared again in the past 100 years. Therefore, the Jiyoshi Mizuka family has not received the help of the deity's power for nearly 100 years. As a result, today, the curse that sealed Lord Ape was split open by obedient parting sword, EA, allowing the great sage, heaven's equal to freedom. During the conversation, a light like a cave entrance appeared in front of them. Seeing the light, Noah and his party quickly quickened their pace and rushed into the light. The next moment, the darkness faded, allowing the sunlight to enter the vision of Noah and his party. However, other than the sunlight, there was also a scene that could only be described as unbearable to look at, imprinted in everyone's eyes. It was a dilapidated ruin. Chapter 14:20. Small pieces of debris and pebbles were rolling on the ground, or falling from the piles of ruins, stirring up waves of soft noises. A cool breeze blew through the ruins, stirring up thick sand and dust, making the air a little turbid. The scene imprinted in the eyes of Noah and the others made their faces freeze. Compared to the forbidden city-like palace in the space where the great sage, heaven's equal, was imprisoned, this was a magnificent temple that was not the slightest bit inferior. However, at this moment, everything in the temple seemed to have been ravaged by a strong earthquake, turning into a tragic ruin. The surrounding trees fell in a radial pattern in all directions. The buildings seemed to have collapsed, turning into piles of rubble. One could faintly see people dressed as clergymen lying on the ground, or directly buried in the rubble, their bodies covered in dust. That scene was simply like the scene of a disaster, making people feel suffocated. Wanli Yoli had already covered her small mouth with her hand, turning her head away as if she could not bear to look directly. This is too much. Hui Na, the careless wild child, could not help but whisper. It seems that when the great sage left the Western Heaven Palace, he wreaked havoc, and then left? This was indeed something that the monkey would do. He must have thought that even if he retreated, he would retreat in a grand and open manner. After blowing away the entire Western Heaven Palace, he would then leave on the somersault cloud. Anyway, with the different values of those gods and humans, they would certainly not carry out such atrocities with the idea of destroying the prison where they had been imprisoned for many years with resentment. That was why those so-called disobedient gods were so detestable. It was estimated that even Athena, who had a very deep relationship with Noah, would not care about the lives of mere humans. If necessary, she would not mind making a river of blood, right? Because these gods who appeared on the ground were all disobedient gods who had long been swallowed up by the unique arrogance of the disobedient gods, they would only wreak havoc on the ground without mercy. Noah closed his eyes and fully unfolded his sensing ability. After sensing the aura of the scene, he opened his eyes again. The people here still have aura on them. They are not dead yet. Hurry up and arrange for rescue to rescue them from the ruins. Otherwise, they will really lose their lives. Hearing Noah's words, Wanli Yoli breathed a sigh of relief, and then hurriedly said to Ganji Winterhorse, who was beside him. Mr. Ganji, please hurry up and arrange for rescue. It's already done. Ganji Winterhorse took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. I will report the situation to the higher-ups and arrange for rescue. I will also send people to search for the whereabouts of the great sage, heaven's equal. I hope that we can find him while he is seriously injured. It would be best if there are other places like this. After leaving such ominous words, Ganji Winterhorse took his mobile phone and went to the side to make arrangements. King. Hui Na looked at Noah. What should we do? Wanli Guyoli also turned his gaze to Noah, his face full of worry and nervousness. Noah couldn't help but smile bitterly. What should we do? What else can we do? Do you have a way to fight against that monkey here? It's impossible, right? Even if it's Hui Na, it's the same. Hui Na said directly. Sure enough, we can only ask the king. Mr. Noah. Wanli Guyoli obviously had the same idea, so he mustered up his courage and said to Noah. Can we ask you to help us deal with the great sage? You don't need to ask, I will do it. Noah laughed, then looked at the ruins in front of him and said softly. After all, this is an agreement, and also my responsibility. The agreement refers to the agreement with the History Compilation Committee. The History Compilation Committee provides Noah with an attendant who is responsible for solving secular affairs. During this period, if the god of disobedience appears in Japan, then Noah will deal with it. Now, it is time to implement this agreement. As for the responsibility, it refers to Noah's personal responsibility. After all, although it was unintentional, the person who released the great sage, heaven's equal, was Noah, wasn't it? Since this is the case, Noah naturally has to bear this responsibility and send the monkey back to the Western Paradise, so that it will not come out again to harm people. Although Noah is still adapting to the current authority, it will take about 3 more days for him to use it. However, the current Noah is no longer an ignorant person. Even if he doesn't use the authority, he still has the ability to face the highest level of the god of disobedience alone. The battle with Susanoo just proved this point. So, don't let me find you, stinky monkey. Unfortunately, Noah doesn't know. The impact of the reappearance of Sun Wukong is not limited to this island country. In the Brittany region of France, in a forest, a young girl who looks to be only 12 or 13 years old, but is wearing a pitch-black dress and exuding a noble temperament, stood by a lake, as if praying, and spoke to the lake. Uncle, a new stele has appeared in the island country at the end of the east. The girl's words seemed to turn into ripples, causing the lake to begin to fluctuate. Not long after, on the lake, the image of a knight wearing white armor emerged from the lake. My beloved daughter, Guinevere, will the stele that has appeared this time be the king that we are searching for? I'm not sure. Using stele as an example, it seems to be a god with other complicated attributes, and is not the most orthodox and pure stele god like Uncle. Guinevere closed her eyes, still in a praying position. However, Guinevere and Uncle have been searching for Master all these years, but we have not set foot on the island country at the end of the east. Now that stele has suddenly appeared in that island country, Guinevere thinks that there must be a reason. That is to say, this is your intuition. The god named Lancelot said in a heavy voice. Since it is your intuition as the Queen of Witches, then the possibility is very high. Unfortunately, it did not trigger spirit vision, just some inspiration. Guinevere opened her eyes and looked at Lancelot in the lake. So, Uncle, I plan to set off and go to the island country at the end of the east to investigate. Let's do as you say. Lancelot did not have any objections. However, don't forget, we were defeated by the young god Slayer once, and even the Holy Grail was taken away. This time, we can't be careless. A trace of hatred and fear appeared in Guinevere's eyes, and she nodded heavily. At the same time, in London, England, in a luxurious mansion. Enjoying the title of princess, the girl who was known as the most outstanding lady in Europe was walking in the courtyard, bathing in the sun while talking to herself comfortably. It's so good to be able to walk freely. Because of her special talent, the girl's body had always been very weak. In recent years, she could only lie in bed and could no longer get up. She could only rely on the method of creating doppelgangers to move around in the sun. However, a month ago, the girl got rid of that life and her body recovered. This is all thanks to the king. The girl pursed her lips and smiled elegantly. At the same time, she thought of the method that the king helped her recover. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and her small hand pressed on her lips, looking like a young girl in love. He is so tough. I really want to complain to him. Just as she finished speaking, the young lady seemed to have suddenly sensed something. She stopped in her tracks and smiled sweetly. Hiding in the dark and peeping on ladies? That's a pretty good hobby, isn't it? This sentence was immediately rebutted by a displeased voice. Undoubtedly, the guy who is best at peeping. What are you talking about? As the voice sounded, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the courtyard. The lightning gradually turned into a bolt of lightning, and then into a figure that entered the girl's eyes. The girl who was familiar with the enemy in front of her knew what kind of power this was. It was the power called Lightning Spark. The person who came was Yarek. Chapter 14:21. Seeing Yarek suddenly appear in front of her, Alice sighed faintly as if she was worried about a friend. When will the person known as the prince get rid of the habit of breaking into other people's homes? This was not the first time Yarek had broken into Alice's home without permission. With the seraphic authority, there was almost no place that the Black Prince could not go without being discovered by anyone. That was why the Black Prince was secretly known as the most powerful monster thief in history. Ever since Yarek became enemies with her, he had broken into Alice's home without permission more than once. Fortunately, Alice had an ability called mental telepathy. This ability allowed her to eliminate distracting thoughts and focus her mind. She could slightly detect other people's aura, feelings, and even what they were thinking. She could then interfere with the source of the spirit, which was the so-called spiritual body and soul, and then manipulate them with dexterity. This was a special ability that only a very small number of witches and witches could use. Alice might not be able to read the mind of the God Slayer with this ability, but she could still sense the aura of the God Slayer by releasing her mental power. Therefore, even if Yarek broke into Alice's home, she could still clearly sense his arrival. That was why Yarek called her the best at peeping. Through the use of mental telepathy, Alice could clearly sense everything that was happening in other places, just like Noah's telepathy. The difference was that Noah could only sense hostility, malice, murderous intent, aura, or some other abnormalities. Alice, on the other hand, could completely detect everything that was happening in the place she sensed. It was as if she had seen and heard it in person. There would be no deviation. This way, Alice could more or less fight against Yarek. After all, the Black Prince Yarek was a political enemy of the Wise Men's Parliament. If she fought against the God Slayer with force, she would lose in the end, no matter what the process was. As the God Slayer, Yarek could easily destroy the Wise Men's Parliament if he wanted to. Therefore, to fight against Yarek, she needed to use politics, negotiation, strategy, negotiation, economy, and so on. She could not just use force. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. It was because of this that Alice was able to defeat the Godslayer many times with the help of Paul Brantley, the commander of the Black Cross, Erica's uncle, who had the highest title of Paladin among humans and was comparable to god beasts and god ancestors. As for him breaking into her house without permission every time, Alice just let him be. In any case, there was no way he could fight against Yarek by force alone. In that case, it would be better to be more magnanimous and allow the other party to enter and leave freely. This way, Alice would be able to show her calmness in the political confrontation and gain a certain advantage. Now, Alice was targeting Yarek for trespassing on private property and verbally attacking him. In this regard, Yarek only gave a sarcastic remark. Since that's the case, let's set up some defenses. If the princess doesn't have any guards around her, wouldn't that be very degrading? As he said this, Yarek's gaze swept over Alice's body and narrowed his eyes. Besides, you're actually using your real body today, and you look very healthy. Have you finally found a way to get rid of your illness? You're still as outspoken as before, Alice said with an elegant smile. I just got a little help from a wise king. A wise king? Yarek's eyes flickered slightly as he stared at Alice closely. Among today's god slayers, almost every one of them is a battle maniac who only causes trouble. As far as I know, there is only one person who can be called wise. Oh. Alice was a little surprised. How rare, Alexander. You actually admit that there is a wise person among the god slayers other than yourself? I'm just stating facts. Compared to the others, that guy's brain is indeed better. Yerek looked directly at Alice. You, on the other hand, may be called a princess, but only I know how bad your personality is. In your opinion, the other god slayers are probably just walking catastrophes. You actually think that one of them is wise? It's going to rain in England tomorrow. Can I take it that you're just jealous? Alice was not provoked by Yerek's provocation. She pursed her lips and smiled. At least, in my opinion, that lord is indeed much wiser than you god slayers. Don't lump me in with the rest of them, Yerek finally blurted out. I'm not brainless like those guys who only think about solving things with their fists all day long. But if you can solve things with your fists, surely you wouldn't mind doing so? Alice poked at Yerek's sore spot. Then what's the difference between you and the other god slayers? Then what about the king you think is wise? Yerek said sarcastically. If I remember correctly, when he first came out, he fought with the Italian idiot one-on-one and caused a loss of 15 billion euros. Later, in order to defeat the homeless old man and the powerful woman from China, he caused great damage. Can that be called wise? You're looking at things from the wrong point of view, Alexander, Alice immediately retorted. That lord has been a god slayer for almost half a year, but he has only caused this level of damage in half a year. In the past month, he hasn't caused any commotion. Compared to you people who fight to the death with the gods every few days, how wise is he? Well. Yerek was suddenly speechless and said angrily. I didn't expect that you, who have never sided with any of the god slayers, would speak for him like this. Don't tell me you like him. What? Alice's elegant demeanor instantly disappeared without a trace. Her pretty face turned red as she stood up in anger. It's not gentlemanly to casually fabricate a relationship between a lady and the opposite sex. Alexander, don't you have any manners? I just said it casually. I didn't expect you to have such a big reaction. Yerek's mouth twitched, and a rare expression of interest appeared on his face. Don't tell me that the person who is called a princess in Europe has finally fallen in love with someone? When did you become such a gossipy person? Why didn't I know that you have such a cute curiosity? Alice blushed and stared at Yerek. You didn't come to me just to talk about this, did you? What's the matter? Humph. Yerek snorted, but still got to the point. I received news that the god ancestor has left Brita, and his whereabouts are unknown. God ancestor? Lord Guinevere? Alice calmed down and asked in surprise. Why? Who knows? Yerek said directly. It's precisely because I want to know her whereabouts that I came to find you. In terms of collecting information, the Sage Parliament, which Alice belonged to, was undoubtedly more suitable than Yerek's royal factory. Princess Alice, who had the best spiritual vision and spiritual perception in Europe, was also more suitable than Yerek to do this kind of thing. That god ancestor is our common enemy, Yerek said meaningfully. I think, in this regard, you won't mind working with me, right? That is to say, you provide information about the enemy's departure, and I provide information about the enemy's location. Alice sighed. You're still the same as before. You're better than anyone else. Having said that, Alice started to laugh happily. Well, I haven't used my real body to travel for a long time. This time, I'll use my real body to work. Hearing that, Yerek knew what to do. It was a done deal. In addition to Guinevere, Lancelot, Yerek, Alice, and the others, there was one more person who also took action. Soon, these people would meet Noah, who was in the center of the chaos, and cause a big commotion. Chapter 14:22. While the rest of the people from all sides were mobilized because of the appearance of the great sage, Noah, Hui Na, and Yoli stayed in a hotel under the arrangement of Ganshan Dong Ma. More than 10 hours had passed since the great sage, Heaven's equal, had escaped. It was now nighttime. After Ganshan Dong Ma reported that the great sage had escaped, only about 30 minutes later, people from the History Compilation Committee came to the Western Heaven Palace, sealed off the scene, and began their work. Because the History Compilation Committee was an official organization, even the police force was mobilized. Therefore, a large number of police cars were now surrounding the Western Heaven Palace. They had cordoned off the entire area around the Western Heaven Palace, making it look like a murder scene. There were also a large number of police officers in uniform stationed there. The security was very tight. Of course, no matter how tight the security was, it was only for ordinary people. For those magicians and conjurers who had mastered mysterious powers, breaking through such a scene was just a piece of cake. For this reason, almost half of these police officers were conjurers in disguise. In addition, there were a large number of secret personnel hiding around to keep watch. A large number of staff members also poured into the Western Heaven Palace to treat the people who had been killed. Should it be said that it was a blessing in disguise? Sun Wukong blew the entire Western Heaven Palace away. It seemed that it was really just for show, and he did not care about the survival of human beings. Because of this, the great sage, Heaven's equal, would naturally not go after the humans. After blowing away the people in the Western Heaven Palace along with the buildings, he retreated on his own. Since the great sage only targeted the buildings and did not target the people in the Western Heaven Palace, although some of the people who had been killed were seriously injured, none of them really died and were rescued in time. In other words, the farce of the great sage was only targeted at a group of buildings. Apart from causing a lot of damage, there were no deaths or injuries. This was undoubtedly good news. Therefore, the rescue operation almost did not encounter many difficulties. It only took about 4 or 5 hours for all the people who had been killed to be rescued. Then, the History Compilation Committee began to mobilize people to investigate the whereabouts of the great sage. However, it was not known whether it was a blessing or a misfortune. Until now, there was still no trace of the great sage, Heaven's equal. This also meant that other than the Western Heaven Palace, there were no other places that were affected. That was why he didn't know if this news was a blessing or a misfortune. In short, the official History Compilation Committee took on the task of finding the missing person. Noah only needed to wait for the official History Compilation Committee to find the whereabouts of the great sage, Heaven's equal, before taking down the monkey. Thus, Noah brought the 2 witches and stayed in a hotel arranged by Winterhorse Ganjin. In the hotel, Noah was thinking about how to deal with Sun Wukong while telling Yuri and Hui Na the details of the great sage equaling Heaven's escape. After listening to the whole process in detail, the 2 witches were stunned. So, the person who released the great saint is the king? Huey's face was full of shock and admiration. Furthermore, it was because he accidentally released the great sage because of a fight with Grandpa. The king is truly amazing. Mr. Noah. Yoli was a little angry. How can you be so impulsive? What do you mean by impulsive? Do you want me to silently bear the provocation of those 2 useless gods and Buddhas? Noah retorted. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Those 2 guys are too annoying. I didn't finish them off at the end and send them to the real Western paradise. I'm already giving them a lot of face. Well, Grandpa is really annoying sometimes. Although Hui Na has no memory of being angered, Mr. Ganjin and others often have headaches because of Grandpa's willfulness. Hui Na said generously. On the contrary, the king can actually split the curse that imprisoned the great sage with a sword. Hui Na is impressed. What's wrong? Noah asked curiously. Is that curse difficult to break? It's not difficult to break, but super difficult to break, Hui Na explained. Hui Na heard that if you want to break the curse that imprisoned the great sage, Heaven's equal, you must meet 3 conditions. The first condition is to make the dragon snake's divinity appear, Hui Na said. Because the great sage is the god of steel, the sword god born to conquer the dragon snake. Therefore, the dragon snake's blood and divine power can stimulate his power and remind him of his tyrannical nature. The second condition is to have a treasured sword with a weakened seal, Hui Na said with assurance. It is said that if you want to break the curse of Lord Ape and borrow the power of Lord Ape, you have to let Witch Yuan, who can weaken the seal, worship him. Witch Yuan's power alone is not enough. She needs to cooperate with the treasured sword that also has the power to weaken the seal. The treasured sword is kept by the Jiufa Zhong family. And the third condition is to let Wuxia, who has the ability of a calamity, hold the treasured sword and use her spiritual power to cut the seal, Hui Na said to Noah. That's the ability to erase or restore the power of curses, spells, magic, and other mysterious things that shouldn't exist in this world. However, it has very little effect on the power of the god and the god slayer. Wuxia, who can worship the god lord, must have this ability to use the treasured blade, weaken the seal, and borrow the power of the god lord. It was precisely because of such a rare ability that the Jiufa Zhong family had not been able to find Wuxia with this ability for nearly 100 years to worship the great sage, heaven's equal. It was also because the conditions for unlocking the seal were so complicated that only when the dragon snake appeared could the great sage, heaven's equal, temporarily escape and come out to slay the dragon snake. However, according to Grandpa, even if the seal is unlocked, the curse will still recover after a while and seal the great sage, heaven's equal, back to the West Heaven Palace. Hui Na tried hard to recall the information she heard from Susanoo. Such a curse that can even imprison the god of disobedience and manipulate him to a certain extent. It is said that the elders of Wuxia exhausted their efforts and spent nearly a lifetime to complete it. Anyone who wants to lift this curse must follow the lifting method. Hui Na looked at Noah with admiration. As a result, the king actually violently lifted the entire curse at once. It's amazing. Hearing this, Noah couldn't help but laugh dryly. Noah didn't know that the curse that imprisoned the great sage, heaven's equal, was so complicated and powerful. Gathering the wisdom of the elders of secluded world, it took the equivalent of a lifetime to complete the great curse. No wonder it could imprison the god of disobedience and control him to a certain extent. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the curse was, in the end, it was just a barrier and seal that formed a cage. In the face of the power that could cut the world and open the world, there was no reason why any barrier and seal could not be broken. It was precisely because the curse that imprisoned the great sage, heaven's equal, was a barrier that the noble phantasm named Good Parting Sword, EA, could cut it off. After all, Good Parting Sword, EA, was originally a noble phantasm. It's just that I didn't expect that even Tian Songyun was destroyed. Yoli looked at Hui Na, hesitated, and said softly. Hui Na, this shouldn't affect you, right? It's okay. Hui Na waved her hand casually. Although without the divine blade, I will definitely lose a part of my strength, but I can still use the invite God to descend technique and borrow Grandpa's power. Even if I can't compete with God, I won't lose to anyone else. Indeed. Even without Tian Songyun, Hui Na's invite God to descend technique could still obtain the same power as the god ancestor and mythological beast. This was the real violation of the rules of the head of the Wuxia. Of course, just as she said. No matter how much she violated the rules, she couldn't be compared to God and the God Slayer. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Noah, Yoli, and Hui Na cast their gazes over at the same time. They saw Winter Horse Gontai open the door and walked in from outside the door. As soon as he came in, Winter Horse Gontai said such a sentence. King, I'm afraid you don't have to deal with the great sage, heaven's equal. Such a sentence made Noah completely stunned. Chapter 14:23. In the dark night, the soft moonlight slanted downwards, illuminating the entire bustling city. A cold wind with a slight chill blew past, causing the clear whistling sound of the wind to reverberate in the surroundings. It did not subside for a long time. On top of a tall building in such a city, a young man suddenly flew over like a bird. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the roof of the tall building. His body bent slightly, and his knees bent slightly. The force of his fall was completely neutralized, and he straightened his back. It was a young man of about 14 or 15 years old, wearing a black shirt and jeans of the same color. With light steps, the young man nimbly leaped onto the railing of the building. As if he was weightless, he stood upright on the railing, looking down and muttering. The place where the great sage appeared is probably around here, right? Taking a closer look, in the direction where the young man was looking, there was a messy area that had turned into ruins. The area around the ruins was completely cordoned off by a police cordon. Police officers and police cars were also surrounding the area, guarding the area like it was heavily guarded. That was naturally the Western Heaven Palace, which originally worshipped the great sage, heaven's equal as the ape god. The young man looked in the direction of the Western Heaven Palace and sighed as if he found it troublesome. Although it's very easy to break in, it doesn't make any sense. Anyway, the great sage is definitely not there. Master only asked me to find the great sage. It's useless to come here. Although he said that, the young man's eyes were quite sharp as they swept across the ruins of the Western Heaven Palace. The traces of the collapse of the rubble are still very clear. Although some of it has been cleaned up, it should be a measure taken for the rescue. Looking at it this way, the rubble was created about a dozen hours ago, which is not much different from the information we received. Then, the young man seemed to have felt something. He turned his head and looked in one direction. There is a huge amount of curse power residue here. I'm afraid that the great sage should have left in this direction. It had to be said that the young man's observation skills were really outstanding. However, for magicians and conjurers who had mastered the mysteries, this level of tracking could be completed in an instant with a small magic trick or curse. They did not need to spend much effort to carefully observe the surrounding movements. Unfortunately, the young man had to go through this kind of observation to come to the same conclusion. Because, although the young man was very famous in the magic world, he was a complete layman when it came to spells. If the youth were to fight, in this world, the number of people who could claim to be able to defeat him in a one-on-one battle would not exceed 10. Of course, that was under the condition that the God Slayer and the God of Disobedience were not taken into account. However, if the young man were to do the delicate work of tracking, it would only make things more efficient. The youth himself was very clear about this. However, there was nothing the youth could do. After all, it's master's orders, the young man grumbled. Even though he knew that it would waste a lot of time for me to do it, master still completely ignored it. It would be better to say that when the young man spoke frankly about this matter, not only did the master he spoke of not pay any attention to him, he even berated him. The relationship between master and disciple is like that of a mother and son. As your guide on the path of martial arts, I am about to step into someone else's territory. As my disciple, not only did you not have any thoughts of exploring the path for your master, you even shirked away like this. How can you achieve great things in the future? Saying this, the young man's master directly sent him flying. No matter how many people there were, as long as they knew the details, they would definitely cry for the young man's grievances and feel resentful for the master's rudeness. However, to the young man, this kind of thing had long become a common occurrence. His master's rudeness was natural. This was because, no matter how rudeness he was, everyone in this world could only silently endure it. No one could resist. No one could object to his master's rudeness. This was because, even if the whole world condemned this rudeness, the young man's master could use his own strength to suppress everyone's voices. As long as his master was willing, he could completely destroy the whole world of humans by himself. As long as his master was willing, he could destroy 1 or 2 territories on the world map by himself. With such a powerful person, no matter how rudeness he was, it was imaginable. Under such circumstances, just a little bit of violence and a little bit of extreme way of teaching his disciple was already considered a blessing to the whole world. The young man grew up in such an environment. It was precisely because of this that the young man could grow into a person that the magicians and cursemancers of the world could not underestimate at this age. Forget it, for the time being, I've arranged for people to come over and search. The young man scratched his head. I've also talked to the gang that secretly controls this country in advance. I think it's called the Official History Compilation Committee. Presumably, they won't disobey my master's orders, right? Just as these words were spoken, a voice suddenly rang out. That's not necessarily true. The sudden voice made the young man's entire body tense up in an instant, and a surge of curse power surged out of his body. At this time, the young man only had one thought in his mind. How could he not notice the presence of someone who was so close to him? The person who came was definitely not simple. With this thought in mind, the young man jumped up and jumped over the fence like a bird. He flipped in the air and landed on the rooftop of the building, facing the source of the voice. Then, the young man raised his head and looked in front of him. There, without him knowing, when 3 people appeared there. One was a young girl wearing a witch costume with a trace of determination and worry on her face. She looked like a weak princess who worried about the country and the people. Another was a young girl wearing a uniform with a graceful figure. Her beautiful black waist-length hair swayed in the wind, and her body exuded the elegant and natural temperament of Yamato Nadeshiko. The last one was a young man with black hair and black eyes, wearing an ordinary black shirt and black pants, and a pitch-black coat. The young man did not notice the 3 people in front of him until the moment the voice sounded. When the voice sounded, the young man immediately noticed the presence of the 2 young girls. However, the young man's presence was so close to the young man that the young man did not notice at all. After observing the posture of the 2 young girls, the young man made a judgment. The witch who was like a weak princess had no achievements in martial arts. It was impossible for her to hide from his senses and suddenly appear here. The young girl who was like Yamato Nadeshiko was very unusual. She was not weaker than him, but it was impossible for her to not be noticed by the young man when she was so close to him. Then, there was only one explanation left. The 2 young girls were brought here by the unfathomable young man. He did not know the origin of the other party, but it was definitely not simple. For the time being, he should test the situation first. The young man who made these judgments in a short moment had a face that was neither respectful nor arrogant. He was quite casual and neither servile nor overbearing. He cupped his fist and saluted. "I don't know how to address you." The 2 young girls did not speak, but glanced at the young man vaguely. Obviously, the young man was the center of the 3. The young man was naturally Noah. It was Noah who took Yoli and Huina, tore open the teleportation magic scroll and instantly teleported to this building. "You are Lu Yinghua, right?" Noah looked at the young man with interest. The personal disciple of sect leader Luo Hao, the young master of the Lu family in Hong Kong, China, who is famous for his excellent lightness skill and great palm strength. "I didn't expect you to be so young." "Yes." The young man in front of him was the personal disciple of Luo Hao, the leader of the martial arts world of China, who commanded the world with the title of Wuxia King. In other words, this 14 or 15-year-old young man was a genius who was apprenticed to a god slayer. Moreover, he was the disciple of Luo Hao, who was famous for his excellent martial arts skills and was well known throughout the world. He was a senior among the god slayers, and only Warban could match him. The reason why Kanekiri said, "I'm afraid you don't have to deal with it," was because of the arrival of this personal disciple of the god slayer. "I heard that sect leader Luo Hao plans to come to Japan personally to fight the great sage, Heaven's equal." Noah looked at the young man named Lu Yinghua. This shouldn't be just a casual remark, right? Chapter 1424. Just 10 minutes ago, Ganshi Dongma brought the news of Luo Hao's plan to come to Japan and fight with the great sage to Noah. He also said that sect leader Luo Hao had ordered the people of the History Compilation Committee not to interfere. Not only that, Luo Hao had also sent his personal disciple here to search for the whereabouts of the great sage. After receiving this news, the upper echelons of the History Compilation Committee asked Ganshi Dongma to bring this news to Noah and let Noah make a decision. Lu Yinghua was right. The History Compilation Committee did not dare to disobey the orders of sect leader Luo Hao. Therefore, Lu Yinghua thought that the people of the History Compilation Committee should obediently listen to Luo Hao's orders and not interfere in this matter. However, there was an accident here. That was, there was another king in this island. It was because of the order of this king that the History Compilation Committee began to search for the whereabouts of the great sage. Now, Luo Hao's order undoubtedly had a fierce conflict with Noah's order. As a result, the History Compilation Committee, which no one dared to offend, did not obediently stop work as Lu Yinghua expected. Instead, they asked Ganshi Dongma to report this matter to Noah and let Noah make a decision. After learning this matter, Noah was surprised. Although Noah had only met Luo Hao once, he still understood the actions of the Wuxia king. Although this Wuxia king could command the world, she followed the style of China women. She lived in Mount Lu and did not like to show her face in public. If an ordinary person saw her face and heard her voice, Luo Hao would cruelly cut off the other party's tongue and destroy the other party's ears. She was a real tyrant. Why would such a person suddenly travel to Japan for the great sage, heaven's equal, and even order the History Compilation Committee not to interfere? With this question in mind, Noah asked Ganqi Dongma. Unfortunately, Ganqi Dongma also did not know. Therefore, Noah had the idea of finding Lu Yinghua, who had the ability to be accepted as a disciple by Luo Hao. Then, just as Noah was about to search for Lu Yinghua's whereabouts, Ganzhan Dongma received the news. Lu Yinghua arrived at the Western Heaven Palace. After all, the official History Compilation Committee had already placed spies around the Western Heaven Palace. Lu Yinghua ran over without any concealment. Naturally, he was discovered immediately. Therefore, Noah tore open a teleportation magic scroll on the spot, took Yoli and Hui Na, and instantly teleported to the building where Lu Yinghua was. Sect Master Luo Hao doesn't like to show himself in public, right? Noah pursed his lips. Why would you suddenly come here to fight the great sage, heaven's equal? As a disciple, I don't dare to guess Master's intentions. Lu Yinghua said with a fake smile. However, according to Master, the god of disobedience is undoubtedly a great hero of China, but he was raised by the Neon people. It is really an unforgivable crime. Knowing the existence of such a guy and leaving him alone would damage his reputation. Therefore, since a long time ago, Master has been waiting for the time to come to condemn the great sage, heaven's equal. Huh? Yoli was stunned and said with some uncertainty. Just because of this reason. Just because of this reason. Lu Yinghua shrugged, but there was no warmth in his eyes when he looked at Yoli. What? Does this sister have a problem with it? Yoli's heart tightened when she was stared at by Lu Yinghua's cold eyes. At this time, Yoli remembered the advice Ganzhan Dongma gave before leaving. If Miss Yoli and Miss Huina also plan to see Lu Yinghua, then it's best to be careful. That Wuxia is said to have been disciplined very strictly by sect leader Luo Hao since he was a child. He was even disciplined to the point of violence at the slightest provocation. As a result, he developed misogyny and is particularly hostile to beautiful and capable women. It's best not to have a conflict with him, otherwise, he will never show mercy. In view of this, Yoli seemed to have succeeded in arousing Lu Yinghua's disgust. After all, Yoli's appearance was quite outstanding, wasn't it? On the contrary, after listening to Lu Yinghua's explanation, Hui Na couldn't help but smile bitterly with a dumbfounded expression. It's amazing, because it's too amazing, Hui Na doesn't know what to say. Obviously, Luo Hao's willful and unscrupulous behavior had reached the point where even Yoli, who had been cultivating in the mountains since he was a child, was speechless. Only Noah sighed as if he had a headache. I see, it's indeed what the sect leader would say. In the past, Luo Hao went directly to Italy to find trouble with Noah because of a small provocation from Athena. At that time, Noah had fully understood how serious Luo Hao's willful and unscrupulous behavior was. However, this Wuxia king of China was extremely narcissistic and thought that everyone in the world was inferior to him. Even if they were both God's layers, he treated them as juniors and did not care about them at all. He only saw Warban as his enemy. As a result, after being defeated by Noah in Italy, the Wuxia king simply admitted defeat, which indeed reflected the generosity and straightforwardness of Chinese Wuxia, which changed Noah's impression of him a lot. Now it seemed that even if he had no shortcomings as a Wuxia king, as a king, the sect leader was a problematic child who gave people a headache. He was more troublesome than the 16 Knights of Reverse Time, the Distant Flying Bird, and Haruhito Hikari. Might as well let Luo Hao deal with the great sage, heaven's equal. That's not a bad choice. Noah's soliloquy made Lu Yinghua's heart move, and he asked Noah whether intentionally or unintentionally. Your Excellency seems to be quite familiar with my master, may I ask? Forget about asking, I'm not as ostentatious as your master, Noah said to Lu Yinghua in a bad mood. Just tell your master directly that if she wants the head of the great sage, heaven's equal, I can give it to her, but she better not cause any more trouble. Otherwise, this time, it won't be a simple fight. After saying this, Noah shook out a scroll, and a dazzling light covered the three of them, and they disappeared. Only Lu Yinghua was left, and he stared blankly at the place where Noah, Yuri, and Keita disappeared, and did not recover for a long time. In fact, Lu Yinghua was also a proud person. How could Lu Yinghua not be proud to be accepted as a direct disciple by the Wuxia king of China and have the strength to stand at the top of the human race before the age of 15? If someone else had spoken to Lu Yinghua like this, he would definitely not have let it go. However, at this time, Lu Yinghua did not even have the slightest bit of anger, and he began to ponder alone. This time, it's not going to be a simple fight. This sentence revealed a lot of information. This was because only a Godslayer could fight with a Godslayer. Among the current Godslayers, Warban was an old man, Madame Aisha was a woman, and Lu Yinghua knew the physical characteristics of Yerek, Smith, and Tony. After excluding the above 5 people, there was only one Godslayer left, right? Moreover, that person had indeed fought with Luo Hao, and had even defeated his master, who was almost invincible in Lu Yinghua's eyes. Thinking of this, Lu Yinghua couldn't help but recall the first sentence that Luo Hao had said to him a few months ago when he suddenly left Lushan Mountain and went to Italy. After that, he suddenly returned without any warning. I didn't expect that I, Luo Zuelian, would have a taste of defeat. Noah Dole is indeed a strong enemy. Noah Dole? Lu Yinghua's expression changed slightly. Could he be the Godslayer who defeated Master? This was the only way to connect all the clues. This is troublesome. Lu Yinghua's brows furrowed deeply. I didn't expect that Godslayer to be in this country. It seems that I'll have to take a few heavy blows from Master and ask her to come out in advance. At this time, Lu Yinghua still did not know. This decision caused Luo Hao to completely step onto a path of no return, and the trajectory of her entire life had been changed. On the other side, Yoli, who had teleported back to the hotel, spoke to Noah with some concern. Mr. Noah, are you really going to give the great sage, heaven's equal to sect leader Luo Hao? If someone is in charge of solving the problem, why not? Noah sighed. Although I have an ominous premonition, that's right. Chapter 1425. The next day. As soon as he got up, Noah received a call from Erica. The god of disobedience appeared on your side? When Noah picked up the phone, Erica's first sentence was this. What's wrong? Noah sighed. Even Italy has received the information. After all, it's information about the god of disobedience, which has always been the most important information for magic societies. If it's a relatively weak divine spark, it's fine, but the god that appeared this time seems to be unusual, right? Erica said meaningfully. And since even I have received the news, the other people who need to pay attention to must have received the same news, such as the Black Prince and the god ancestor who have been looking for you recently. That's true. Noah scratched his cheek. When they come to this island, the news that I'm here should be immediately exposed, right? The god of disobedience that appeared this time was a member of Steel. Since it was Steel, Guinevere, who had been looking for the strongest Steel, would certainly not let go of this opportunity. Even if it crossed the ocean, it would still come to this island country. And where Guinevere would appear, the Black Prince, as its enemy, would also appear. However, both of them regarded Noah as their enemy to some extent, and both intended to seize the magic sacred weapon called Holy Grail from Noah's hands. If they encountered Guinevere and Yerek, there would be all kinds of conflicts. In addition, with the upcoming arrival of Luo Hao, a group of powerful people were all gathered in this small island country. It would be strange if nothing happened. Not to mention that Guinevere was protected by Lancelot, and the great sage was currently missing. The situation was becoming more and more chaotic. I knew it. The person who is known as the strongest god slayer would not be too peaceful around him. Otherwise, he would not have defeated the King of Swords of Italy as soon as he made his debut, and at the same time defeated 3 of his kind, including the King of Swords, Erika murmured. I'm really curious, where have you been hiding in the past month to be able to remain calm? You didn't call just to make sarcastic remarks, did you? Noah said with some dissatisfaction. If that's the case, I'm hanging up. You really don't know what's good for you. Erika was also displeased. Even if it's just sarcasm, there are plenty of people in Italy who want to talk to me, Erika Brantley, on the phone. You're not satisfied with my preference. You're still as narcissistic as ever. Fortunately, someone even more narcissistic is coming here soon. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed for you. Noah rolled his eyes. Don't tell me you're calling just to make sarcastic remarks. I just want to confirm the situation on your side, Erika said. If steel really appears on your side, the god ancestor is likely to be attracted to you. Once the god ancestor goes over, the Black Prince will definitely follow. I'm afraid you won't be able to hide your whereabouts. Since that's the case, Lily and I don't need to care about the surveillance around us anymore. We can go to your side openly. The reason why Erika and Liliana didn't come to Noah's side was that they didn't want to expose Noah's whereabouts to Yarek because of the surveillance of the royal factory. Now, since Noah's whereabouts could be exposed at any time, there was no need to continue hiding it. Is that okay? Noah asked. If you come to my place, it's very likely that you'll have to go against Yarek. In that case, the positions of the Copper Black Cross, the Bronze Black Cross, and the royal factory should become complicated, right? It's not a good thing to make an enemy of a god slayer. Don't worry. The magic associations in Italy are nominally led by Salvatore. With the Black Prince's personality, he won't make enemies for no reason, Erika said with a smile. Besides, ever since she heard about you, Lily has been clamoring to go to your place. I think it's almost time for her to make trouble. It's time for her to return to your side. Otherwise, she'll really go berserk. Noah was speechless for a moment. However, what Erika said was not necessarily wrong. With Liliana's straightforward and upright personality, it was absolutely impossible for her to stand watching the king she served fight alone in a foreign country while she hid at home and waited for news, right? That knight should have been eager to rush to Noah's side and fight the enemy for Noah. If it weren't for the fact that the person suppressing Liliana was Erika, who had been controlling Liliana since she was a child, Liliana would have rushed to Nippon at all costs. Thinking of the knight who used to take care of his daily life, Noah didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he couldn't help but miss the knight. In that case, come here quickly. Yes, my lord. Erika put away her teasing smile and said in a respectful tone. My king. Not long after the call with Erika ended, Yoli came to Noah's room with breakfast. The breakfast was not made by Yoli, but by the staff in the hotel. This hotel was not far from the Western Heaven Palace. Therefore, the History Compilation Committee had sent a group of the best chefs here to prepare the best meals for the Devil King, so as not to offend Noah. However, due to Noah's identity, the people of the History Compilation Committee were in excessive awe of Noah, so they could only ask Yoli to deliver the food on their behalf. In view of this, Noah simply asked Yoli to come over and eat with him, so as to avoid running up and down. As for Hui Na, as Noah's attendant, the girl joined in casually and ate with Noah and Yoli. During the meal, Noah mentioned Erika and Liliana. The king's own attendant is going to come here. Hui Na raised her head from the bowl in her hand in surprise and looked at Noah. In other words, the king doesn't need me anymore. Your words are full of ambiguity. Noah smiled embarrassedly. That's true, but Hui Na, in addition to your work as an attendant, you should also have a double duty of surveillance, right? Surveillance? It was Yoli's turn to look at Hui Na in surprise. Hui Na is monitoring Mr. Noah. Was it really discovered? Hui Na smiled embarrassedly. The people of the committee did tell Hui Na that if they find that the king is planning to do something terrible, she must report it to them. This should be considered surveillance, right? Is that so? Yoli looked at Noah evasively. Did Mr. Noah know that he would be monitored like this from the beginning? After all, it's not the first time I've been wandering in a foreign country as a god slayer. It's not reasonable for the existence known as the Devil King to not be monitored at all times, right? Noah said rather open-mindedly. Erica and Liliana, who I just mentioned, became my attendants at the beginning with this purpose. At the beginning? Hui Na asked curiously. What happened after that? After that? Noah recalled the days of traveling with Erica and Liliana in the past few months and couldn't help but smile. After that, we regarded each other as indispensable partners. It was precisely because of this that Erica sincerely called Noah her king, and Liliana unknowingly began to consider herself as Noah's knight. Everything was so natural. Under the circumstances of letting nature take its course, Erica and Liliana no longer used surveillance as their purpose. Instead, they sincerely enjoyed traveling with Noah. Now, the two Italian prodigies had long been recognized as the trusted aides of the seventh king. Even the copper Black Cross and bronze Black Cross no longer asked about Erica and Liliana. The king's companions and attendants? Hui Na tilted her head and smiled sweetly. I wonder if they're powerful. At this moment, the expression on Hui Na's face was that of a warrior who was overjoyed and delighted as if she had met a competitor. Unfortunately, Noah didn't see this expression, nor did he expect that his attendants would start a fight over this. Just like that, the three of them chatted while having their meal in harmony. At this moment, the figure of the winter horse appeared outside the door. As soon as he appeared, the winter horse said directly. We've found the great sage, heaven's equal, and the situation isn't good. Chapter 14:26. On the edge of the bustling city, there was a mountain. Although it wasn't a towering mountain, it was still a rather majestic deep mountain. It was covered by dense forests and bright sunlight, looking full of vitality. However, at this time, such a deep mountain was fluctuating with a power that was difficult to see with the naked eye. In the tremor of the air, a strong spell surged from the deep mountain and reverberated in all directions, making people's vision seem to be distorted. They only felt that the whole deep mountain was trembling. In front of such a deep mountain, at a certain moment, a darkness suddenly emerged like fog and gathered into the shape of a door. 3 figures walked out of it and came to the front of the deep mountain. Hui Na frowned slightly and seemed to be a little uncomfortable. What a huge spell, even Hui Na feels a little uncomfortable. Since Hui Na, who could use the technique of invite God to descend with the help of the gods, felt uncomfortable, Yuli, who was only at the level of an ordinary conjurer, naturally found it even more difficult to endure the invasion of the huge spell. However, just like Noah's previous experiment with the strengthening effect of the dragon's sun's sovereignty, although the spell was huge, it was not targeted. Just slightly increasing the spell in the body, Yuli and Hui Na's complexion were restored to normal. Then, Yuli, who had been staring in the direction of the deep mountain, suddenly trembled and flashed with a dim light. The Monkey King that was born from the stone can naturally gain vitality from the stone. The so-called steel hero is also the natural enemy of goddess Gaia, so he can extract essence from the earth. This will be the precursor to the recovery of China's ape god, and he will once again reign. Looking at Yuli suddenly muttering absent-mindedly, Noah and Hui Na both became spirited. This is spirit vision? Hui Na said with some surprise. Yuli triggered spirit vision? Under Hui Na's surprised voice, the brilliant light in Yuli's eyes began to dissipate. I know. Yuli could not help but raise his voice a little. The great sage is burying himself in the mountain and becoming one with the rocks. He obtains vitality from the rocks and the earth to heal his injuries. It was just like what Yuli had seen with his spirit vision. As the Monkey King that was born from the stone, the great sage, heaven's equals life was obtained from the stone. Naturally, he could obtain life force from the stone as well. Furthermore, The god of steel was the natural enemy of the Gaia goddess, so he could more or less extract some of the earth's essence and convert it into life force. With the help of these two factors, the great sage, Heaven's Equal's injuries were recovering at an extremely fast rate. However, this kind of behavior was ultimately just a form of exploitation. Following the great sage, Heaven's Equal's extraction, the originally lush forest in the depths of the mountain started to wither bit by bit. The ground also started to crack as it lost its own life. At this rate, in less than a day, the entire mountain would be turned into a wasteland, right? Of course, the prerequisite was that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, had not recovered from his injuries and continued to drain the mountain of his life force. And if even the mountain of life force was unable to heal Excellency Ape's injuries, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, would definitely not mind continuing to extract the mountain of life force until all the Earth's essence in Japan was exhausted. Although the people in the History Compilation Committee believed that the great sage, Heaven's Equal's injuries did not need to go to that extent to recover, at the same time, it was uncertain whether the mountain of life could be appeased. Therefore, at the very least, the city was still in danger. No one knew when the mountain of life force would be completely extracted, and it would be the city's turn to be extracted. It was precisely because of this that the winter horse was so anxious. Noah could only come here to take a look. The situation is indeed not optimistic. Noah stared at the gradually withered trees in the depths of the mountains and was speechless. Your Excellency, if you want to fight with the monkey, then hurry up and come over. Why are you late? King, what should we do now? Hui Na asked. If there is a need to fight, Hui Na should be able to help a little. Hui Na took down the cloth bag from her shoulder as she said that. The weapon in the bag was not the Sky Cluster Cloud sword. It was a weapon that Hui Na had asked the Autumn Yard to send over overnight. Although it was not as good as the Sky Cluster Cloud sword, it was still a famous sword that was hard to come by. With Hui Na's invite God to descend, she could even fight a divine beast to the end. Let's get ready for the battle first. Noah turned his head and looked at Yoli. Wanli Gu, you can go back first. Leave this to us. Unlike Hui Na, Yoli was just an ordinary conjurer. If they wanted to obtain any information, they would need Yoli's ability. However, Yoli would not be of much use in a head-on battle. Therefore, it was wise to let Yoli stay away from this dangerous area. Otherwise, Noah was not confident that he could protect Yoli from the god of disobedience since he could not use his authority. Yoli naturally understood this, so he nodded without hesitation. I understand. I wish both of you good luck. Yoli bowed deeply as soon as he finished speaking. He then turned around and walked into the darkness that looked like a door. It was the magic door called the Dimensional Portal. When Yoli's figure disappeared into the darkness wriggled and disappeared. Hui Na. Noah then turned around and faced the direction of the mountains again. Let's go. Yes, King. Hui Na nodded without hesitation. However, just when the both of them were about to enter the mountains, a voice was suddenly heard. Both of you, please wait for a moment. As the voice was heard, a silhouette flew out of the mountains like a bird. It drew a perfect parabola and landed in front of Noah and Hui Na. Noah and Hui Na stopped at the same time. It's you. Noah frowned. Lu Yinghua. That's me. Lu Yinghua clasped his fists and bowed solemnly to Noah. Honorable Master Noah, Lu Yinghua is here to offer you the highest respect. I wish you to live as long as the heavens and never be destroyed. I wish you eternal glory and glory. The whole place was suddenly silent. Hui Na blinked and looked like she didn't understand the situation at all. The corners of Noah's mouth twitched, and he felt like he was being cheated. You. What are you doing? What's wrong? Lu Yinghua raised his head with some doubts. Is there anything strange about Lu Yinghua's etiquette? There seems to be, but there doesn't seem to be. Noah said, extremely uncomfortable. Why are you bowing to me with such a tone and grammar? Isn't that natural? Lu Yinghua said. Master Noah is the unparalleled king of god slayers. Don't you deserve this etiquette? Let's not talk about whether I deserve it or not. Noah's eyelids twitched. In any case, is there a need to bow so solemnly? I'm sorry. Because of Master's teachings, I have to pay my respects to the God Slayers. Lu Yinghua looked bitter. If Master knows that I don't respect someone like him, I will definitely face all kinds of near-death experiences. Noah was suddenly speechless. So that was the case. This child was also a victim. Noah could only collect his emotions and look at Lu Yinghua. Since you're here, that means that sect leader Luo Hao is also here, right? Yes. Lu Yinghua answered honestly. Master has already entered the mountain and is preparing to blow the entire mountain away. What? Noah was dumbfounded. Why? According to Master, since the great sage has already merged with the mountain, then it's fine to just blow the mountain away, Lu Yinghua said. In that case, the great sage will naturally appear. Just because of that? Just because of this reason, he was preparing to blow the entire mountain away. How little common sense did one have to be to do this? Not to mention Noah, even Hui Na was speechless. By the way, Master also said. At this time, Lu Yinghua raised a hand and curled it slightly like a fist, letting a trace of curse power curl around it. His gaze was fixed on Hui Na, containing extreme indifference and bigotry. It's natural and reasonable for the king to meet with the king. However, those who are not the king had better know their place. If you insist on stepping into the king's territory and offend the king, then Yinghua will teach you a lesson on your behalf. Chapter 1427. Following Lu Yinghua's emotionless words, Noah and Hui Na both narrowed their eyes. The former was more or less angry because of Luo Hao's words. The latter was more or less angry because of Lu Yinghua's performance. Putting Hui Na aside, Noah felt that since Luo Hao had arrived, the trouble of the great sage, Heaven's equal, should be left to the leader to deal with. There was no need for him to get involved. Although the person who released the great sage, Heaven's equal, was Noah, and Noah was also responsible for dealing with the great sage, it was just a battle. If someone was willing to take it on, then Noah didn't need to look for trouble. If no one was willing to take it on and only Noah could do it, then Noah wouldn't mind doing it himself. Noah had such a mentality. However, it turned out that Noah didn't seem to be able to be a hands-off boss. It was just like the ominous premonition last night. Compared to the great sage, Heaven's equal, Luo Hao was undoubtedly a super big trouble. Judging from Luo Hao's declaration of destroying the entire mountain in order to dig the great sage, Heaven's equal, out of the mountain, she probably wouldn't mind dragging the surrounding cities into the battle to get rid of the great sage, Heaven's equal, right? Furthermore, the great sage, Heaven's equal, wasn't someone who would consider whether or not he would affect others during the battle. Once the two of them clashed, there was a real possibility that this city would be wiped off the map. In the end, a prisoner he accidentally released killed so many ordinary people. Noah wouldn't even be able to sleep well. Sure enough, it was a huge mistake to let Luo Hao, who has lost her personality, deal with this matter. The anger in Noah's heart was successfully aroused. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think that you're the only one in the world, crazy woman. At this moment, Hui Na spoke at the right time. Then, King, you should go to leader Luo Hao first. Hearing this, Noah took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He glanced at Lu Yinghua and then looked at Hui Na. Then I'll leave this place to you. Can you handle it? In terms of age, Lu Yinghua seemed to be younger than Hui Na. However, Noah sensed a strong aura from this young martial artist. Her aura was probably much stronger than Erica's and Liliana's. No matter what, he was the direct disciple of the God Slayer, whose martial arts were unparalleled in the world. His strength could not be judged by his appearance and age. The only person who could win against Lu Yinghua was probably Paul Brantley, an existence at the pinnacle of humanity's holy night. Even in Europe, the birthplace of magic, there were only a few people of this level. There were no more than 10 of them. Even if the entire world was included, not counting those transcendental existences like the monks and princesses in the secluded world, there would probably not be more than 10 of them. Although Hui Na could use the God's Descent technique to borrow the power of the gods, she did not know if she could win against Lu Yinghua without Tian Songyun. If she could not win, with Lu Yinghua's extreme dislike of women, he would not show mercy, right? Perhaps she had guessed Noah's thoughts. Hui Na pursed her lips and smiled. That smile was neither elegant nor coarse. It was the smile of a wild warrior. Don't worry about me, King. Hui Na has always been cultivating in the mountains. I haven't met an opponent in this country for a long time. Hui Na actually wants to have a good fight. Is that so? Noah caught the hint of eagerness in Hui Na's eyes. He did not object and directly nodded. Then I'll leave this place to you. After saying this, Noah no longer hesitated. He directly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the mountains. At the scene, only the two prodigies from China and Japan were left standing at the peak of their respective countries. Lu Yinghua, who had been quietly watching Noah leave, turned his gaze to Hui Na at this time. I didn't think that sister would actually let King leave and stay behind to deal with me alone. Should I say that she is brave but not resourceful? At this time, a paranoid smile appeared on Lu Yinghua's face. It was a smile that only appeared when he had all the emotions of self-confidence, arrogance, disdain, and condescension. In front of the king, the Chinese Wuxia was respectful. When facing others, or rather facing women, the arrogance and disdain that came from the bottom of his heart was completely revealed. This kind of natural provocation and arrogance, should it really be said that like teacher, like disciple? Unfortunately, the person facing this proud and arrogant child was not someone who was good at observing people's expressions. Instead, it was someone who grew up in the mountains, naive, romantic, and without scheming. Even though Hui Na had been taught proper etiquette by the Qing Qiu courtyard, causing her every movement to exude the elegance of a Yamado Nadeshiko, this kind of temperament was only naturally exuded from her every movement. It had already merged into Hui Na's subconscious. In essence, Hui Na was still a carefree wild child. It's been a long time since Hui Na met an opponent who can be so confident in a one-on-one fight with me. Hui Na revealed a fearless smile as she untied the knife pouch on her shoulder. She opened the pouch and looked directly at Lu Yinghua, her eyes full of bright expression. Do you think you can win against Hui Na? It's not that I haven't heard of sister's name before. She is the chief witch of Japan's spell world, a genius of spirit summoning, a person who can use the God's Descent technique. She is very difficult to deal with. Lu Yinghua said this with a somewhat cunning and treacherous smile. Even if it is me, it is still very dangerous to fight with an opponent who can borrow the power of God. If I don't use all my skills, I probably can't defeat sister, right? In other words, as long as you use all your skills, you can win against Hui Na, right? The fearless smile on Hui Na's pretty face became more intense. She raised her hand, let a section of the knife handle out of the cloth bag, and held it tightly. Then don't let Hui Na down. Don't worry, I am definitely not the type to show mercy to women. Lu Yinghua sneered aloud. No, it should be said that because the opponent is a woman, I will not show mercy. Be prepared. The battle between the two countries' most outstanding geniuses was about to start. On the other side, Noah, who flew directly into the mountains, arrived at the top of the mountain in just a few seconds and descended. It was unknown if the god who had merged with the mountain felt Noah's arrival, but the entire space on the top of the mountain suddenly trembled, and a more violent fluctuation of curse power surged out. Looking up, it was as if the entire top of the mountain was steaming, making the field of vision appear to be in a distorted state. On such a distorted top of the mountain, there was a beautiful figure standing with the distorted top of the mountain as the background, with her back facing Noah. Long time no see, Rakshasa king of a foreign country. With such a sweet and light voice, the peerless beauty slowly turned around and faced Noah. An extremely majestic smile appeared on her face, which was sweeter and more lovely than anyone else's. It has been less than half a year, and you and I can meet so quickly. It seems that we are quite fated. I don't know if we are fated. Noah raised his eyes and met the girl's gaze. All I know is that you've made the already troublesome matter even more troublesome. I believe that you'll be able to solve this matter. I'm just like an idiot. Are you insulting me? The sweet and lovely smile on Luo Hao's face suddenly disappeared slowly. Her beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly, and she stared at Noah. I, Luo Zuelian, have indeed been defeated by you, but Rakshasa king of a foreign country, you have to know that even so, I am still the unparalleled leader of Wulin in the world. I will not tolerate your nonsense. Whether it is nonsense or not, presumably, you have no self-awareness. But it doesn't matter, I am also very angry now. Noah closed his eyes and sighed deeply. As he walked forward, he used some rough movements to tear open the collar of his shirt. Then, his eyes suddenly opened. What Monkey King? What Wulin leader? If you want to fight, come to me face to face. Bastard. Chapter 1428. It had to be said that in the face of all kinds of capricious guys, Noah was really angry. Although the person who released Sun Wukong was Noah, if Susanoo didn't drag Noah into secluded world without permission and had been singing a duet with the monk, doing whatever he wanted, then Noah wouldn't have attacked. If Noah didn't launch an attack and didn't use the Good Departure Sword, E.A., the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal's curse wouldn't have been split open. The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal wouldn't have come out, let alone attract Luo Hao and cause all kinds of trouble. How could Noah not be angry when such a group of guys who didn't care about the feelings of others and only cared about their own enjoyment got involved in bigger and bigger troubles, but he couldn't sit back and do nothing. What's more, this time, Sun Wukong's appearance was very likely to attract guys like Nivea and Yarek. The trouble, like a snowball, became bigger and bigger. Originally, he just wanted to spend some time peacefully in this island country and properly think about how to deal with Noah, the final trial of the humans. However, his plan was directly destroyed by these guys. Perhaps, this was also the reason why Noah's nature was there, and there was no way to erase it. After all, powerful power was bound to attract all kinds of existences. Therefore, in this world, the deicide and the disobedient gods were often the center of various events. Like fate, they would always meet in various ways, kill each other, and cause disputes. This was universal no matter which world it was in. Therefore, Noah, who had more power than the average deicide and disobedient gods, and even if he used all his strength, it was not impossible to wipe out all the deicide and disobedient gods. With this level of power, it was only a matter of time before he attracted all kinds of existences and was involved in all kinds of events. However, even so, it didn't mean that Noah had no temper. Was it attracted by one's own power? Okay. But if you want to find fault, you have to be prepared to pay the price. Because it wasn't that Noah wouldn't fight back. Whether you are a deicide or a disobedient god, since you are ready to find trouble with others, then be prepared to be punished. After the words, Noah's hand bloomed with a bright light. The light turned into a dazzling white light and condensed into the shape of a sword. Noah held it tightly in his hand. After the light dissipated, the silver holy sword flowing with white light was exposed in the air. Demon Slayer. However, it wasn't the Demon Slayer that Aster transformed into. While the elf girl was still asleep and awakening all her power, Noah used weapon refinement to create his own unique elf device. Without Aster's cooperation, Noah wouldn't be able to display even half of Aster's strength before he went into hibernation. However, it was only with the help of the elven device that Noah was able to display such stunning sword skills. Thus, the energy source in Noah's body suddenly rotated, and all the energy in his body turned into endless divine might energy. The rich divine power was poured into the silver holy sword, causing the bright light to illuminate the entire space. Bring it on. In Noah's angry declaration, Luo Hao raised a hand in front of her, blocking the bright light that filled the entire space. Her gaze was fixed on Noah, and after a while, a dizzying smile bloomed on her beautiful face. Although I don't know what's going on, Rakshasa King, compared to before, you seem to have become a lot more violent, but at the same time, you have become a lot more majestic. Your current expression is an expression that only a true indomitable man would have. As expected of the king who once defeated me. Very good. Luo Hao's entire body surged with curse power as she shouted loudly. Since that's the case, let the unparalleled Luo Zuelian prove the strength and perseverance of a foreign king. Let the world know that although I, Luo Hao, am a woman, I am also a hero who is not weaker than a man. His words caused another loud laughter to erupt from the crowd. That's right, that's right. That's how it should be. It doesn't matter if you're a woman. It doesn't matter if you're a man. As long as you can display your strength in a dignified manner. That is a hero who can support the heavens. How can I, the Monkey King, be left out of such an irresistible battle between heroes? Following this sentence, the curse power that surged out from the entire mountain suddenly went berserk. Soon after, the entire mountain began to tremble. Noah and Luo Hao's expressions froze at the same time, and their bodies tensed up, stabilizing their bodies. Under such circumstances, the mountain trembled more and more violently. Immediately after, Noah and Luo Hao sensed something and turned their heads at the same time, looking at the highest point of the mountain. Over there was a huge rock. At a certain moment, the trembling of the mountain suddenly stopped. Bang! Under the gaze of Noah and Luo Hao, the huge rock suddenly burst open, stirring up gravel all over the sky and scattering in all directions. Like bullets, the gravel shot in the direction of Noah and Luo Hao. Noah and Luo Hao's eyes flashed at the same time. One stepped on the ground and suddenly retreated, while the other stepped on the 8 trigram steps and glided away like a phantom. Bang, 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 bang. Pieces of gravel fell to the ground like bullets, but they were like bombs, suddenly exploding the ground, smashing holes one after another. Then, in the huge rock that burst open, a golden light burst into the sky, turned into a figure, somersaulted, and stepped on a golden cloud that suddenly flashed. Sun Wukong, the Monkey King of the Mountain Curtain Cave of Huagua, the great sage equal to heaven, is here. Excellency Ape, who stepped on the cloud, lowered his head, and a pair of eyes called fiery golden eyes flashed with dazzling light. Godslayers, what are you waiting for? Tell me your names. Undoubtedly, high above the clouds, the voice of the great sage, heaven's equal echoed clearly throughout the entire mountain top. Undoubtedly, the distance was extremely far, but the figure of the great sage, heaven's equal was clearly imprinted in the eyes of Noah and Luo Hao. This alone was enough to show the great power of the great sage, heaven's equal. It seemed that at the moment when Noah and Luo Hao were about to confront each other, the great sage, heaven's equal successfully regained his complete state and healed all his injuries. Finally, you've appeared. Great sage. Luo Hao looked up at the great sage, heaven's equal in the clouds and shouted loudly. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. I've also been waiting for this moment for a long time. The great sage, heaven's equal looked up to the sky and laughed. I didn't expect that as soon as I came out, I would meet 2 godslayers at the same time. Should I say that I'm lucky? Or unlucky? As he said this, the great sage, heaven's equal laughed as a shocking amount of curse power surged out of his body. The vast amount of curse power turned into a substantial impact, with the great sage, heaven's equal as the center. With a jolt, the clouds around the somersault cloud were all dispersed. Then, the terrifying curse power poured down like water from the sky, like air that contained mass, fiercely suppressing everything. Feeling the terrifying curse power surging out of the great sage, heaven's equal's body, both Noah and Luo Hao were shocked. This was because the terrifying curse power had far exceeded that of any disobedient god that the two of them had met in their lives. Take Noah for example. Noah felt that at this moment, the curse power of the great sage, heaven's equal had surpassed that of Welslana, Mercado, Perseus, Susanoo, and Athena. With the level of curse power that the great sage, heaven's equal had displayed, one could imagine that his power was definitely greater than that of the other disobedient gods. What's going on? Noah couldn't hide his surprise. How did he suddenly become so strong? That's right. He suddenly became so strong. In secluded world, Noah had a short confrontation with the great sage, Heaven's equal. At that time, the great sage, Heaven's equal had been hit by the wind pressure of the sword of guile, due to carelessness and had been severely injured, resulting in a short confrontation. However, at that time, the great sage, Heaven's equal had not been as strong as he was now. Now, even Noah did not have the confidence to defeat the Monkey King without using his authority. What was going on? Chapter 1429. Weng. The great sage, Heaven's equal's spell power surged out like a tidal wave from the sky. It enveloped the entire space, causing the gravity to suddenly increase by several times. The ground trembled slightly from the pressure. Sensing the terrifying curse power from the great sage, Heaven's equal, Noah and Luohao's expressions turned solemn. Both of them were at the top of the god slayers' ranks. Moreover, it was not the first time either of them had fought against the god of disobedience. Among them, there were naturally some who were at the top of the god slayers' ranks in terms of power and reputation. They belonged to the highest level of the god slayers' ranks. However, at this very moment, the great sage, Heaven's equal, gave Noah and Luohao the feeling that he had completely descended into the god of disobedience that they had fought before. From Noah's perspective, the great sage, Heaven's equal's power would definitely be at the top of the 4-digit ranks if he was in the box, comparable to some of the strongest species. And without using his authority, Noah did not have the power to match a 4-digit number of pinnacle beings. In other words, in terms of power alone, the great sage, Heaven's equal, had now surpassed Noah and Luohao. Undoubtedly, the great sage, Heaven's equal, had not been so strong when he was in the secluded world. Why had he suddenly become so strong now? Unfortunately, the great sage, Heaven's equal, did not give Noah time to think. Come, god slayers. Give me, old son, a battle that can quench my hot-bloodedness. As he shouted these words, the great sage, Heaven's equal, turned his hand like an agile monkey. The Rui Jingu Bang, a peerless weapon, flashed in his hand. Immediately, the great sage, Heaven's equal, turned his eyes of fire and gold to Noah's direction. That kid over there, you severely injured me in the secluded world. At that time, I said that I would get my revenge sooner or later. Now is the time. I'll start with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the somersault cloud that the great sage, Heaven's equal, was standing on trembled suddenly. The golden cloud suddenly exploded, carrying the great sage, Heaven's equal. It turned into a ray of light that flashed brilliantly. It drew a perfect parabola in the air and headed straight for Noah. On the somersault cloud, the great sage, Heaven's equal, could achieve true godlike speed. That wasn't just a simple increase in speed. In essence, it was an ability to control time. Therefore, once one entered the state of god speed, not only would one's own speed increase explosively, but the speed of everything other than one's own body would also decrease drastically. Simply put, it was to increase one's sense of time by entering the god speed world. Under such circumstances, the great sage, Heaven's equal, who was still far above the clouds, immediately rushed down in less than a second. He flashed in front of Noah with the help of a stream of light. In the eyes of the bystanders, it was only the blink of an eye. The figure that was still above the clouds had already arrived in front of Noah. Noah, on the other hand, felt a blur in front of his eyes. Then, a figure suddenly rushed over. Take my cudgel. The steel cudgel fell from the sky with a whistling sound. Like a windmill, it smashed heavily toward Noah's head with a sharp sonic boom. Under the power of god speed, even Noah, who had superb sensing ability, could only sense movement when the great sage, Heaven's equal, was within 3 meters of him. It was because he could sense movement that Noah was able to fight with an opponent who had the god speed authority without using the mind's eye technique. As a result, the energy under Noah's feet surged violently. A large amount of divine power gathered under his feet and suddenly exploded, causing Noah's figure to instantly take a step back due to the push from the exploding divine power energy, as if he was moving horizontally. Swoosh! The extremely heavy Jingu cudgel immediately brushed past less than 5 centimeters in front of Noah and landed in the air. The force it carried caused the ground to crack slightly with a kacha sound. The godly sea-calming needle, which weighed as much as 13,500 pounds, was indeed not for show. Understanding this, Noah narrowed his eyes. He extracted a part of the divine power from the source of divine power, turned it into magic power, and infused it into his hands and feet. Clang! A burst of magic light suddenly flashed on Noah's hands and feet. It turned into magic lines like electric wires, covering Noah's hands and feet. If he did not use magic to strengthen his arms and feet, he would not be able to deal with the great sage, Heaven's Equal's attack. After strengthening his arms and feet, Noah simply closed his eyes and focused all his attention on the use of sensing ability. He suddenly raised the holy sword in his hand. A steady stream of divine power was also infused. The holy sword flashed with a brilliant white light, causing Noah to turn into a bolt of lightning. With a sharp sound of breaking wind, he shot toward the great sage, Heaven's Equal at extreme speed. Ultimate sword skill. Primary form purple lightning. A sword as fast as lightning pierced out violently. At this time, only less than a second had passed since the great sage, Heaven's Equal had swung his cudgel. Good timing. The great sage, Heaven's Equal was both surprised and delighted when he sensed the swift and fierce sword. The somersault cloud beneath his feet rose abruptly, and the Jingu bang in his hand was like a piece of steel that fell from the sky, piercing downwards viciously. Clang! The shockingly heavy steel cudgel pierced the lightning sword that the great sage, Heaven's Equal had just passed by. It collided with the holy sword, which was blooming with a brilliant white light, causing sparks to fly in all directions. Relying on its shocking weight, it pressed down the holy sword in Noah's hand. Then, the somersault cloud carried the great sage, Heaven's Equal, and his body swooped down like a goshawk. He shot directly above Noah at the speed of a meteor. Then, the great sage, Heaven's Equal's Jingu bang swung down heavily with a hair-raising wind. His every move had already reached the level of returning to simplicity and simplifying the complicated, but the might of his moves was even greater. In the face of such a merciless attack by the great sage, Heaven's Equal, Noah did not dare to be careless. The divine power under his feet gathered again and exploded, turning into a pushing force that pushed Noah's body back instantly. The holy sword in his hand went from bottom to top, stabbing towards the great sage, Heaven's Equal's throat. From the beginning to the end, Noah did not open his eyes. He relied on his sensing ability and was not blinded by the great sage, Heaven's Equal's lightning speed. Therefore, the sword that was stabbing towards the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was swung naturally in the direction of the great sage, Heaven's Equal's aura without any deviation. Therefore, in the next moment, the holy sword that was stabbing upwards collided with the Jingu bang that was swinging downwards. Clang! The crisp sound of the collision rang out, causing a powerful impact. At the same time, Noah and the great sage, Heaven's Equal, were sent flying. Both of them retreated rapidly, pulling apart the distance between them. It was a long story, but the entire process of the battle only lasted a few seconds. Within a few seconds, Noah and the great sage, Heaven's Equal, had exchanged a few moves. They exchanged exquisite sword techniques with the Jingu bang technique, but the outcome could not be determined. Of course, a few seconds was not enough to determine the outcome of the battle between the God Slayer and the God of Disobedience. However, the great sage, Heaven's Equal's power had inexplicably increased significantly, becoming much stronger than Noah's. He still had the upper hand. The proof was that when Noah was still retreating, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, had steadied himself on the somersault cloud. Like a shooting star, he continued to dash towards Noah at lightning speed. At this moment, a feminine voice rang out. "How dare you forget that I, Luo Zuelian, am still here? Great sage! You are indeed unforgivable." The moment the voice rang out, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Facing the great sage, Heaven's Equal, she struck out a palm that could break mountains and rivers and smash rocks. Clang! The delicate palm collided with the hard steel Jingu bang, giving rise to the sound of metal clashing. What? The great sage, Heaven's Equal, was shocked. You actually took my Jingu bang with your bare hands? The sea stabilizer of the East Sea Dragon Palace? That is indeed an earth-shattering divine weapon. Luo Hao said. It's a pity that my fists and palms can split the sky and shatter the earth. If you can stabilize the sea, then I can stir it up again with one palm. After that, like a phoenix spreading its wings, the palm attack turned into a storm, enveloping the great sage, Heaven's Equal.